Man,
If you're the
but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going? What the blood seed, Lord?
brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man, it's on.
The Per-M Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Maat, meanings and symbolisms of MEDU Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
press 1 for Tehuti, press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Pod Class on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on it.
that's not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this
Okay,
is why
man.
you upset.
correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The brother Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological netter, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Atet has? Everybody, can you see that sun in her?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Aset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait. Let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari. You need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible, and that's why that is symbolism. Anksenamun and Aset were real.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it?
No.
Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise already.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a son on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a son on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, Brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, Brother Jabari. Most people in the got Brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, Brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Chat, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to Brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority. And there's a lot of people that I read the comment. They say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me. I was going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, Brother Jabari has, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Sugar Ray. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the son. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the son. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Peace. Mic check, everyone. Mic check. See if everyone's in here. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Can you hear me at all? Press a 1 or a 9 if you can hear me. Mic check. Press a 1 or 9. Candula Gates pressing a 9. Wonderful. All right. Let me close up some of these windows to get things off the screen. Wonderful. Excelente. All right, let's see who's here. People here nice and early. Let's go. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, everybody. Welcome, everyone, to the Tehuti podcast. Let me see who's here and give shout-outs to the people. It is a special one tonight. It's always a special one, but it's a special one tonight. Let's go. It's going to be very, very interesting tonight. I already see great support in. A couple questions already in already. It's going to be great, great, great. Wonderful. Oh, Maliki Elwa. Let me give the shout outs to the people. Oh, what is going on here? Maliki Wadu says, what Mangu says, hear you loud and clear, Saba. Awesome. Excelente. Excelente. Wonderful. Godmind says, uh-oh. Nania Setmer says, welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, we got Michael Lords. Michael Lords says, what Tehuti I saw in Sonetta the other day? Unc was mad disrespectful. You help your own though. Respect. Yeah, what you saw a couple days ago on Sonetta was an exorcism. Glad some people got to witness that. That is what I do in my presence, is in the vicinity of Isfet. It brings out absolute, held my own. It brings out Isfet. I call it the hydrogen peroxide effect. And when I come in the vicinity of those who are only about Isfet and that spirit energy is inside of them, they cannot control themselves. So while he was doing that, I was telling Sonetta was like, calm down, you're acting like the Hebrews. I was saying, no, he can't control himself. He cannot. He cannot control himself. This is a spirit energy beyond his physical body. So I loved it. Just like when I came on, it was my turn about to speak to a young pharaoh. You saw the energy. He started, I didn't even get a chance to speak yet. And he started sticking his tongue out and acting really strange. And I didn't get a chance to even get to him yet. But the energy, when I step in the environment of certain people, their truth, the being in them shows. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Anu, who presses a 9. Shout out to Anu. Shout out to Nema. Shout out to Ka and Tu. Oh, they're all in a row. Look at that. Nema, Anu, Ka and Tu, all in a row. Shout out to Asiatic Soldier, who I haven't seen in a long time. Debo. How you doing, Debo? What's going on, my brother? Hope you gave a nice support and donation and been collecting up for months. I haven't seen you in a while. Nice to see you alive. Hope you're still working out and exercising. Wonderful. Shout out to the brother Debo, aka the Asiatic Soldier, if that's him. I believe that's him, Asiatic Soldier. If that's the same brother. Shout out to Yeet Titi. Shout out to Andromeda Miserabilis. Shout out to you. Harass did for Yeet Culture. Shout out to you. Greetings, greetings. Angela straight out the gates is here. Angela Gates. Gates means Saba. Nice name. Angela Gates. Jody Southworth. She's worth the whole South. Shout out to you. Robert Williams. How you doing, Robert Williams? That means Robert Reyes should be no far behind. He's somewhere in here or coming up. Shout out to Robert. Shout out to Annie. Bata Aten Tehuti, who says Hotep Maat to the pod class. What did Robert say? I didn't read what Robert said. Robert Williams said, Hotep Ma'at, peace to the Nitiru. Yes. Higa Kepara. Where is Rigo and where is Big Vapes? I have a special gift for them. Rigo and Big Vapes. Let me know when they have entered the room. Rigo and Big Vapes. Let me know when they have entered the room. I got possessed. Let me know. Shout out to T-Bull. T-Bull providing the awesome battle rhymes, battle raps. T-Bull says, greetings, family. Greetings to you. How Sonnetter don't... Let me read it my version. How didn't Sonnetter remember this? He clearly said you won multiple times. Let me tell you, I'll just tell you that I am the ghost here. I am the ghost here. I am a dream. I live in a people's dream world. That means that I exist at certain times, and when it's not convenient, I do not exist. Just like a genie or something from a cartoon, they don't really want me fully integrated into their world because it will shatter their world. If everybody remembers everything, it will shatter their world. Shout out to Jamio X. I don't know if Jabari works some magic on Sonnetter. I don't know. We'll see. I have a response to the whole situation, which I will display soon. I don't know if Jabari made Sonnetter forget. I don't know if it was convenient to forget. I'm not sure. Whatever it may be, I was not meant to be the popular one. Not at all. All right, shout out to Jamio X who says, Hotep Sunut Unk Uja Seneb King Lem Ual Production says, many blessings everyone. RPM. What up, RPM? Shout out RPM. We got Stephen E. Hotep Maat family gonna be a Nefer class today. Henu Saba Tehuti. That kind of talk reminds me of my good brother Jay Kirkland. Is he in the room? I don't know because I can't see everybody. Shout out to everybody in the room. Sullen Rock, another brother I haven't seen in a long time. Only a little while. Sullen Rock, shout out to you. Sullen Rock Rashu. Shout out to you. Here's a new name I haven't seen before. Shout out to Jessica Law. Jessica Law. Peace to Jessica Allah. It is a very, very unique name. I like Jessica. I never heard that name before. Jessica Allah. Shout out to you. Peace to everyone in the room. It's gonna be a great show today. Great pod class today. Let me go ahead and get. Oh, Ramos is here. T Allah Hasi. Wait, hold on. T Allah I see Florida in the building. Must be Tallahassee. T Allah I see. Everybody's creative with the wordplay. All right. Shout out to Ra Moses. Shout out to you, good brother. Peace to you. Peace to you. Menku Ara Murray Maat. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. This is great. We got everybody here. Everybody here. We got here's a great. This is a nice name. I like this. I haven't seen this. Oh, Boss Nation. Oh, Boss Nation. Boss Nation does not play around. I watch Boss Nation in the chat over there on the other channels. I think it's a he. He is not he's not having anything. He's not having any type of nonsense. He calls everything out. If this is the same brother I see. I had to tell my God, he says, no, that's the brother. He comes to the podcast. He's cool. He's just not letting anybody get away with things over on this other channel because they're talking nonsense. Shout out to Boss Nation who says they think what they say over there stands for everyone. They think Boss Nation says they think what they say over there stands over everyone. I like this name right here. Shout out Boss Nation. Shout out Boss Nation. I like this name right here. Abdul Noor. You are definitely a serious problem to all people who think they know Kemetic knowledge and legacy. They are afraid becoming a student of yours. We'll be talking about the laws of Ma'at today and be discussing that exact same thing. Shout out to Abdul Noor. I like that name. And servant of light. I like that name. I'm also a servant of light as well. Shout out to the servant of light, Abdul Noor. And I do agree, absolutely. Actually, none of them and nobody actually believes in the Kemetic writings. That's the issue. I'm the last one standing that actually is standing for what the ancient people wrote themselves. I'm the last one standing, representing that. Okay, everybody, let's get started with the Tehuti Pod class. Shout out to the new people that I see in the room, and let's get started, everybody. We're going to start with the awesome, beautiful affirmation. I'm going to turn the music down a little bit. We're going to start with the awesome, beautiful affirmation. Daniel Setmer says, stay tuned for mind-blowing answers again and again. Angela Gates says, hit the like button. Absolutely, hit the like button, hit the like button. Here we go, everybody. We're going to start with the beautiful affirmation, because over here we do have a way of life. We do have a disciplined path, which we will be discussing today, actually. Let me see if I can fix that. There we go, nice and bright. All right, here we go. All right, everybody. We're going to start with the affirmation, and that's going to start on the count of 3. New people in the room, if you have a question about it, you can send the question in. I'll tell you how to send in questions. We'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki Maat, Un and S, Nin Tet Aset and Maat, Mean have a pet and Maat, Her and Hu Kiui, Per Ikut, which is I live from Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Wonderful, everybody. Let us start this beautiful pod class. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I've been a teacher for several decades. I was new on the YouTube scene, but prior to YouTube, you saw me teaching as a much younger man. I've been teaching ever since 1993, classes anywhere from 40 to 1,000 people all over America and Canada. I've been teaching people how to break out of the matrix ever since 1992, 1993. I've been teaching for a while. I used to teach publicly for a long period of time until I went silent. I consider myself tapped into my special gift, which I want everybody to tap into their special gift. Each netter has a different headpiece or different mask, different symbolism that represents different gifts that they have in different aspects of nature they are in tune with. I was always in tune with the word vibration. Even my name as a child, as a youth, was Kalim, which was the word. Even as a younger man before that video, my name was the word. I was connected to this special gift ever since I was a young man, and I acknowledge and I tell everybody on this podcast and everybody that I teach that we are much older than our physical self. I've just tapped into my ancient self and tapped into my ancient gift, and each and every one of you have yours. Mine is the conveyance of information and the discernment of the matrix. Luckily, when I was born, my mother said she witnessed an energy come into her womb upon the labor. Actually started the labor. She saw a whirlwind or something come into her womb. That's what she told me and us when I and we were children. And so we all came from that dimension, which was a dimension beyond the physical or inside of the physical realm. And it's just up for all of us to recollect and remember, to bring our members back together. And then once you're in tune with that and in tune with Ma'at, you will channel the information and energy in the way that is fit for your particular gift and add to the nation in the way that you're supposed to add to it. I am the Saba, which is the doorway. So the way that I add is to organize people's minds in a way that discerns the matrix. I am the matrix breaker. So I used to teach for a long period of time. I found an organization that I vibrated with, and I joined that organization, and I became the top teacher in that particular organization, to the point where it actually brought me certain problems, actually. So because I became a top teacher in that organization, the actual teacher in the organization started telling people that they should teach like me. He told the whole organization that if they want to learn how to teach, learn from that brother Amenhotep Ra. He will teach you how to teach. Simultaneously, as that was going on, I was doing podcast style teaching back then. That was in 1998. And podcast style teaching is taking multifarious sources from not just one revenue or not just one channel, but taking multifarious sources from science, from agriculture, from symbolism, from ancient manuscripts, from archaeology, anthropology, biology, mathematics, scientific writings, and piecing them together and bringing forth the truth. And I used to teach that way until, unfortunately, the teachers of that organization decided that the books that I was reading was not coming from the one source organization, and it wasn't, and it never will be. And so they came to my dwelling place where I lived with torches, like the good old days, like the good bad days, like the bad old days, like the days when people used to torch witches. They came with actual real torches. It was very nostalgic of a movie. They came with actual torches. I'm wondering, where do you get a torch in the 1990s? That was very strange. It was on fire and everything, and they came with torches telling me that I must burn all of my books that are not written by a particular one master teacher. And I said, I can't do that. This is what makes me a special teacher, is that I don't come from one particular source of knowledge. And so they said, if you don't burn all your books and all your material, then we have to remove you. And so what they did is they removed me. How did they remove me, ladies and gentlemen? So I have DVDs and cassette tapes. Remember cassette tapes? That's why everybody says tape to this day. Let's go back to the tape when there's no tape today. Cassette tape. So I have cassette tapes and DVDs circling all around the world with me and particular teachers on it. And there's a cover on the DVD that has my body on it, and they photoshopped another teacher's head on it that some of you here may have been learning from, thinking that the teacher is actually the one that you see on the DVD that's circulating, when in actuality what they did is when they brought the torches and removed me from teaching status, because they said I was teaching from multifarious books, one particular book called The Matrix, the real Matrix book. They not only removed me from teaching with them, but they actually took, kind of like what they did to my namesake, Amenhotep, Akhenaten. They actually erased my head from the DVDs and re-put out images of the new teacher's face on top of my body. That's why when you see those DVDs, the body and the face of the teacher that you may be learning from don't seem to match. And look closely, you'll notice that there's an extra slim body, because I used to be so skinny they call me coat hanger. So there's an extra skinny body, but there's a bigger head, and that's because that's photoshopped. And they started circulating that. So what happened in Earth's history? When they circulated that, that particular teacher became known for what I was teaching. That particular teacher, his head is over my tape. And so people think that it's actually him teaching. But if you listen to the voice closely, and I'm not going to say, I'll say to certain people, but if you listen to the voice closely, it's actually, it's this voice. It's just a little, maybe a little younger, but it's my voice. And it's me, but it's him photoshopped. So they did all they could to remove me, like they did my ancestor that I'm named after, Akhenaten. And I said, okay, I don't know what this is. I don't know why people want, and that was the very first time, as you see what's happening today with people trying to remove my wins and remove me from history, and they forget that I exist, and I've never debated you. I called the debate. I debated you. Nobody remembers me, because that's been going on since the early 90s, where people have been trying to erase my existence. So I'm used to it. So everybody's texting me, telling me what's going on now. I say, wonderful. That's my namesake. They're supposed to do that. That's exactly what they're supposed to do. So they erased me from existence, erased my head off of the body of my classes, put somebody else's face there, left my voice on the tapes. So it's me teaching, but it's somebody else getting the credit for it. from 1998 all the way till now. So you can start to see why certain people may want me invisible. So anyways, the master teacher came and he told the audience, he said, a student will raise to a point where he raises above his teacher. And back then I had the snake style that I use today in my debates. And the teacher at that time said, Amenhotep, ask me a question as you do these people. Ask the question that you ask me, that type of question. And I started asking him my snake style question. As I asked him the question, he put his hands up like this, his other hand up like that, and he put his head to the side and he said, I am crucified. He said, see what happens when a teacher raises to the point where he's bypassed what his teacher could teach. When a student raises to the point where he bypassed what his teacher could teach. And he says, those kind of questions, those crucify me, they're trapped. And that was the public announcement of the snake style. That was in 1999, I believe. That was the public announcement of the snake style, where it was used on the actual master teacher at the time. So with all this going on, with the teacher saying, everybody teach like me, with me trapping him, with me going to his classes and him asking me, hey, what was that you were teaching about a particular plan? He started asking me questions in his master classes. I'm going to use that. And anyways, it developed to the point where it was unsafe, of course, for me to be in that type of environment where it looked like me and the teacher were starting to balance out. And he's asking me questions and he's saying I'm trapping him. And he said a student bypasses the teacher. He started using me as all these examples. And I realized that I'm just a traveler here. I'm just a Saba here. I just travel in these organizations and I go into these leagues and I go into these groups and I just rise to the top and bypass them because I'm not meant for any of them. I was not meant for any of them. I'm meant for what you see behind me. That's who I'm meant for. So at any rate, what happened was I left. He told me it was not safe for me, so I left. I left and I took all my knowledge strategy and I started studying bodybuilding and fitness and business and things like that. And I started studying that, and then I went into different chat rooms as an advisor, just like I'm a Saba here. I was a very popular fitness advisor back then, and even today. Some of the people that you see on television, some of your popular people that you see on those reality TV shows that run the reality TV show and they take their shirt off and they're in shape, it's because I'm their trainer. But they say shh because I keep Tehuti silent, but I'm the trainer of some of those, the famous, I can't even say, but the famous reality show where people have to do survival techniques and tactics and things like that. But when you see that brother there, yes, so I'm kept a secret. So at any rate, I started learning and I started developing an audience listening to me teaching, just like you all listen to me now, but it was about fitness. And I did that and eventually developed an idea that people buy bodybuilding supplements and people buy health and products. So I started pushing out a list of products that I did not have. And because I pushed out the list of products, because everybody had faith in me, just like if I told everybody now, prepay now for a book that I'm going to put out next week. 40 people would send me the money for the book because you have faith in me. Well, I did that with the bodybuilding supplements. I said, I have all these products, this list here. I had absolutely nothing. This is how Tehuti evolved. I had absolutely nothing. So what I did is I scoped out who's the wisest, who has the best business going on here, who has the best connections. And I found that person, started talking to him, online typing. And he said to me, you give a good vibration through the computer. But he was a secret person. He said, come meet me at the docks in New York. I think it was in Staten Island. Summer was all foggy. He said, come meet me at the docks. I met him at the docks. He let me know his profession. He said, I don't just do this bodybuilding and provide these supplements and do all of this. He said, my name is Hitter. And I'm named that for a particular reason. And yes, he looked like Steven Seagal. And yes, he let me know the weaponry that was on him and why his name was Hitter. So anyways, I had the conversation with this individual. And this person told me, I will reveal all the secrets to you because I like you. I like you. I can't even do the Italian accent he did. I like you. I like you. And he said, I will give you everything, all the things that I know, and connect you to all my people. But if you reveal this information, he said, he pointed to the spot over there in the docks with the water. He said, that's where we will put the buckets under your feet, and you will walk in the bucket, and we'll put cement in the bucket, and you will swim in there with the fishes, however they talk. I swim with the fishes. And I was like, I don't want to swim with the fishes. This is how Tehuti was born. I wasn't born on the internet. I said, I don't want to swim with the fishes. So he gave me all the secrets. I didn't reveal anything. I took them, made a wonderful business, and took it back to that organization and started taking people off the streets. And I did real estate as well. Combined the two, took people off of homelessness, they were called the Nuwabi, and I found them living in cars. I found them living on the streets. I found them living in abandoned buildings. I took them out of there, and I provided a business for them, taught them about LLCs, taught them about trust, LLCs, taught them about opening up trust companies where you can put a company behind another company, all type of different intricate business ideas. And I taught them, made them a lot of money until eventually they did something shiesty and ended up losing tens of thousands of dollars. Took a big plummet. That is when I decided to remain by myself and only be with my animals. Right, Asar? I decided that it was only safe for me to be around my animals. I was around animals since I was 7 years old, and these are who I live with, my animals, because I did not trust people. So I went into a state of silence, away from everyone, because I couldn't trust anyone. I just wanted to be by myself and with my inner family, and that was it. This is Asar in Tef. Say what's up, Asar in Tef. And this is Charlotte on the hat. Who, by the way, Unc West said on the last Sonetter that my snakes are dead. They are actually dead snakes that I bring on the show. I must pre-kill them. And I bring them on the show and I set them on top of my Unc, and they're actually dead. Because when you do an exorcism on people live, they will say extremely strange things, because if you watch the movie The Exorcist, you will hear the being that's being exorcised say extremely strange things. So when I come into the building, they will say, the snake is dead. I don't like you with your dead snakes, he said. My snake is dead. When did you die? So I stayed silent, and I just wanted to set up for my family. Eventually I moved to California, and I went to the beaches to make a living on the beaches. I refused to work for the Matrix. I refused to work a job. I was in Canada performing illusion, magic, hypnosis on the streets in -8 degrees. I don't know if anybody here knows what -8 degrees is, but I was in -8 degrees performing. The last show I did was in a thing called Louis Blanche, and I was performing out there, and earlier selling books on the streets. So I came to California because the weather was mild throughout the whole year. And I knew absolutely nobody, not a soul, not a person, no job, no paperwork, no nothing. And I came to California. I went to the nearest kitchen shop and I bought a pack of forks. I went to the Jewish area and I brought a red cloth. I took my pack of forks and my red cloth and I went to the beach. I threw them down on the ground and I found myself surrounded by people. And I just started performing and people just started throwing money at me. And I said, this is what I shall do here. I'll continue to do this. And then I brought my serpents to the beaches. Right, Asar? And I brought my frogs and I had my animals on the beaches performing magic. The animals were doing it and I was talking. And that's when I met a young brother that's in the room called Ahati, Maat, who's in the room right now, who saw me doing all of this. And he saw me with the Ankh. I used to wear an Ankh almost this size. He saw me with the Ankh teaching. He was a Hebrew Israelite, disgruntled at the Hebrew Israelites. And he started asking me questions. I started teaching him, and teaching him came day after day after day after day. Started teaching him. Until I said, I trust you. Come up to my home. He was carrying my bags, pushing my suitcase, helping me carry heavy objects, doing all these things. Said he would protect me. And then I invited him to my home and started teaching him with my inner goddesses and family, just private, because I was only into my animals. I was not my dead snakes. Well, I guess his name is Asar, so maybe are we in the afterlife? I don't know, but so one day while I was teaching online in a place called Pal Talk, but I wouldn't show my face. And then one day Ahati said, man, I was online. I'm online. I'm seeing all these teachers. I'm not going to go ahead and name them here because I'm not into that. He said, I've seen all these teachers and none of them are teaching how you are teaching. You teach precise. You teach precise. You teach. It's not just the teaching. It's the gut feeling that you get when you're being taught that your world does not exist. That the world that you think is real is not just a teacher. It's a feeling that Neo got when he vomited, had his exorcism, when Neo vomited in the Matrix movie, because Morpheus opened his eyes to see the reality. That is what I'm here to do. So he said, come online. I said, well, I will come online and talk to people if you can find a program where there's little squares. I didn't know about StreamYard. He said, well, there's little squares and I'll talk to people. And so he came to me one day and he said, hey, I found some Hebrews and I told them about you. They're called the Alliance then, and they want to interview you because they're interested in Kemet. And I said, oh, they're interested in Kemet? Wonderful. Why are they still Hebrews? I said, I'll go do an interview. So I went and did an interview over there, and there was the person that you saw me on Sonata with last time named Judah Nazareth. He was there. He was the champion at the time, and I was talking just like this. And he was liking it. He was shaking his head. He was like, this is the kind of Kemetic teacher I like. I like this guy. And then he challenged me to a debate. And he said, challenge me to a debate. And I said, sure, I do debates on the streets. I had no knowledge, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm not a debater. I had no knowledge of StreamYard debates and showing screen shares, and I do. That's my teaching style. So when I found out that you can debate and actually have a time where nobody cuts you off, I said to myself, oh, I can just teach for 15 minutes, and then it's your turn to babble the Bible? Sure, I will do that. Absolutely. What's the topic? They made the topic. The Bible, was it the Torah versus Maat? What's better for our people? And I looked around. I said, but this is a Hebrew. Everybody's Hebrew here. And they said, no, we'll have fair judges. So the fair judges were they picked 4 Bible believers and 1 person that believed in Kemet, and those are the judges. 5 judging system. It was the Bible beliefs versus Maat. And it was 4 Bible believers were the judges. At the end of the debate, I won so badly that the person retired and actually left the league, removed themselves from the league. And the owner of the league actually made chat rooms about that person. And the chat rooms had homosexual names, homosexual images directed at the person because the owner of the league was so disgusted that they left. And all this nonsense that I'm not used to. Anyways, I went on to debates. They brought me all these so-called big names. I said, I don't know these names. They brought me, I don't know these names. I don't know. They said, we can bring you Zion Lex. I don't even know who that is. We can bring you to Sonetter. I said, oh, I remember Sonetter. I used to live in Brooklyn. Sonetter is the brother. He had on the big boots and he wore combat clothes and he'd have the megaphone and he'd screaming at the Hebrew, screaming at the Christian like a Khalid Muhammad brother. I said, I know Sonetter. He said, we'll get you on Sonetter to debate Zion Lex and Jabari. And I said, I don't even know what any of that means, so no problem. So I ended up debating all these guys, the Commissions, the Ankh West, ended up winning, remained as a champion until the league actually started turning on me. The owners, the female part owner of the league started putting out Facebook posts about the negativity of spiders and the evils of snakes and the negativities of spiders. And I was like, I didn't know Hebrew Israelites talked about spiders. I don't remember Hebrew Israelites being against spiders. But that has nothing to do with me wearing a spider, does it? So anyways, I saw that was a bunch of nonsense. So I told the owner, I said, I'll have to leave unless you let me debate that lady. The lady that's putting out all those posts, I want to debate her. He wouldn't let me, so I said, I have to go, leave out of this. This is getting too crazy now. So anyways, I left there. But prior to me leaving there, Son Eder wanted to interview me. He saw me as the Lions Den champion, wanted to interview me. I did an interview, and popping up in the interview comes a brother named Jabari to question me. And he said in the interview he wants to have a conversation. I said, okay, let's talk. So we're talking in my interview. We're having the conversation there in the interview. So Son Eder said, this would be a good challenge. This would be a good thing to do. Let's set it up for 3 hours from now. Come back and you get to go up against the Floyd Mayweather. I'm like, I don't even know what Floyd Mayweather is because I'm into jiu-jitsu. So at any rate, me and Jabari have our debate, and same outcome. It's the same outcome. It's just the audience gets to choose. They all choose me. Son Eder announces me the winner, as you saw. And I go through Jabari. Son Eder calls me the next day. He said, yo, all the big guys said you won. He said, Shaka Akmo said you won. He said, Tazariak said you won. He named all these. He said, these are the big guys. I don't know who any of these people are. He said, so because of that, you get to pick anybody you want. Who do you want to debate? And I said, I don't really want to debate. I don't really want to debate anybody, but I'll talk to a Hebrew, because I called it talking, discussion. Because a debate is a discussion, ladies and gentlemen. You can't have a debate unless you're talking. And this is a telepathic. So I said, I'll have a discussion with Zion Lex. Okay, we'll set it up. He's the top Hebrew guy. I said, okay. So they set that up. And according to the audience, again, I won the debate. So on and so forth. And then anyways, I went on to Kill the Priest. And this is the beginning of the Tehuti pod class, which is going to begin what we're going to do right now. So I go to the Kill the Priest show. Kill the Priest says he saw me as an angel walking in. He said, yo, you're like an angel walking in. Whoa, you're the best. He came in. He gave me the show to do. He trusted me. The next day, the next show, I did the show. After knowing Killer Priest for one show, he said, you do the show. I have to go somewhere, and you interview Mighty Hebrew, and you're the host, and he can be the guest host, or however that works, however it works in ranking. He can be the guest. You're the host. Not even the guys that were there. So he made me the host for that day. I interviewed Mighty Hebrew. It went very, very well. I even did magic. Let me say it again. I did magic in front of everybody. We're a quarter bent in Mighty Hebrew's hand, visually in front of the camera, and it was moving, bending. And Mighty Hebrew was screaming. But there's no videos made about that. There's only videos made about Tehuti saw Malachi shapeshift. What about the videos that see where the people saw me doing magic? Or the videos of Chris Angel? But at any rate, at any time. So the podcraft was going so good that the engineer AD took his wallet and turned it upside down in my hand. He said, you need money you need to get paid to come here. I'm going to talk to Kill the Priest about paying you. As a matter of fact, I haven't talked to Kill the Priest yet. I'm going to give you money. This is the engineer now, not the payer, not the owner, the engineer, the studio guy. He said, I'm going to pay you from my pocket because what you're doing here is special. We've never seen anything like this. And he took money out of his wallet and paid me for the very first time on the Kill the Priest show that I know of that anybody got paid to be on the show by the engineer. So anyways, that went on. It was a beautiful thing. And then the next show, the brother Rasul on the show challenged me to another debate. I'm just coming there for interviews and to teach, and they're challenging me to debates. So I have a debate with him. Ended up, according to the audience, beating him. Not a problem. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whatsoever. All that matters is that the truth gets out. So at any rate, what happens is a lot of my old students from 1992, 1996 started seeing me on the Kill the Priest show, and I was getting new students from the Kill the Priest show. So we were having one-on-ones, and this begins the official online Tehuti pod class, because the Tehuti pod class existed back in 1998, 1996, and 1998, where I would stand up in front of 40 to 1,000 people. They would just ask me questions from anywhere in the world, Barbados, Jamaica, come live. And there was no internet, no YouTube, no Wikipedia, no looking up anything. And I had to stand up in front of 40 to 1,000 people and answer questions before the teacher came. And so that's where the Tehuti Pod class actually started. And now this is it online. So I announced on the Killer Pre-Show, hey, everybody, these one-on-ones, I can't do them anymore. I know you all are paying me $200 for a one-on-one. I had a sister named Nana, not this Nana, but Nana, pay me $200. People were paying me $50, $120, $150 for a 2-hour one-on-one, but it was taking up too much of my time because there was like 20 people wanted one-on-ones. And I said, here's what we're going to do. Let me announce this. And so I said on Killer Pre-Show, I'm going to have the Tehuti Pod class. I said, what do you call this? Because I'm not familiar with the internet world. It's called a podcast. I said, well, I'm going to turn the word cast into class because I'm a teacher. So we're going to call this the Pod class. Let's do that. So this is the Tehuti Pod class. And everybody is going to get to come to the Tehuti Pod class for free. But in order for me to speak, I did the hardest thing ever, I believe invented for a teacher of They Say of Kemet on YouTube or even anywhere. You all can come for free. But in order for me to speak and teach, you all send in questions and there's no super chat. So I'm going to invent something brand new, and it's Cash App PayPal questions. Like when you see those break dancers on the street and they're stiff like this, and then you give them like $5 and they start dancing and moving and the crowd comes and each person sees they give another 5 and a 20 and a 5 and they start tipping them. That's the Tehuti Pod class, which means that I don't know what's going to be asked. You all ask questions. The only time I know is when it's a week behind. Like somebody asked me a question last week, so I got to answer this week. You all can ask me anything that you want, and I will actually answer your question. And 98% of the times, it will be a book written for you. That means you will see neon writing, pictures, graphs, videos, like as if I wrote a book for you because I did. So the way that it works here, the Tehuti Pod class, let me show you how this works. This is the toughest environment that I've ever seen created, which is this is an example. So you send in a Cash App, and the Cash App at the bottom, you get to ask a question. Send in a question, and the question here goes Robert E., who says his family says to him, if there's no Jesus, there's no family. Can I break it down? That class was absolutely amazing because I take simple questions like this and I turn them into a movie. That was $20 from Robert E. Williams. And then we have the beautiful Owen Hythe, who said, are Anunnaki black? 4372. This has never been seen on YouTube before. Never. I have created and invented this consciousness on YouTube, where others have to beg and send me a Cash App for the. No, I speak when the questions are sent. And because my answers, according to the audience, are so excellent, these are the type of donations that get sent in. $43, $32 again from Owen Hythe. Who's this one from? Higa Kepara. Oh, Genetic Memories. That was an awesome one. Higa Kepara, if he's in the room, he remembers that. Genetic Memories. So you can type in the Cash App and send in questions. What is the Cash App? Let me go and put it at the bottom. It's PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App TT Amun. Please support with questions or just support. Okay. So that is how you. Now, what if you don't have Cash App? What if you just have PayPal? Not a problem. Here is Rigo, who I hope is in the room now. Look at the variety of questions that can be asked here, where you get laughed out at anywhere else. Tehuti, and to the pod class, could you get into ITI, interdimensional entities? They're terrestrial interdimensional entities. Can you explain them? And that was a great pod class. So that is, and I found with PayPal you can actually type even more, such as Beged Leisure, $50. Beged Leisure, this is the brother here. He sent in a great $50 donation. He wanted to contact his ancestors. He wanted to have out-of-body experiences. And I told him to set up a one-on-one because every once in a while, I will set up a one-on-one. So he set up a one-on-one with me. I taught him how to have an out-of-body experience. And then afterwards, unfortunately, Renanet's R.I.P. Renanet in peace to his mother. His mother dies in his arms, ladies and gentlemen. The good brother, blessings and peace be unto him. The good brother's mother dies in his arms. He's texting me, and his mother is passed away. He says that's his only friend. That's the only person that's close to him. That is his life right there. Tehuti, I need another one-on-one. I need to contact her. I know she's on the other side. I need to make a doorway, a Saba, for her to get back to this side to contact me again. This is a brother who knows me by watching the Jabari Tehuti debate, who was surrounded by those atheists. And he says, I want a one-on-one. We have one-on-one sessions. I give him the frequencies, the tones, what to do. And after a while, after practicing, finally, he comes on the Tehuti podcast and makes a testimony that he was able to have his mother come back into the room with him at night, interact with him, speak with him, sit on the bed, interact with him fully after coming to the Tehuti podcast and getting the one-on-one with me, teaching how to do that. That is what I'm about. That is what people call spookism. That is what people call pseudo, and I'm all for it. I am pseudo Superman. As long as you can contact your ancestors, as long as I believe that me and others existed before we got here on this physical plane, and so did you, and so does your mother, and when they pass, they're still around, and you can contact them, and that is our ancestral way, and it's been our ancestral way before the European invented the word atheistic, agnostic, and the atheistic, and the agnostic, and all these Greek words. No, there was no atheistic and the agnostic Zulus. No, there wasn't. So I teach what my ancestors taught, and I represent them, and that's why I always have him behind me, because him is me. So that is the Tehuti pod class, and you support the pod class by sending in support again, and I'm about to show the support and start this class, because this is going to be an excellent one. This is going to be an excellent one. So it's Cash App TT Amun, and the PayPal is PayPal at Rocky SV. That will be always at the bottom of the screen right there. So anybody can find out how do you support by typing in a question or sending support. It's Cash App, TT Amun, PayPal, Rocky SV. Are you ready, Osiris? Asar, Intertef. No, you look like Osiris. Osiris is in the other tank. You're Asar Intertef. Oh my goodness. How tall are you now? How long are you? I think he's 8 feet. Are you going on 9 feet or 8? I think he's 8 feet. Oh man. You behave so well for a dead snake. Oh my goodness. So well. Get yourself a dead snake. You'll find they're the best pets. Ask Unc West where to get them, because he knows where to purchase dead snakes and keep them preserved for every pod class. They never rot. All right, everybody, let's get started. We're about to get started into the Tehuti pod class. Here we go, everyone. Peace, everyone. I see Conscious Conqueror is here. What up, boy? Hey, son, this what you're gonna allow in here, boy? Hey, son, this the type of foolishness you're gonna allow here? The same people beat Jabari, boy? Peace to everyone. Who else is here? Hybrid Cypher. Peace to Hybrid Cypher. Peace to Hybrid Cypher. Who else is here? Hybrid Cypher says, that's amazing. My family has an ancestral altar from Japan that we always give a simple sample. Like, always give a sample of each meal to. Wonderful. We got Chris Harris here. Chris Harris. Oh, Chris Harris. Peace, Chris Harris. Peace, Chris Harris, who's giving fire, fire, fire. Shout out to Chris Harris, who gives these symbols. But on my side, I can't see what they are. It just says trophy, yellow, smiling trophy. I got to decipher the matrix. Shout out to Amma Kim. Shout out to everybody that is in the pod class. Let's get started with the Tehuti pod class. Now, everybody, you may see, this is going to be a good one. You're going to like this Chris Harris and all the other people. Stick around. You're going to like this Asiatic Soda, Yeet Yeet, Amma Kim, RPM. Those are just the names I see in front of me. You all are going to like this. And I do have a response to the Jabari situation. I do have a response to that, which I will play. I will show shortly. But anyways, let's get into it, everybody. First of all, let me tell you all, that this is a drama-free room. This class is based on knowledge. There's no talking negatively, name-calling people here. There's no screaming. My voice will hardly raise from this tone that you're hearing right now. There's no disrespect, absolutely none happening, and thus there's none tolerated here in the Tehuti Pod class, because unlike all the other channels that are just argue, and argue again, and let's argue again, and what about that argument? Let's fight again. I disagree with you, and you disagree with me. Outside of that, this pod class is about teaching. There are people that you may know as moderators. Over here, they're called Maatorators, named so by the good brother Stranger. This video should be playing, but I think I gotta get rid of some things on my computer. It's just moving a little bit. But the moderators that you see in the room here are Nani Aset Mur, the beautiful, Anki M. Maat, which is the beginning of the affirmation, an affirmation that I invented years ago that is now circulating throughout the internet, and he's even made the news. Anki M. Maat, Ahati Maat, and he's the protector and the scribe, the technician, the funky technician. Lord Finesse, if anybody knows who that is, probably not. But anyways, those are the moderators. They keep things smooth and nice in here. That's because things stay smooth and nice in here. I do not draw that type of energy. When I come in, people act crazy around me. They act crazy around me. I came in the room a couple days ago, and the brother Ankh West said my snake was dead, and he said, Tehuti teaches that ghosts build the pyramids. I was like, huh? Who built the pyramids? Our ancient ancestors. Oh, I'm out of here. I love doing exorcisms. Okay, everybody, let's get started with the Tehuti Pod class. Here we go, everybody. That was a great album, right? Funky Technician. Here we go, everybody. Now I'm going to go check the Gmails. I'm going to go check and see what was sent in. I'm going to go check questions from the past. Let's see who's supported, and let's see who gets the first shout outs here of the Tehuti Pod class. I'll do 2 of them and get right into there's some questions here today. Is Rigo here today? Somebody sent a question in. Is Big Vapes here? Somebody sent a question in for me to break down the movie They Live. Oh my goodness. Let's go, everybody. Here we go. So let me go check the emails and see who's here. Metanetter class. Private. Oh, that's Carolina Mencina. I'll get to your email. Carolina, I see you in here. Who is this? Let me see who this is. Oh, starting the pod class off with the lady who donated the most ever last week of $720 donation. I believe that was last week, $720 donation. She's back again in full effect, and she's kicking off the pod class, which I get to these questions in order. I won't be able to get to this one, of course, right now because I have others that were asked prior to. But let me go ahead and show this in the Tehuti Pod class. This is from the good sister Sharika. Let me go ahead and put it in the proper file here. Boom. And this is a good way to start off here. What is it now? What is it? It's May, right? May. I'm going to put this in the May section of the Tehuti Pod class. It is, 5555. Hey, everybody, remember those guys teaching about May 5th, 2000? May 5th, 2000 and the end of the road. My, yeah. Okay. Hey, what's going on here? Hold on a second. Something has flawed. Let me try to fix the problem. Don't worry, I will fix this. This is gonna be an explosive class today. I already see some of the questions that are in. You guys keep sending them in, sending the support. This is all that I do for a living. Hey, it's not showing the file. Uh-oh, everybody, hold on. Hold on, everyone. Let me do this one more time. Don't tell me my files have not disappeared. No. No matrix, no. Let me look at it's May 5th, right? Okay, here we go. Woo, got it. Okay, we'll put this as number 1. From May 5th. Here we go. One of my goddesses in the back humming the music. Okay. Let me go ahead and show this on the screen, everybody. What a good way to start off this pod class. And I actually have an announcement to make from a huge donation that was given as an extra tip on top of the answer that I gave. But let me go ahead and show this. I'm going to present this. Boom, boom, screen share, window. Shout out to, let me see if this goes on the screen. This is Sharika for the very first, the donation of this Tehuti pod class. I believe this is the first one. I got to scroll down and see if there's more, but shout out to you, beautiful sister. And this is how we do it, ladies and gentlemen. This is how we do it. I have no idea what these questions are going to be, but watch how I answer them. So this question here is, please unveil what Aset Tayet not means and NBSP from what you have taught. We have knots within our body, chakra, to protect us. What does Aset's knot protect? And does it unwind and a lot of questions. Unwind and unlock like our energy centers do. Tua. Okay, so first off for that wonderful donation, I always give people their round of applause, their hand claps. Thank you for that. Shout out to Sharika for the question. We'll put that in order. She said she cannot be at this pod class today. She actually sent 3 of these. There's 2 more after this. Shout out to Sharika. Good hand clap for you. Shout out. Beautiful sister that I know from 2 years ago asked me for a book. I got her a book. And then after that, hadn't seen her since. And then boom, all of a sudden she comes back with the biggest donation ever, $720 donation for the Tehuti pod class. Shout out to you, sister. Now I'm gonna do a donation was actually given after the pod class closed. You all remember my bricks breakdown. Let me go ahead and type this in. You all remember the one of the classes ago I did a breakdown on bricks. Remember that? Okay. So let me go ahead and show. Let me go ahead and show this. This brother was so impressed at the bricks breakdown that after the pod class was over, look what this brother donated. Let me actually fix this. Let me fix something because some people want to be anonymous or partly anonymous, and that's no problem. I'm actually going to show. I'm actually going to say the name that you all may see in the rooms. Let me go ahead and do a screen share. And so the bricks breakdown was so impressive. Where'd it go? Oh, here it is. The bricks breakdown was so impressive. I value your teaching, Saba. Bricks breakdown was another eye-opening wake-up call. Shout out to you. And I want to show you all something. I want to show you all something here. I have to split it all up. I'll show you the okay, here it is right here. I'm going to do this and show this, present, boom, boom, share screen, go to Windows, and I believe this is it. Look at this, everybody. My answer was so good that on top of the donation, this person gave another $200 after the pod class was finished. This is not the person that asked the question. The person that asked the question gave their own support and donation, and after the pod class was done, this other person was so impressed at the bricks answer that this person gave another $200 donation on top of that. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. That is amazing. Appreciate your great support. This is the kind of support that I get at the Tutti Pod class. And one of the reasons why a lot of people don't want me around because they're not getting this. Are they getting this in the other chat rooms? I don't know. They're not getting this for being asked a question. That is the vibration that Tehuti brings, that my questions get donations of $25 and up or so. And then after I answer them, people give support, just like you see the breakdancer who got the initial tip to start off the show of $5. Then as the crowd developed, even if they came at the end of the show, each other person gives a $5, even though they weren't the initial person that started off the breakdancing. And just as you give your waiter a tip for bringing the food, that is what people do to appreciate Tehuti. And the other so-called teachers out there are very upset at this because they're not getting, this is not happening. And it can't happen if you just argue and argue and argue. But when you feed people's souls, this can happen. So shout out to that person right there for that huge donation for the bricks. Okay, shout out to that. Now I want to make another announcement here. I have a couple here before I get into the question. A couple things, and one is so 2 more videos have gone up actually. Let me go ahead and just see something here. So ever since I went on Sonnetter, 3 videos actually went up about me. I just want to let you all know what they are. Hold on, Chrome tab, entire screen. Okay, here we go. So you all can know what they are. So here they are. Boom. So all these videos went up May 4th. I was on Sonnetter May 3rd. So as all of you can see, if you all can see this very closely, that's me on Sonnetter right over here. It's Jabari Ozaze speaks with young Pharaoh. Have the men never been deciphered? It was supposed to be me and Jabari. Eventually, me and Jabari talking to young Pharaoh, but Sonnetter told me to come on a little bit later, so he's not like doesn't think it's a jump. So the awesome brother Maat Forever puts out a video about your good brother Tehuti. Tehuti, do you maintain the extra pseudo statements you have made? And the so-called extra pseudo statements that I made was that I saw a teacher that I had at the time the size of a child, and he was literally looking like one of the children. He was the size of a child, and that completely amazed me, and I never seen anything like that in my life until I started getting into magic. But at that time, that was completely amazing. But those are so-called pseudo statements. Pseudo means false, which means that I guess the brother's saying that I never saw that. But anyways, so, and then the Lions then put up, look at this, Judah Nazareth versus Tehuti, the recap, 2.5 years later, maybe 3 years later, because at that time there was no COVID, I don't think. 2.5 years later, they're doing a recap of me. Over here, brother Jabari. Jabari exposes young Pharaoh MEDU not being, and then what does it say here? Oh, Unquest beats up Commission, Adept, and Tehuti. So according to this brother here, Jabari, some person named Unquest beat me up. I don't even recall me and Unquest on that show having any form of discrepancy on any kind of information. Unquest asked me one question: who do I believe built the pyramids? I said my ancestors. And then the unfortunate brother Unquest got possessed. And while he was possessed, he started saying, I don't like your hat. Your hat. Look at your stupid hat. Your hat is stupid. The hat is stupid. And the hat is stupid. And I don't like your hat. And your hat. And look at the hat. And the hat. I don't like the hat. Your snake is dead. Your snake is dead? That's right. I don't like your teachings. You teach that ghosts build the pyramids. Ghosts build the pyramids and ghosts build the pyramids. And that was him beating me up. According to this gentleman here, Garfield, according to Garfield, the way that you beat up Tehuti is you don't attack his information. You actually talk about that you don't like his hat. The only comments Unquest said to me was that I'm a pseudo. I'm the #1 pseudo. My hat is, he doesn't like my hat. My snake is dead. And I teach that ghosts built the pyramids. So according to the top scholar, peer-reviewed Garfield, according to him, that is beating up Tehuti. So you all have now found out the cheat code. And the cheat code, if you all want to know, Just a little fun. You all now know how to defeat me. How do you beat up Tehuti? Was I screen sharing? Press a 9 if I was screen sharing. Was I screen sharing all that? Was I screen sharing that? I don't know. When I came back, it was gone. Was I screen sharing, everybody? Did you all see the videos up? Was I screen sharing? Okay, good. So now you all know the code of how to beat the snake style. If you want to beat up on Tehuti, tell him that you don't like his hat. Make sure you tell him he's stupid because he has a spider on his hat. This is how you beat up Tehuti. Make sure you also inform him that his snake has also died. This is really a dead snake, and he keeps it refrigerated. And this is how you beat up Tehuti. Make sure you tell the world that Tehuti teaches that ghosts build the pyramids. We got you now, Tehuti. You taught that ghosts build the pyramids. We got you. And if you're Garfield, you see that and you say, hey, I just saw somebody beat up Tehuti. Let me make a video. We don't like his hat. So that is the secret, everybody. The cat is out the bag, and that is how you beat up Tehuti and get rid of Tehuti, by talking about his hat. But they have absolutely no video about anybody else wearing this hat. So it's not the hat that they're against, is Tehuti, because thousands upon thousands of people wear this hat from the 1700s up until magicians today, up until men used to dress with this type of hat when they wore their business suits, up into people who study Voodoo, and you know the Voodoo man I'm speaking of, up into Baran, and you've seen this hat worn by millions of people across the world. But there's no Unc West video about him being against this hat. But when Tehuti puts on the hat, I don't like the hat. There's a stupid hat. So where are your comments about all the other millions of people wearing the same hat? Or is it the Kemetic symbols that you don't like? Because David Blaine wears this hat. Thousands of people in the 1800s and 1700s wears this hat. Hundreds of people that are into voodoo wear this hat. There's thousands of Facebook memes with Baran and the voodoo man with the same hat on. Erykah Badu wears this hat. But nobody's against this hat until Tehuti wears it. No, it's a bad hat. But I have no proof that I dislike this hat until Tehuti wears it. That's right. That's right. So you found out now that's how you debate Tehuti, and that's how you attack Tehuti when you have absolutely nothing to say about his information. You have to attack his hat, and you have to say the snake is dead. So shout out to all you. And there's 2 more videos that came out after that, because now they're doing a recap of Jabari versus Tehuti on Garfield. And there's another video made by Maat Forever. And that's how you beat Tehuti. So you all now know how to destroy my win streak. Anyways, everybody, let's all get back to the class. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. You've all found out the secrets. Shout out to Unc West. Shout out to Commission. Shout out to Jabari. Shout out to Garfield. Shout out to all the brothers. And I hope that the negative energy of Isfet leaves from out of you, and you come out over to Maat in a peaceful fashion and become a student of either one of the Tehutis, either the one behind me, or someone who actually teaches peace and a way of life. With that understood, now we're going to get into the first question of the Tehuti Pod class. If you all can hear me, press A1. Hey, I am Honey Jar is back, the master healer. Hey, I am Honey Jar. How are you? How are you? Okay, everybody, we're about to get into the first question of the Tehuti Pod class. Are you ready? Here it is, everybody. Let's check it out. Hello. We got the fake ice cream man in the background selling, I don't know what he's selling, but he's selling something, and there's never any children around. Okay, here we go, everybody. Let me look up the first question in the Tehuti Pod class. Okay, Asar. And let me see if let me see what the first question actually is. What is it? What is it here? From May 1st. Who's this? From May 5th. Oh, that's Sharika. Okay. Shout out to Atum who sent me, I don't know if it was a question, but shout out to him. He sent me something throughout the week as well. Oh, is the brother is what's the brother's name here? Let me pull it up. The brother asked a question here. His name is this is a great way to start the pod class. Primordial Thought 9. Are you in the room? Primordial Thought 9. Are you in the room? Primordial Thought 9. I'm going to give him a minute or so. I love to answer questions when the people are actually in the room. Let me go ahead and put his question up on the board for everybody to see. This is a great, beautiful question that many people here are going to benefit from. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. And let's get into the first question of the Tehuti pod class. I'm going to wait a minute just for this ice cream truck noise to vamoose or drive further away. It is parked on my couch. It must be on my couch. I can hear it like he's giving me ice cream on my couch right now. So let me go ahead and show the question though on the screen. And here it is, everybody. Here's the question. Can you all see that? It is from Primordial 9. $30 from Primordial 9 for Teachings of Maat Principles Applied to Life. What principles of Maat can be applied to life? Shout out to you. I'm actually going to definitely give you multiple hand claps. I'm going to give him a minute to come to the screen. And I'm actually going to put Asar away. Asar Artev, I'm going to put him away so that I can have free hands. Shout out to the good brother. Let me go ahead and... I don't know why that's him. Where is he? Where is he? There's a brother right there, Primordial Thought. Thank you, good brother. $30 for Teachings of Ma'at, Principles Applied to Life. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay. Thank you, my good brother. Thank you for that awesome support. You are wonderful. Appreciate you. Oh, and he is here. He is here. Primordial Thought. How are you, my good brother? Let me ask you a quick question, Primordial Thought.
What's up? All you lovely people.
All you lovely people?
Please subscribe and follow me on all social media.
Subscribe. Okay, Primordial Thought, do you have a way to come up to the screen for just a moment? Just a moment. Do you have any way, if I put the link in the room, can you come to the screen for just a moment? Because this question is actually extremely important, and it's very important for everybody in the room to know. And I want you just to come to the front if you can and just say what sparked you to ask this. That's all. And you can come up for just a second if you wish. I'm going to put the link in the room and just tell everybody what sparked you to ask that particular question, because that question is very, very important to me. And I got to step away for just a minute while you do that. If you can just come, there's the link, and you can just tell the whole room what made you ask about the applications of the principles of Ma'at. That is beautiful. There is the link in the room. Come and ask. I'll let you in the room while I put big man. Oh my goodness. Do you ever end? Big man. Asar or Tef, man. Oh, as I put him away, I will let you come up to the screen, ask the question, and then I'll come back and I will gladly answer it. And then after that, when I come back, we're gonna get into the Jabari. I know a lot of people here wondering, when is Tehuti gonna respond to this Jabari debacle? When is he gonna respond? And I'm going to respond. After I answer this question, I will respond. I will respond with no words. I will not say a word. But you will get the clearest response you've ever seen or heard on the Jabari versus Tehuti debate while I become silent. All right. So there's the link in the room. I believe I sent it in. Did I? Did I send the link in the room? I believe I did. So go ahead and come in. I'm going to put Asar or Tef away. And go ahead and tell the people, and then we're going to get into this beautiful answer. I see a question in here it's for Big Vapes and Rego. I gave extra gifts on something going to be broken down for the first time ever, I believe, in history. It's coming today. I see all of your questions, going to be great. So go ahead and come in. Brother Primordial, he says send the link. Saba, I did. The link is on the screen, in the room. Do you see it? Come on in. Okay, everybody. Yes, it's just above. That's right, Hybrid. Come on in. Okay, Scribe also. Scribe, if you see the link, can you come in for a moment, please? I need you to come in so that if I step away, you can let him in. So Scribe, if you're listening to this right now, come in the room because I have to step away. I got to put him away and come back to the screen so I can have free hands. Free hands. I'm going to put you over there. Look at your mate over there dancing. You want to come out too? Huh? Bastet Sekhmet wants to come out too. No, you come out next week. Okay. Does Scribe see the link? And does the good brother Primordial see the link? I got to put this guy away. Okay, everybody? Is Scribe even in the room? I don't know. Okay, so I'm going to go put this guy away. I don't know if anybody can see or hear me. Whew. We have a new person in the room. I've never seen this name before. This is Chris Connors. Tehuti is the only man who has defeated Jabari in a debate, and Jabari knows that. Yeah, thank you, brother Chris Connors. You're gonna like the response too. Stick around, everybody. I have a response that you will see. Okay, so Scribe, Scribe, come in the room. I got to put the big man away, and then I'm going to get into the beauty of the laws of Maat and some deeper hidden things that can be applied in your subconscious very easily that will change your whole family structure situation. You can ask people in here whose family structures I've changed upon one meeting, upon one conversation. I'm here to change family structures for the benefit, for the betterment of their community, so they can be beneficial to the larger community. It says browser blocking. You can't. Oh, yeah, you must be on. You have to be on Google Chrome. The Google Chrome is the only way you can come into StreamYard. Okay. And Conscious Conqueror says, Saba, Tehuti, Garfield had another live on YouTube. And Jabari today actually just finished about 30 minutes ago. All right. Thank you, Conscious Conqueror, for that updated information. Wonderful. All right. Come on in, Scribe, so I can set back up. Why are you hissing? You're talking. That's how you talk. You talk by talking to the camera. Say it. Say it again. Say it again. Say it again. There you are. If you can hear him, he's talking to you. He talks with the nachas, the chas, hiss, where you get nachasi from the ches. Say it again. All right. Okay, everybody. Come on in, Scribe. There he is. Now I can step away for just a moment. Okay, Scribe, take it. Look at his background. Every time Scribe. So I don't know if Scribe. I don't know, Scribe. I think he's in the museum. I think Scribe secretly has a museum in his house or something because these backgrounds are phenomenal. They are wonderful. Okay, I'm going to stay for just a moment. Go ahead, Scribe.
Oh, I was just saying too. Yes, I have a great, excellent teacher.
Who is he? Where I want to teach it to. What's the is he Jamaican? Is it Brother Garfield?
Oh, here you go. Let me add that. You see that? So you just got to look in that right there.
Oh my goodness. What does he have there? What does he have? What does he have there? He has the ancient mirror. Okay, let me put on the music and step away for just a moment.
All right.
I shall be right back, everybody, to answer the first question. Hopefully Primordial can come on by. I'll be right back, everybody. I'll be right back. Here we go.
All right. Peace and love. Peace and love, everyone. Hotep, good brother ATEF. Yeah, shout out to everyone in the pod class. This is going to be a phenomenal pod class. You know, I hope you all witnessed what happened when you know, Saba Tehuti makes his peace, good brother. When Saba Tehuti makes his presence known on these other platforms. It's very important to watch, you know, what isn't said. So shout out to the great Saba for doing what he does and forcing Maat and forcing Isfet out of people, literally. So shout out to everyone. Shout out to all the supporters, all the great people who are supporting the Tehuti podcast. You guys are awesome. You guys are phenomenal. Supporting the information and supporting the knowledge, therefore supporting Maat and emanating this frequency that's necessary, you know, for us to really step out of this matrix. You know, I'm really looking forward to this Day Live presentation as well. That's a very, very deep movie as well, and I don't think I've ever seen a breakdown thoroughly on that movie. A lot of people have broken. We know that this is going to be a different level. This is going to be a different level because they do live. They do live. So shout out to you, good brother ATEF. How are you feeling?
Hey man, I'm feeling, you already know I'm feeling excellent, brother. You know what I mean? Hey, shout out to Saba Tehuti. Hey, listen, Saba Tehuti breaking more people out the Matrix than grandpas and ASICs. Y'all know how it go, man. Ain't nobody messing with him. For real. They got to stop playing with our teacher, man. For real. You know what it is? They refuse to bow down. Just submit. It's all good. We see you. Just submit. Stop playing with yourself. Because you ain't doing nothing but lying to yourself. Listen, it disgusted me, right? I'm going to say it. It disgusted me. It upset me so bad. The disrespect, not the disagreeing, but the disrespect, right? Because it's okay to not agree. How my sound? My sound is good, right?
Yeah, you sound good.
It's the disrespect that really upset me. Not necessarily agreeing or disagreeing, you know. We all have our likes and dislikes, but it was the disrespect, man. And they disrespected my aunt, and I took that. I felt a certain way about that, and that's the reason why I don't entertain myself with the foolishness, because I had to take a look in the mirror. Because I listen, I was on Facebook, Instagram, all that. I was regular too. But the thing is, I had made some decisions that I wanted the truth, and I was ready to get out of the Matrix. I just didn't know that that's what it was called. And I didn't know nothing about the Matrix and none of that. I just knew in my heart that I just wanted something different. And that I valued the truth more than I valued the lie. And it's been that way since I was a little kid. So when I saw Saba and he introduced me to my aunt, it was a beautiful thing for me, because I immediately recognized that that's what I was looking for. It was just the truth. It wasn't nothing too complicated, right? Because intelligence, right, is taking something complicated and making it simple, not taking something simple and making it complicated. So it really bothers me to see my people up there arguing and being disrespectful like that to our teacher, and not just our teacher, our elder, or just the big homie out there trying to teach us and tell us something good. Other than giving us bad information to crash out. So shout out to you, Saba. Peace and love.
Shout out to you, my good brother. Thank you both. I'm going to go ahead and get into the answer, because I think the brother's having some technical difficulty to come on. So I'm going to go ahead and just get into the answer that he asked. Not a problem. Let's get into it. Thank you, brothers. And as soon as I'm done, you guys jump back on, and I'm gonna go ahead and give my my response to because I gotta explain the application of Maat before I give my response to the Jabari situation, because I'm gonna respond to it within the applications of Maat. So let me do the class, on the applications of Maat and how you can apply it to your life. And then I'm going to apply it.
Beautiful.
So,
peace and love, Saba.
Okay, see you all in the chat. Peace and love, beautiful, beautiful brothers. Okay, here we go, everybody. You ready? If you can see me and hear me, press a 9. I'm actually very, very happy and thrilled tonight. Let's go ahead and get this. Let's go ahead and get this answer. If you can hear me, press a 9. We're going to get into the question that the brother asked. I agree with you, brother. They disrespect Tehuti every time he appears. Tehuti is calm and has excellent manners and is just a real solid brother. Thank you, Abdul Noor. Abdul Noor. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, everybody, you guys can hear me, press a 9. We're going to get into it. Without pressing 9s. Okay, I see the 9s coming. XA's here. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yeah, I'm like Murder Mook and Battle Rap. People don't like me, but I can't seem to lose. I don't know. But here we go, everybody. And you know what? I just want to tell everybody that I wouldn't even be discussing wins and losses and things like that if people just didn't keep bringing up these things. I'm just like, let's just move on, okay? So let's go, everybody. Here is the answer to the beautiful question. T-Dog Alpha's in here. T-Dog. Malkia Wamangu is here. Robert Reyes is here. Rigo, I have a treat for you, Rigo. The Matrix Zero. Remember you asked me a question. Rigo sends in a massive donation for the breakdown of the Matrix 4. Well, today I'm going to break down the Matrix Zero with a little treat to show you the root, Rigo, of where Matrix Zero came from that developed the Matrix. And then next week, I'm going to blast you out with the Matrix 4. We're going to get into the Matrix Zero today and the original Matrix movie that nobody even knew was the original Matrix movie, Matrix Zero. Here we go, everybody. So here's the first question from the great, great brother who's having a problem getting in the room, but that's okay, not a problem. I'm still going to get into the answer. So, Matrix, you're going to be screaming, Regal, for this one. I already know what you like. You're going to be screaming for this. Okay, here we go. And Big Vapes, it's actually Big Vapes' question, but I answered it over what he gave. I answered because this is something that nobody broke down. Oh, Primordial came in. Okay, let me get into it. Here we go. So first off, there's Primordial donation, $30 for the teaching of Maat principles to apply to life. And here's Primordial live in the flesh on the Tehuti pod class, right there, making his debut, looking like Ptah Hotep, coming in the room, to ask a question. And I want to let everybody know that I don't remember. Is this your first donation question, brother?
Yes, sir.
So I want everybody to know that here comes a brother that I've never spoken to before. He didn't start off giving small donations and build his way up. He came in with the very first donation question of $30. Thank you so much, brother, for having that faith. He must have been watching the pod classes and seeing my questions, how I answer them. And he said, let me jump in here too. All right, go ahead, brother.
To Saba, I appreciate you. Yeah, I've been watching you since Killer Priest. One of my biggest things why I've been watching is because I think we have, quote unquote spiritual PTSD. And and I just feel like I just wanted to see if you were going to follow what you preach. So I just wanted to see, even through the tough things, your debates, everything, I wanted to see if you was going to keep that demeanor and keep that poise. And I just wanted to see if you were going to have this continual living in this Ma'at behavior. So after watching some of the old videos of the teachings of Ma'at, just like Brother Ahati say, like, hey, no excuses. Like, I'm tired of everybody hiding in the background. I'm tired of everyone. And then so it just kind of calls on your spirit. It calls on your spirit, and you're kind of like, all right, cool. You're like, all right, cool. You're like, all right, cool. Like, all right, like, let me start donating. I've seen enough. let me start applying these teachings to my life. So I left the old school, you know, the whole, you know, Christianity background and things of that nature. And I was like, look, obviously the root and knowledge is in Kemet. So let me get on that. And I've been studying a little bit on it, but I think Ptah is one of my favorite people that one of my favorite netters, excuse me, that I like to read. And I found a lot of my teachings on there, but I kind of want it broken down Tehuti style. So I was just like, hey man, let me ask this question, and I only care about my art. So if I want to rebuild my life and I want to, you know, break from being controlled by chaos, my art is my main focus before I can even apply all the other stuff you break down, like all those big questions you break down, which are amazing. To me, I feel like they're nothing for me if I don't have my art as the foundation to live by those things.
Beautiful, my brother. And one question before we start. How long ago did you come out of Christianity? To come into
I want to say probably about it's been about 2 years now.
So since you're the priest days, since I was
I've been watching you for a year. Okay. And I was already out of it, but you know, you start with the Signetter, you start with the, you know, you start from ground zero, and you realize that it's nothing but a bunch of just, you know, chaos, and they're just arguing all day, and I'm not really learning anything. So I'm just like, hey, once I found you, I was like, hey, I think he's that guy.
Wonderful, brother. Excellent. Nice to meet you. And I love that name, Primordial Thought. It's I mean, that's I don't know why there's not a rapper named that yet. That's like the best MC name ever. As a Primordial Thought. That's awesome. Thank you, brother.
Gratitude, sir.
Okay, wonderful. So I'm gonna put you back into the chat, and I'm gonna get into your beautiful question. Nice to meet you, good brother. Glad to have you over on this side with the truth. And let me go ahead and make my attempt to answer the question on different law. And let me ask you this: other than Ptah, did you find any other laws of Ma'at outside of that, or mainly?
No. Also, Ananopi. Is that how you say the name?
Yes.
I hope I'm not butchering the name. Yep. I think one thing that also helped spark that question is because I know on the teachersofmaat.org, Scribe had posted up that video about the teachers of Ananopi. So that's when it kind of like really kick-started for me, and I was like, okay, at least I got something to start with. And that's kind of where it like fell into play. So like good brother Scribe says, it's time to shed.
Yes, sir. Wonderful. Okay, we're gonna get into it. This is great. Let's get into it, everybody. Thank you, PT Primordial Thought, for the donation, for the support. And I'm gonna go ahead and get into your answer now.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate
you. Okay, peace. Okay, everybody. So there it is. You just saw live. Here's a person sending a question. Live question, somebody I've never spoken to before, sent in, first time interacting with me. So much faith in me, $30 right off the bat. And the question, once again, I'll put on the screen for those who just stepped in the room if you want to know. The question is from Primordial Thought, for the teachings of Ma'at, principles to apply to life. Everybody can see that? Oh, nobody can see that. I didn't put it on yet. Here we go. Okay, there it is right there. Boom, and there it is, $30 for the teachings of Ma'at, principles to apply to life. Thank you, good brother. It is so awesome and excellent always having a new person come over to the side of truth. Appreciate that. I'm going to give you one more round of applause and then get into your answer. Shout out to you. Thanks for the support. Thank you for the great question. And let Tehuti attempt to answer this question. What teachings of Ma'at can apply to your life today? Thank you, my good brother. And here we go. We're going to get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. And once again, press 9 if you can hear me and see me. We're going to get into the first question donation sent in that I'm going to answer. Press 9 if you can see me. We're going to get right into effect. Here we go. Press 9 if you can see me and hear me clear. Check the comments. Wonderful, wonderful. And he says, respect Annie Pata. Annie Pata attend to. He says, respect primordial thoughts. 9 and teachings is going to be fire. And I actually thought when Primordial Thought asked the question, I said, oh, this is Cash Peden in disguise. Here's Cash Peden. It's a question that kind of question Cash Peden would like to ask. He actually asked the question if anybody asked this question. If you all can understand that. Cash Peden asked the question if anybody has ever asked the question. And here's an example of the question. Shout out to Cash Peden too, who says, he says, great question, of course. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Everybody can hear me. Malkia Wamangu, there she is with 9. Fire, fire, fire. Harassed it for you culture. 999. Peace to the brother. It's time to shed. Kamit, Shannon. Shout out to the new person, Thomas Neal. I haven't seen this name before, but shout out to Thomas Neal. Peace to you, and thank you for coming as a brand new person to the Tehuti podcast. If you're new, I don't know. If you're new, you may have been watching for years. You may have been another name, but I'm not familiar with the name. Shout out to Thomas Neal. Angela Gates is here. Here we go, everybody ready? Everybody ready? Let's go into it. I saw Rigo. I saw Yeet Yeet. I saw RPM Press 9. I saw Makaru. I saw Cairo. I saw a lot of people, Big Vapes. I saw everybody. Higa Kepara. Everybody's pressing 9s. Everybody can see this. We can get started. Here we go. Ready? Shout out, brother. Yeah, shout out to Eric G's here right on time. Here we go, Eric G. You ready? Boom. Here we go. One of the greatest questions that could ever be asked is how can one apply the laws of Ma'at to their life? Let me do this, everybody, really quickly. Let me fix something really quickly here. Band. Oh, band. Put this down just a little bit. There we go. Okay, here we go. Ready? So one of the greatest questions that could ever be asked is how can one apply the laws of Ma'at to their life? What makes this question unique amongst other quote-unquote religions is that no one really asks that in Islam or Christianity or most Bible-following paths, Hebrews, etc. Why? Why is that people tend to ask that in so-called conscious community more? This is all good info, they say, but how can I use it to apply into my life? I hear that a lot, but nobody really asks that in Christianity, Islam, Judaism. How can I apply this? Because as soon as you get into it, it's about how to apply it. But it seems like in consciousness, or the Kemetic community, as they call it, people always say, hey, this is good information, man. It's a lot of good, but how can I apply this to life? I hear a lot of that, and yes, there is a psyops to this. And the psyops is the reason being that most who get into quote-unquote consciousness actually do so first by being told what they're into, Christianity, Islam, Judaism, has mistakes, or that they are in the slave masters' religions, and that they need to fight it and get out of it. And they've been lied to. And that was stolen from, it was stolen from Kemet, and that the Egyptians were black. That's usually the beginning point for most people in consciousness. They're told that what they're into is false. They've been lied to. It's a slave master's religion, and your vibration automatically starts with a fighting frequency. We must fight the power. We must fight out of the lies. We must fight, get out of this. So this is actually how it all starts. When you get into consciousness, as you get into Kemet, Ma'at, or any kind of consciousness, it starts off with Jesus was not black. Jesus didn't even exist. Did you know Jesus came from Serapis? You know Jesus came from Zeus. The name Jesus is actually Hail Zeus. 500 years ago, the letter J was never existed. You're getting all this information. Did you know that the Mary symbol before and after came from Set? Do you know that Jesus came from Horus? This is how it usually starts. Why do I trust the Bible? Do you know that these aren't how the ancient Egyptians looked? The ancient Egyptians didn't look like Brad Pitt and Britney Spears. Forget about those Bible movies. Here's how the ancient Egyptians looked. This is how it starts off, and all this is good. Here's how the ancient Kemetic people looked. Here's how they depicted themselves. And here's how they're depicted by Europeans. And this is how the knowledge usually starts. This is how curiosity usually starts. Do you know the halo around the head is the worship of the sun? You know, you look at the Jesus, look at the Mary, look at the images, and then you start fighting. You start getting into this information, fighting the lies. Okay? So, although all of this is true, there is one major problem with this, quote unquote, awakening. You end up stuck right there in the fight, in the arguments, and actually end up spending more time debating, arguing, trying to prove the contradictions, and that people were black, and you actually forget the original reason you sought out the truth and forgot the ancient people that you are vehemently trying to prove that you are had a vigorous and rigorous spiritual religious life. Simultaneously, you also get hit with the false quote-unquote 42 laws of Ma'at concept, which further confuses you because there is no detail to guide specifically guiding your life and dealing with your family, raising manhood, womanhood, internalizing positive thoughts, prayer, ritual, step by step, how the mind works. You're left with an argumentative spirit and these type of misguiding books and memes. And this is the path that one takes when they usually start searching for Ma'at and consciousness. You're left fighting and arguing. And what happens, everybody, is you argue with the Christians, you defeat the Christians, and you're the greatest debater, and you beat up all the Muslims, and you beat up, and then what happens is you end up, where's the other people that like this information? And then you meet another person, and he's a debater, and he debates the Christians, and he debates the Moors, and he debates the Muslims. And where's the other people that are into this? And you meet another guy, and I destroyed that Christian yesterday. I destroyed and then you end up in a circle of a bunch of brothers that only destroy. All the focus now is let's destroy the Bible, to destroy the Hebrew, I'm gonna destroy you, and I killed you, and I destroyed you, and you got destroyed. And then what happens when you destroy all of the people? Who are you left with? You're left with the other conscious people. So you end up destroying each other. I'm Kemetic, you're Kemetic, but I'm going to destroy you and destroy you. And they can see all the Tehuti videos, the 150 classes I've done online. See all the truth that I teach, but they only put out videos of that which they disagree with. But they call themselves the conscious community, the pro-black, building blackness. They see thousands of truths that each other teaches, but only put out a video on that which they can fight, because it's all about the fight. And I ran out of Christians to attack, so I'm going to attack this YouTuber and attack this person. And they actually believe that that is now Ma'at, coupled with the psyops that these books actually represent Ma'at, and they don't teach anything about Ma'at. And next thing you know, your brain is in a host of confusions. The beautiful aspect of this journey is that you made yourself here to the Tehuti podcast, where I will show you directly from what the ancestors left for us in the true laws of Ma'at that are applicable today, without any argument, without any fuss, without any chopping anybody down. No. Let's just get into it, everybody. Let's see how the brain works. So let me start off with something that will set you deep in thought. What is the most impactful law of Ma'at that affected the entire world to the point it was so applicable that it is the reason why you're even here? Think about that, everybody. What is the most applicable, the most impactful law of Ma'at that affected the entire world to the point it was so applicable It is the reason you are even here. Let me open your mind. So, we're going to go to the royal instruction of Keti to Mary Carre. And this is circa 2160 BC. Papyrus today, if you want to look it up, it's Papyrus St. Petersburg 116A, and Moscow 4658, P. Carlsberg 6. P. Carlsberg, teaching of Mary Carre. And here is the number one applicable aspect of Ma'at, which is the reason why everyone is in this pod class today. The reason why there is a conscious community, the reason why every conscious person today exists, and that is the teaching of Mary Carre that our ancestors did. Strengthen your monuments as far as within your power, for every single day can contribute towards an eternity. Even a single day, for even a single day can contribute towards an eternity. An hour can embellish the future, and the netter recognizes him who works for him. Let your images be sent to distant foreign lands. What does this mean, everybody? What's going on here? How is this the law of Ma'at that is so applicable that people follow it to the point they don't even know if this is the reason why they even exist today, interested in any consciousness? Strengthen your monuments as far as what's within your power. Even one single day can contribute towards an eternity. 1 hour can affect the future. It can embellish the future. And the netter recognizes him who works for him. Let your images be sent forth to foreign lands. What's happening here? What is a monument? Does anyone know? Let me go into the chat and see. Because you could be reading this law of Ma'at and be saying, man, I can't build any statues. I don't have the money to build big monuments and structures and send off to places. What is a monument? Let me look in the room. I love to interact with this. What is a monument? Everybody in the pod class, go ahead and tell us what actually is a monument. Anybody know what is a monument? Anybody know what a monument is? What is a monument? There we go. This is the first thing that pops up. That's right, a statue. That's right, the big statues. That's what we were taught a monument is, which is true to a point. It is true. We were taught that that is a monument. That's right, a landmark. We got works and achievements, monuments, monumental. That's right, monumental. But what is a monument? Most people will say the statues. That's right, your works and achievements. Okay, but an actual monument, what is a monument? Let's get into it, everybody. Thank you for your answers. Now let me break the matrix for you and show you that you all have been building monuments and can continue to build monuments, but now you can build them echoing out Ma'at. What is a monument, anybody? A monument is a memory. That's all a monument is. It's a memory of your existence passed on through your children, or an image of you. This one law of Ma'at is the reason every single person is watching me right now, and every single person is watching Sonetter, and every single person is watching Delbert Blair, or Sarah Sudan Seti, or Dr. Clark, or Dr. Ben, or Malachi Z. York, or Malcolm X. This one law that our ancestors followed is the reason why everybody is here. And you can follow it too. So a monument is actually a memory, but they never taught you that. They taught you a monument was a statue, which it can be a statue because a statue can remind you of something. But a monument is actually a memory. It comes from a Kemetic word too. In the chat, one who's on the quest for truth. So there's a reason every single person is watching or is in the chat or is on the quest for truth, because of a monument. Let's look at the definition of monument. Sepulture. So as you go back in the definitions, you'll see the original meanings of it. So in the 1300, it's sepulture, monument, grave, tomb, monument, directly from, now we go back to Latin, monumentum, a monument, memorial. You hear the word memorial? Are you hearing memory? You're hearing memorial structure, statue, votive offering, tomb, memorial, record, literally something that reminds. A derivative from moner, to remind, to bring one's recollection. From here's that racist word again, PIE, Proto-Indo-European, monet, it means to think. From the ancient word min, which is to think. You see that? The word monument means to think. That's its origin word. It just means to think. You understand that? Giving someone else or affecting people's thoughts by the memories of you. Now, when we go back to that law of Maat, we can understand what it means now. Strengthen the memories of yourself to make people think as far as your own power, whatever you can do within your power to affect other people's thoughts. Because one single day of you doing something can contribute a thought pattern that can affect the entire eternity of existence. 1 hour of you affecting someone else's thoughts for positivity can embellish, expand the future. The Netta recognizes him who works for him. Let your images, which are your memories, even expand and go on to foreign lands. That means that everybody here in this pod class is here because they heard about someone or some ancient being or some ancient artifact or something that was done in the past, and it affected their memory to remind them of who they could be, and that's why everybody started seeking knowledge. From the teachings of Mary Carey, giving to him by Ketty. So there's a monument. It is setting your thought pattern into existence and affecting other people's thought patterns by them having a memory of something you changed in the world. Even though you should strive to be a ruler, right? You want to be a ruler. Each netter god or goddess in the community is selfless and is only a reflection and a copy of the one before him, and lives in hopes that he or she serves as an echo of the one after the one before him. You see? So just as you affected someone's thought pattern by them having a memory of how you changed the world for the positive, they also now are an echo of you, and then they embellish by doing something that affects the other in a positive, and it continues on and on from echoed thoughts, and each individual is just an echoed thought from the past, and that becomes a collective body, and that becomes a community, a memory, bringing your members back together. That is how you become an Osiris in the physical. That is why when you have a group of people that come together in an organization, they're called members. You understand that? They're called members, and they gather. That is remember. That is a memory of something. That is a member, bringing members back together. And memory and memorials and statues are having a group of people that echo from an original thought. And that original thought has to echo through each and every person. Okay? So therefore, we go into the laws of Ma'at, which actually say this specifically for you. Here we still are in the teachings of Ma'at for Mary Carey. Even though you're a king, kingship is an excellent office. The actual kingship has no son. It has no brother who can make its monuments endure. Though each man ennobles his successor, the one who comes after him, and the predecessor, the one who comes before, each person is an echo of the other. Each man acts on behalf of him who preceded him, in hopes that his action may be affirmed by another who comes after him. Do you see that? This is ant mentality, bee mentality, hive mentality. This is the reason why everybody's arguing and fussing and fighting instead of following this. You're supposed to be the echo of the last good thing somebody taught. So if you own a YouTube channel and you have thousands of subscribers and you see somebody or something teach something good, you're supposed to use your power to echo that good. Not find something that you disagree with and send your subscribers to the fight. Because the laws of Ma'at says each man acts on the behalf of him who preceded him and hopes that his action may be affirmed by another who comes after him. So you're supposed to do and echo what your ancestors did. And if the next man is doing that, you're also an echo of him and of her. And the children that come after that is an echo of you. And that's how you build a Kemetic community, following the laws of Ma'at. But if you're arguing and fighting and just about the battle, then of course you can never follow this, because you're saying openly, I don't follow nobody. I'm my own man. It is what it is. I'm gonna follow nobody. I ain't no followers here, man. I'm the God. I'm the ruler. I ain't following no one. No, not me. Well, Mary Kara doesn't believe in you. You don't follow Mary Kara. You don't follow Keti. You don't follow Ma'at. Because according to the laws of Ma'at, each person acts. You must act on behalf of the being that preceded you in hopes that the one that you affect can act like you. This is how you apply the laws of Ma'at. This is complete egoless mental unity and can only be depicted by that of an ant or a bee. This is ant and bee mentality, everybody. Which is why the image of rulership was the actual bee. Even though you're a ruler, you can be a ruler because the office of kingship is excellent. It's of excellence, which means to shed water, to cry, actually, rem, which is water. We'll get into that. I think I already broke that down already. But kingship is of excellence. But understand that you of a king is just an echo of the one that came before you, and you should behave in a way that affects and echoes that which comes after you, because anybody should be able to look at you in any hour of your existence and copy it and take that 1 hour and build a whole lifestyle on that, just like every bee does. So thus you are the Nesu bee. The word bee is a Kemetic word. It's actually the word for the ruler, who is symbolized by the sedge or by the plant growing up and the actual bee, because this is beehive mentality. Okay? This is the symbol of a ruler. The symbol of a ruler is one of many bees. You see that? That is one of many bees. The only bee that is not one of many is the female one, and that is Ma'at, who is the energy over all of the rulers. So no male ruler can be Ma'at. Ma'at is the queen bee. Ma'at is the one that gives birth to Anki and Ma'at. You live within Ma'at. That is the female giving birth. That is the real matrix, giving birth to everybody. And you, even as a worker, are just one of the bees. The Nesubiti is not a female bee. The pharaoh is not the female, it's a male bee. But as a male bee, you're one of the many workers for the great female Ma'at. So you're always under and within that. She's the pet. She's the heaven. She is the one that you are under. You're just an echo of the other bee. And the other bee is an echo of the other bee. And that other bee is an echo of the other bee. And that's why nobody here can tell me, how old is the bee over here? How old is this one? Is this one 14? Is this one 28? Is this one 25? Is this one 32? Is this bee over here 50 years old? Is this bee 5 years old? How old are each of these bees, everybody? How old? Go ahead and name them. What's the difference between this bee and this bee and this bee and this bee? Don't they all look exactly the same? Aren't they all doing the same thing? Even though a bee is about half an inch long, a bee is about half an inch long. You know that no bird can attack this? You know that nothing can attack this hive? maybe a bear, but another insect or animal tries to attack this, they're getting destroyed. They're getting dismantled they're getting disintegrated by the bees and the ants. But you can't tell which one is 14. Listen, you're 14, you're 28, and all of these bees look exactly the same to me. They're all growing at the same rate. I don't see different bees of different sizes. They all look the same because this is a hive mentality. So as a ruler, this bee here, this is a male bee. Well, if you're a male bee, you're one of these. You're not the queen bee. That's Ma'at. You're one of these bees, which can actually become a female. That's a whole other topic because we understood that as a male, you were once a female. But that's a whole other class. But let's get into it. Here we go. So can you tell any difference here? Here we go. Here's the Kemetians. Here is them following the echoed principle of Ma'at. Are these brothers arguing? I'm better than you, the exposed and the pseudo, the pseudo. Are these guys arguing? Is this a community? Can you tell these men apart? They all look the same to me from a distance. These all brothers look, they have their hairstyle everything is the same. They're wearing the same dress, the same foot. Don't they look like the bees over here? Huh? Aren't they an echo of each man? You wouldn't even know which one you're attacking. This is the laws of Ma'at. That's why they're stepping forward with their left foot. You see that? This is how black men were. They didn't have YouTube channels about each other. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tutsi Pod class. Can you tell them apart? Even down to the exact same foot out at the exact same distance, echoed out unity. Thus, they will never be forgotten. These men and these Kemetic people will never be forgotten. No matter what argument you get into, what debate you get into, whether you're a Christian, you believe the Kemetians are pagan, whether you're a Kemetian and you believe that they're your ancestors and they're what you should be, whether you're a Hebrew and you believe that they're devil worshippers, no matter what you believe, they will never be forgotten. Because each man echoed out the next thing, and that person echoed out the next thing. That is following Ma'at. This is what's applicable. Being like this. Being in Ma'at is not being an individual. Let me come to the screen for a moment. I want to tell you all something very, very important. You can say you follow Ma'at, but you can't say you're Kemetic if you don't have a ranking system. You're not Kemetic. No. Kemet was a country with a ranking system, with structure. So you can say, I follow some of Ma'at, but I'm not Kemetic because I'm not into the unity. I ain't following nobody. Imagine the people of Kemet in Ramesses' time saying, I ain't following nobody. You wouldn't even have a Kemet. What Kemet would you have, people? What structure, what nation doesn't have a ruler, doesn't have scribes, a priest, a priestess, doesn't have a ranking system? You all don't want a nation. You want individual arguers that wear unks and are atheists. That's what you want. You don't want actually Kemet, because Kemet has a structured system with a ruler and an under-ruler and an under-ruler under that, and a person with this stature and a person with this stature, and organized to do this, and this person's organized to do that, and they all came together and did it, and that's why you all love blackness today, because of that. But if they were all from the original, when they're in their evolutionary state, I ain't forming no Kemet, I ain't following nothing. I'm gonna do my own thing, man. I'm gonna do you, each his own. You wouldn't even have a Kemet to talk about, whether good or bad. That is Kemetic. That's why I told Judah Nazareth from the debate, I don't follow Kemet, I follow Ma'at. And the followers of Ma'at made Kemet. Then they're Kemetic because they live in the country that they made. But the Ma'at had to exist inside of themselves first, unified and structured and organized, respecting themselves first in stature, first in organization first. And then they said, let's build a town. Let's build a city. Let's build a country. Let's build a dam. Let's build farming. And then boom, you have Kemet. But imagine if it was like today. I got my YouTube channel. You're exposed. You're pseudo. Look at him over there. Me and you are together, but I ain't following you, and you're not following me, and there's no ruler here, and we just everybody. And do you think that 4,000 years from now, Black people are gonna look at us and say, "That's who we should be like"? Yeah, we should be like them. Absolutely not. Let's get back to the laws of Ma'at, and this is why they hate me, because I'm just here to represent what the ancestors say. That's all. There had to be one to do that. I'm not with all of the craziness. I'm with the ancestors. The only reason I'm winning debates is because the ancestors are the ones who they're trying to fight, not me. Let's go. Here we go. Can y'all see the screen? Press a 9. If you can see me and hear me, press a 9. Here we go. All right, everybody. So there we are. There's the beehive mentality. That's Kemetic. That's Ma'at. That is also. And that is the ruler who's just one of the many bees. It's echoing the bee that was before him, who lives under the mother bee. These are monuments, memories embedded forever in history. Menher right here. Menher right here. Forever embedded in history. That's a monument. It's a piece of paper, but it's a memory. Pepi I, who formed the first regular army. There's the good brother right there with his slim waist and broad shoulders. Look at Pepi. That's a monument. They're just images that remind you of what they did in the great past, which every second of the day is the past. So nobody can say that just this is the past. This pod class is the past because it started a couple hours ago. Everything is the past. You are in the past. Your morning was in the past. So when they say, Tehuti, you were living in the past, and that was the past. Your morning was the past. Your dinner was the past. What is not the past? Is there something that's not the past? Please tell me a time that's not the past. Teach me about that. Because as soon as I said that, the teach me part was the past. Welcome to the pod class. Here we go, everybody. So who is this? This is Hessi Ray, the earliest first known dentist. Hessi Ray in the Egyptian Museum of Cairo, wood panel tomb Hessi Ray, 2686 BC. Because of him and others who thought like him, we have dentists today. This is following and applying Ma'at. Because you formulate something that doesn't exist in the universe. You change the path of the existing universe, set it into motion, echo that out, and now there are other dentists, and they're the reason why you all have good teeth. Hail Hessi Ray. Henu Hessi Ray. Thank you, Hessi Ray, for setting your monument in existence, which your monument is your actual complete life, because without you and others who thought like you, because in the caveman days and the Australopithecine, there was no dentist. So while everybody's talking about the negativity of what they disagree about what I teach and what others teach about the greatness of why you, Mr. Atheist, daughter has braces. Because the reason why she has braces is because of Hessi Ray. There'd be no braces, no dentists without these great men here in Kemet. There is no dentist for the Hebrews. There is no dentist for the ancient Christians. There is no dentist without Hessi Ray. That is a monument. And there's the good brother Hessi Ray. Okay? There he is. That is a monument set into existence forever. He did one thing in his life and it changed Earth history. So that's why Mary Kara is taught in the laws of Ma'at. Strengthen your memories as far as what's within your power. You have a particular power. For even a single day in your life can contribute towards eternity. An hour can change the future. The Netter recognizes that. How can we apply this? You can set yourself and memory by being an echo of your ancestors and contributing great structure. For those who see, thus your one day as an example will contribute towards eternity. When I ask somebody, What is the definition of I'm gonna break another I'm gonna let you all think again. When I asked what is a monument, people said statue. Correct. What is a statue? Statues, look at all the great structures. Look at all the great structures in Kemet. Look at all the statues. But your life is the statue. If it's structured, can't your life be structured? What's the difference between your life being structured and a statue, which is also called a structure? Why it is a structure and a statue? Because it doesn't change. It's a set memory monument, structured, stuck, where every time you look at it, it looks the same. And that should be your life. Your life should be as structured as a statue. Thus, your life itself is the monument passed on to your children, passed on to others, because it's structured. Your life is the statue. Every picture you take doesn't change. That's a structure because it's set in the form of a picture. And your life should be structured daily. Anki and Ma'at, living in Ma'at every single day. That means somebody can break in my house right now, and I'm Tehuti. When I'm making love to my goddesses, I'm Tehuti still. When I'm walking on the street, I'm still Tehuti. I still have this on. I still have my snakes. I'm still Tehuti. I still follow Ma'at. If I turn this camera around over there, there's images of Kemet. If I turn it up here, there's images of Kemet. Basta's over there. Tehuti's right here. Everything is everywhere because I am structured. I eat at 8:30 in the morning, between 8:30 and 9. I eat again at 1 o'clock. I eat again at 3:15. I eat again after my workout at 7. I eat again at 10:30. That is a structure. My life is the statue, and so can yours. So when your life is the structure, then your life is the statue. That is applying the laws of Ma'at, but you can't do it if you're not disciplined. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tuti Podcast. Hope you all are enjoying this. I know it's not the arguments and the chaos you're getting at the other channels, but I hope this is better for you than that. Let's get into it. Are you ready? Let's continue. So you can structure yourself. Statue, structure. Your life is the statue, and you contribute towards those laws. These that I'm giving you are the actual daily examples of the laws of which created the first recorded insight and examining of mind on earth. The first examining of the mind on earth. Speaking of examining, one of the most beautiful things about how to apply Ma'at to your life is that before you even get into any writings, you can literally apply Ma'at to any situation because Ma'at actually is a verb. In addition to everyone's popular meaning, which is Ma'at means truth, Ma'at means balance, the word itself tells you to do something, aka apply something. Let me show you. Did you all know Ma'at was a verb? Ma'at is a verb. Not just truth, the word Ma'at tells you to do something. Here's the word Ma'at right here. It means to examine, inspect, to inspect something. To inspect something is a verb. It's an action that you're doing, not just the truth. It is you actually doing something. Thus, we can find the specifics to expound upon the examination within the laws of Ma'at in the writings of Ankh, Shesh, Ankh. And here's Ankh, Shesh, Ankh. Right here, the writings of Ankh, Shesh, Ankh. Serve any man that you may profit. Right off the bat, it's telling you to serve somebody. Even you as a ruler, you are a servant. That's why I call myself Saba, and I'm following the laws of Ma'at by setting up this pod class by saying, I am not going to predetermine anything that's taught today or any day. I am not going to set up a lecture for you. I am your servant. You send the questions and you control me. And I never tell you that question's bad. I answer your question because I am your servant. Serve any man that you may profit. That is called reciprocity. I serve you, you serve me. And there's a profit for both of us. I am a teacher, and you all serve through donations and help support through other means. And it's a reciprocity system. That is following Ma'at. Serve your father and mother that you may go and prosper. Okay? Examine. There's Ma'at. Ma'at, every manner. When you say the word examine, it's Ma'at. Ma'at, every manner. Examine that you may understand it. So before you set yourself to think that you understand something, examine it. Be gentle and patient. That's why the brother Primordial Thought said he was watching me, seeing if I was gentle and patient through these situations. And that's what made him donate and support and come over to the Tehuti pod class. That is the time I put in to echo Ma'at that affected his life. And now that will affect his children. That's applying Ma'at. Be gentle, patient, and your heart will be beautiful. It is in maturity that instruction succeeds. Knowledge is just information. Maturity is the wisdom. That is know how, when, and where. It's to know how, when, and where, and why to use the knowledge. That's how you succeed, through your maturity. As soon as you see the knowledge, you're immature. It's your first time seeing it. Once you develop into it, then you're mature, and then your success comes. Do not say, I am learned. Set yourself to become wise. Don't put your negative ego first, because there's negative and positive ego. Don't put your negative ego saying, no, I'm not, I already know that. I already know. You're already fighting it before you know. No, set yourself to become wise. Do not do a thing that you've not first examined. Examining makes your fortune. All of these words examine are Ma'at. So the actual word Ma'at is an actual verb that you can follow before you even read any of the sentences. That's how beautiful Ma'at is. The word itself is telling you to do something before you even read the other words. I don't know why people don't like command. Well, I do, because they're not disciplined. Imagine what problems in your life can be avoided if you apply these laws. Imagine, everybody, what if everybody lived by just what I've read there. Imagine the arguments you would not get into. Have you ever wanted to know why me, Tehuti's words are effective? Why is my vibration so listened to? Once you apply the examination, that is just the knowledge aspect of Ma'at, you now apply the command aspect by setting your frequency to one who is listened to, because you have the truth of your forefathers and forefathers' mothers and foremothers, monuments and writing in your heart. And when people see that vibration, they will want to listen to you. I will take you to the scribe of the Empress, the great Empress Nefertari, and her scribe Ani of 1255 BC. Here is Nefertari. And if you want to look it up, it is Papyrus Bullock 4, held in the Cairo Museum. Instruction of Ani. One will do all you say if you are versed in the writings. Study the writings and put them inside of you, in your Eve, in your heart. Then your words will be effective. People always talk about, I want to manifest my words. I want to learn the law of attraction. I want to learn how to manifest through vibration. I want to do the sigil. I want to do all that. I want to do all this. Well, why do people listen to Tehuti? Why are people sending in $720 to Tehuti, but none of the other YouTubers? Why are people sending in $200 to Tehuti for a question? Why are people listening? Because the vibration that I'm giving out is that I am versed in what my ancestors represent, and I study and I am it. I put it inside of me. So when you hear me speak, it doesn't sound like I'm agitated. Yo, listen, man, let me tell you about Ma'at. Yeah, what y'all don't need to recognize, what y'all don't know is, mother effers, y'all don't know what this is, man. Let me tell you about what y'all need to know. That's not the vibration. That sounds like an agitated person. But you can't be an agitated person if you're applying the laws of Ma'at within you. You can't be agitated throughout the day. Then your words will be effective. So if you wonder why people are not listening to you, it's because you haven't gone, examined, and made this a part of you. and they will listen to you, just like hundreds of people are listening to me right now, or over 100, and thousands will watch this video and listen and affect their life. Like the brother Beget Leisure did, Maharu did, and listened to the point of trust where he was able to see his dead mother because he listened, because that is us. That is what we do. You have now applied the radiation vibration of an ancestor incarnate. So the instructions of Ani say, emulate the great departed. That is what the atheists don't want to do. That is what the people who argue don't want to do. They don't want to emulate. That was them. We're in this day and time. We're in there with, well, everybody was in this day and time while they were in that day and time. So when Ani was in 1255 BC, the ancestors he's talking about is 3000 BC. But Ani is not saying, hey, listen, man, yo, man, Khufu and them, Narmer and them, that's the past, man. We're 1255 BC. Yo, Narmer was 3200 BC, man. That's the olden days, man. We living now. How come they weren't saying that? How come when we talk about them, we're talking about them as if they were in something called the past? Like there was some type of time period in existence, and this time period is called the past. It wasn't the past to Ani, Narmer? Wasn't the past to Ani, Ptahhotep? Wasn't 2100 BC? Wasn't the past to them even a further past than they are to us? Wait a minute. Ankh Sheshonk is 2,000 years ago. You have Kemet, that's over 3,000 years before Ankh Sheshonk. So wasn't that past even further to him, what he's quoting, than Ankh Sheshonk is to us? Don't fall for the matrix. Emulate the great departed who are at rest within their tombs. No blame occurs to him who does it, but they want to blame you. They want to mock you. You're pseudo. You going by the ancestors, man. You'll know when somebody's in the matrix when they always say, it's 2023. It's 2020. What do you mean it's 2023, sir? What does that mean? What does that mean? I don't understand. What do you mean it's 2023? Because Ani wasn't saying it's 1255 BC, man. Narmer is 3200 BC. It was 1255 BC. How come we're here saying it's when you yell out it's 2023, yelling that out, whatever that means, you're saying it's 2023 years after Jesus, which means what exactly? What does that mean? It means we're in a worse state. That's what it means. That's what it means. We're in a worse state. This today is what all black atheists want to blame and mock you for. Not knowing the echoed B ant principle is what causes one's words vibrations. Not knowing is what causes one's words vibrations to be not effective, and knowing the echoed vibrations is what causes it to be effective. Structure a ranking system. This is all conscious black people's enemies. What is the ranking structure in your household, in your community? In order to be like bees or ants, or you want to rebuild Kemet, there must be a structured order. And this is the psyops to keep you in arguing and debating, quarreling all day, because if you see someone as one you are arguing with, then they can never be ranked above you or in any position of respect, because you're always arguing with them. Thus, no order and no discipline, walk, or path. But yet, the instruction of Ani says, walk in the accustomed path each day. That means the path you walked in yesterday should echo today. It's an accustomed path. Not the variable differences of what you do, not the menial differences of what you do, but the structure of what you stand on, the moral structure, the spiritual principles should be one day after the other. stand according to your rank. Someone may say, who's there? Rank creates its rules. This is what the Black conscious community hates, because this is the laws of Ma'at taught by the words of our ancestors. And the conscious Black community and the atheists hate this, because if they applied this, then they'd have to be a ranking system and structure. But see, Isfet means chaos, and chaos has no structure. Chaos is all over the place and arguing. So when there's arguing, there's no structure. So if you're always in a state of argumentum, then you're Isfet. Because my ancestors taught and lived that ranking system creates rules. So why are all your videos and all your posts against something? Why are they not for something? You should be living in Ma'at forever, I think. So one always says, rank creates rules. Who's there? That means when you ask who is there, I should say, well, this person is of this stature, this person is of that stature. Because if I ask who is there, are we all the same? Then nobody's there. Now that you have distinguished wisdom echoed the ants and the ancestors are, and that the ancestors are discipline, you can succeed. It will be so natural to you that you won't even notice it, like you're breathing. You will be able to examine and clearly see that some are confused with the wise because they are popular. They confuse the wise with that which is popular. They get more views. In today's applicable language, thus the laws of Ma'at from the scribe of Ankh Shashank says something against that, because you may confuse the wise. You may confuse somebody that they're wise because they're popular, because they get, well, man, Tehuti, how come this person gets more views? Or how come this person, they must be teaching the truth. So what do the laws of Ma'at say? The laws of Ma'at from Ankh Shashank says, when a wise man is put to the test, he is hardly conscious of his spiritual achievements. He who has been chosen out of a crowd is not automatically a wise man because of that. So you see somebody, you say, I recognize that person. That person's on a TikTok, and that person's on a TikTok, and a TikTok, and an Instagram, and they got 100,000K, and you would get your views up, and I recognize you. I can pick you up from a crowd. While the wise man who is put to the test, he's not even conscious of his spiritual achievements. Why? Because you're not conscious that you're breathing. Everybody in the chat, if you can, and I'll send out $5,000 to your Cash App if you can tell me how many breaths you took in the last 5 minutes. Anybody know? Well, your breath is so much a part of you that it keeps you alive, and it's more important than anything. If you stop breathing, you die. Yet you don't even know how many breaths you took in the last 3 minutes. It's so much a part of you that you make no note of it. You're hardly conscious of this because it is you. When it is you, you don't notice as a grasshopper how high you can jump. It's entomologists and studiers of insects that say, look how far the grasshopper can jump. And the grasshopper's like, that's just what we do. Is it something special? I didn't. Look how fast this fish can swim. And the fish is like, that's not fast. That's what we do. That's what we do. So the real wise man, when he's put to the test, or wise woman, when he's put to the test, he's hardly conscious of his spiritual achievements. That's why Daniel's son was taught in the Karate Kid, and I have to say this because I've done and taught martial arts. Wax on, wax off, wax on, wax off. Clean over there, clean over there. Put the jacket up. Put the jacket up. Press this forward. Move that to the side. Push that over there. Oh man, I hate being a slave. Oh man, when am I gonna learn some martial arts, man? Huh? When am I gonna learn some martial? You keep telling me to push something over there and move something over here. Because you're learning martial arts. so that it's so accustomed to you to do the cleaning that when you get into a fight, your instructor just has to say, clean now. And you're defending yourself and you're doing moves to people because it's so much a part of you that you don't even know. When you're put to the test, it's a part of you. You don't even feel that you're in a test. I know people will dislike this, but you're supposed to, because my snake is dead. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, everybody. Let me get back to it. Here we go. Let's break it down. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. Boom. So you're so automatically so accustomed to it that you don't even know you're doing it. That's what they portrayed in the movie The Matrix. When Morpheus was teaching Neo, and Neo didn't even know he was being taught. And when he broke out of the Matrix and realized what was going on, he was fighting Agent Smith without even looking at him. Do y'all remember that part in the Matrix movie? You can see, distinguish, and fight the Matrix effortlessly now when you're put to the test, because it's so much a part of your regular life that you don't even know that you're in a fight. You don't even know that you're doing it. Teaching Ma'at was so much a part and is so much a part of my regular life that I don't even know that I'm in a debate. When I'm in the debate, I say to myself, teach class for 15 minutes. And I win the debate without ever saying to my opponent, you're nothing to me, I'm going to beat you. Get your weight up. You stupid. You don't know nothing. I never talk about my opponents in a debate because I'm like Neo fighting Smith. I'm not even looking at him. I'm just doing the move subconsciously taught to me by Morpheus. And it's so natural, I don't even know that I'm fighting while this man is struggling and screaming at me. I don't like your hat. So, let's continue, everybody. These are how you apply the laws of Ma'at. Most of the exhausted effort put into this is due to your urge to fight, like we started in the beginning of the class, even when you know deep down you are wrong. So, what do the laws of Ma'at say to apply that will help you become that master? And that brings us to Ptah over here. What does Ptah say in the laws of Ma'at? Search yourself for every flaw thoroughly first. Okay? First, Cheki Nek, Zepneb Menek, which is search yourself for every flaw thoroughly. Argue with yourself. Make a YouTube video, but oh no, don't make a YouTube video, but argue with yourself. Fight the demon within, even if you have to go into the Upesh realm, the dream realm. That's what the Cometians teach, where you will find the answers within your subconscious, because a spontaneous response could lead to a fire. The argument, the fire, is the spontaneous response. Thus, you apply this law of Ma'at by Amenemopi that says what? Don't start a quarrel with a hot-headed man, nor needle him with words. Pause before a foe. Bend before the attacker. That's why we in martial arts, that they call martial arts, not really called that, but I say that for crowd understanding. We bow before the person that we may kill. We bow before the person we may fight. We put your head under the other man's head. I'm lower than you in humbleness, and I respect you. As I'm separating your ankle, I'm going to bow to you. Even though your arm is hyperextended or you're in the guillotine, you can't breathe right now. As I'm fighting you, the foe. So when I got into one of my last fights, physical, I'm fighting and I'm teaching the person. As I have him in a reverse triangle back choke, I'm talking to them that this could be a better situation but they can't talk back because they can't breathe. So I release them to talk back, and they swing at me again. And now I have to turn their wrist the other way. And then I bow to you, but your ankle's broken. We're going to fix that later. But right now I'm going to bow to you because you're the foe. But I'm the person who thought about what I'm going to do while you're fighting crazily. That can be in a debate or a physical fight. I slept on it before acting. Before speaking, you go to sleep and go into the subconscious realm of Upesh. That's why the word for dream is Upesh. And it's also the word that means to open up to Ma'at. It's two horns opening up, which means to open or up, go upwards. And there's the feather of Ma'at on the top. And you go into that realm, and then you go and answer the person afterwards, because you may be wrong. So that's why you should examine and search for the flaws within yourself first, because you could be wrong and you end up arguing and you're in a wrong state. So you don't start the quarrel, you pause before you talk. You may even have to go to sleep before, because the storm that bursts like a fire in straw. When you get into the conversation without thinking, after you seek for the flaw within and go into the sleep realm and meditate on where you could be in error before you argue, then you apply this law of Ma'at by Ankh Shesh Ankh, which says, don't quarrel over a matter in which you could be wrong in. You're wrong and you're still quarreling. This is how you apply the laws of Ma'at. Okay? Then you seek and act on positive change as a living example. You all have heard this term before. It is what it is. It is what it is. These are matrix frequencies that the laws of Ma'at were totally against. How do we apply Ma'at? The ironic, beautiful part of Ma'at is one of the laws is that you must apply change. You're not allowed to think or say it is what it is. You're not allowed to say that in Ma'at. Here we go again. The man who says, such is life. It is what it is. That's such as be, such is life. He will be short of provisions owing to this. That means you'll be short of providing to yourself if you just sit back and look at the world and say, it is what it is. Such is life. It happen when it'll happen. No, that's not the laws of Ma'at. You're an applicable person. If you say such is life, you'll be short of the provisions that need to sustain life. This was from the oldest known author of the laws of Ma'at, called Ptah-hotep, which the brother spoke on, Primordial Thought. This is the image. We stopped right here, and everyone, just imagine. Sorry, I'm going to image later. Just imagine we stopped right here, and everyone lived and applied just these daily. We would have absolutely no internal issues left stopping any internal mental, psychological imbalances stopping us from building families and communities. Let us continue. So this is Ptah-hotep. I'm going to show you a Ptah-hotep that nobody's seen, that most people haven't seen. Here's Ptah-hotep again in the Maxim Ptah-hotep going back 2300 BC. And here it is in the British Museum. These are the oldest known laws of Ma'at. The laws of Ma'at also state that not only should your words be exact, but you should be disciplined and keep a handsome shaped body. That's a little treat for scribe, for Annie. Where is this right here? Here it is right here. This is from the scribe, the overseer of the cattle of Amen, Nebkare Nakat, to Wani Diamun. Okay, and here it is. Write with your hand, read with your mouth, read with your mouth. Read with your mouth. According to the words, my heart is not disgusted to instructing you. You will find it useful. You are handsome in body, gracious in manner, beloved of all the people, such people as much as happy. You are a man of choice words. I mean, you think of your thoughts and words before you speak, who is skilled in saying them. All you say is Ma'at. You abhor lies. You're supposed to hate lies. Okay? If you represent the Ankh, if you have the word Ankh in your name, You're not supposed to tell lies, because the author of the laws of Ma'at, the last of which we know, his name was Ankh. His name was Ankh Shesh-Ankh. The scribes teach you're supposed to abhor lies. So you should never see a moving snake and teach to the world that it's dead. That's a lie. If you represent the Ankh, follow the laws of Ma'at. It says keep a handsome body. Keep a handsome body. So this is Ptah-hotep that everybody knows. But does everybody know so is this? Look at this brother right here. Anybody see this Ptah-hotep? Anybody see this slim-waisted Ptah-hotep with the biceps and the wide shoulders and the broad chest? Is this Ptah-hotep keeping a handsome body? Did they show you this Ptah-hotep? Do you see the broad shoulders, the lean stomach, the wide chest, the biceps? Look at the size of his biceps. Yes, the laws of Ma'at say keep a fit body to protect your family. And yes, to apply this takes daily discipline, not just talking. So you can't talk and have a body like this. Nope. You can't just talk and have a body like this. Because the body like this proves that you're doing something other than just talking. You can argue for 21 hours. You can bait for 52.5 hours, and you will never have a body like this. Not by arguing, but this body shows complete discipline. Look at the streamlined waist. Look at the biceps. Look at the broad shoulders. That's Ptah-hotep, the author of the first laws of Ma'at. That's Ptah-hotep. And he didn't even write them when he looked like that. He wrote them at 110 years old. Protect what is yours. Protect it. Protect what is yours. And find it. Keep your eye on what you own. Protect your household. Protect what is yours. Make a storehouse for your wealth, and people will find it on their way. What is given small returns augmented. What are the Cometians saying? Make good investments. Can you apply this law of Ma'at in business, in structure, in your body? If you make good investments in your body, discipline it, live the life, won't you have a better looking body? Won't you have longer health? Isn't that the best investment you can make? Make business investments. It says, what is given small? You start with something small, returns augmented. That's the Cometians talking about being a good businessman, a good investor, because you made a storehouse of your wealth and you invested something small, but the returns are large. Apply the laws of Ma'at. What is replacing? What is replaced brings abundance. The wise live off the house of the fool. You see that? The wise people are living off the fools out there. The fool doesn't know how to make the investment. He doesn't know, or she doesn't know how to do anything, so she's just the consumer. While the wise are living off of that person who didn't follow the laws of Ma'at. Protect what is yours and find it. Keep your eye on what you own, lest you're going to end up as a beggar. He who is slack amounts to nothing. Honored is the person who is active. You don't sit there and say, it is what it is. It is. It happened when it happened. It happened. It didn't happen. No, you make the action. You set the structure. You set the status. You set the tone. You make it happen. It isn't, it is what it is. It is what you make it. I hope these laws of Ma'at are helping. But did you notice something else with Ptah-hotep? Did you notice this? Huh? What's that? What's that? What's that, everybody? That's on Ptah-hotep's waist. You see it? You see the broad shoulders? You see the thin waist? You see the biceps? You see the chest? You see what he's carrying? You see that? Boom. Yes, Ptah-hotep was carrying. As you can see, the laws of Ma'at are very applicable in all aspects that can be applied today. Build a sound mind, ka, ba, healthy, psychological balance, harmony, break the matrix, examine and see the enemy in your own mind, protect your family. The question is, are you disciplined enough to follow it daily? This is what I'm here to teach you. Hotep. Yes, Ptah Hotep is definitely carrying. Hotep, everybody. That is my answer. I hope you all appreciated it. Let me get back into the chat room and see the brother who asked the question. Boom, I'm done. That is my answer on the applicable laws of Ma'at. Hope you all appreciated that. I'm going to put the link in the room for the brothers to come in. I'm going to check the chat to see who appreciated that. I'm going to check to see if the brother heard that. And there's the link for the brothers to step in the room. They brought the team to step in the room. I'm going to check the chat. Primordial said flawless answer. Thank you, brother. That is how a question is answered here at the Tehuti pod class, and that is why they want me to be invisible. Thank you. My goddess is clapping in the background. Solon Rock says amazing. Abdul Noor says wow. Amazing. Raphael Gary says nice. Raphael Gary says nice. Robert Reyes puts electricity lightning bolts. Harass for Your Culture puts, I don't know what that is, a book up. Rigo puts packing heat. That's right. He's packing heat. Gotta hit the gym. Robert Reyes, yeah, 110 people in here. That's right. 110 because they're looking for the, some people are looking for the drama. You're going to get an answer for the Jabari. That's coming up. And I'm going to answer it with my mouth closed. Okay, here we go. First brother in the room here. We're going to wait for the other two brothers to come in. Then I'm going to step away for a moment. When you all see the next two, I'm going to step away. I'm going to let the brothers jump in. Mary Kara, what do you think of that answer, brother? Laws of Ma'at. You ready to go back to Christ?
No, absolutely not. Excellence as usual from you, Saba. So tour for getting us information. Respect.
Thank you. Solon Ra put facts. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Robert says tour to the dead snake. There it is. And that's why they don't like me, my brother. That's why. Because they can't exist in this frequency here. Can't have Isfet. Mr. Elite, never seen that name before. Inspirational. Conscious Conqueror says, I appreciate it. Very deep. Good. The people in the pod class love the answer. Nana Amun says, beautiful answer. Thank you, Nana Amun, for the huge donation, too. Thank you for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hika Kabra says, just what the doctor ordered. Maharu says, Hotep. Raphael Gary says, 114. That's right, 114. Rigo says, let's go, let's go. Oh, let's go. Robert, okay, good. You all like that. Angela Gates says, as usual. Great as usual, Sabatuti. There is your answer. I know, Atef, you love that because that's a part of what you want. That's a part of your of what you want. You need. That's a part of what you need. That's a part of the application of that inside of the family. And so that answer was for everybody. So I hope for those who saw that answer and appreciated that answer, if you want to give support for that answer that I just gave, on top of what the person gave for asking it, my PayPal is PayPal@RockSV, Cash App TT Amun. Please support with donations and questions. I'm going to step away for a moment. When I come back, I'm going to give the response to Jabari. I'm going to give the response to this situation. We're going to give shout outs to the people who have donated. And then we're going to get into the next question, which is actually sent by ATEF. The next question, which is about the ATEF name. We're going to get into that. Let's go. It's going to be great. Let's see who's here. Okay, I'm step off, brothers. Go ahead and speak. 114 people. Stay in the room. Bring another 114 people, because when you see the Jabari thing, when you see the last question, that they live in the Matrix Part 0. The Matrix Part 0. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. All right, everybody, I'm going to step off. Go ahead, brothers. You all can speak. It's all you.
Hotep, peace and love. Can y'all hear me? Yo, that's a fire breakdown. Saba, you already know. Hey, look, shout out to you, Primordial Thought, for asking that question. That was a fire That was a fire question. Check this out, guys. Look, I'm gonna show y'all the truth in Saba and what he says and what he brought forth. Right? Look at this. Can y'all see my journey? Come on, Ani. Can you see it, brother? I be trying to show my books, the 11 laws of Maat, and the other book, volume 4, that book too, Saba showed. That's my journey too, Primordial Thought. It was 2 years ago for me as well, my brother. But it's a process though. It really is. It's a beautiful journey for me. And that's the thing that I was recognizing too with Saba. I was like, man, he's different because I immediately recognized the excellence in what he was bringing forth and what he was displaying. And I immediately recognized that was something different. And I didn't know that it was called Maat. So, yeah, peace and love to your journey, my brother. Because we on the same journey. Because for me, it's only been about 2 years too. And I'm coming out of Islam. I came out of Christianity, I don't know, 20 years ago, brother. I stepped out of that matrix. But like I say, Saba breaking more people out the matrix than grandpas and ASICs. I live in the retirement state. So it'd be a lot of people doing their little walks and their little ASICs and New Balances. But yeah, y'all not getting this type of truth. Nobody is dropping it like that. And I can't watch my people argue like that and make fools of themselves when there's so much that we have to learn. There's so much. It's no shortage of the wisdom and the knowledge that our ancestors left behind for us. And yeah, it's a beautiful, Maat is beautiful. And let me tell y'all something. So y'all see, when I went to go get, first of all, let me say this. It was an honor to go and receive a Ren from a big homie. And I'm gonna say it like that because once upon a time when I was heavily involved in the chaos and the ISFET, that's what we did. Little termite, big termite, baby termite, all these different little lowdown, big lowdown. You know how we used to do out there. So I was honored to go and receive a Ren from somebody that represented Maat, and that because if you guys look up the definition of Ren, it says divine name, a cursed name. Definitely go look it up and definitely examine and continue to examine. Shout out to you, Ani. That background is fire, brother. I definitely Minku, what's good, my brother? Shout out to you, Angela Gates. Shout out to everybody in the chat that supports the truth, that understands what's going on here, right? And like I was saying before, it was the disrespect that got to me the most. It wasn't really necessarily the disagreeing, because we agree to disagree. That's how you learn. You know, you examine. That's how you learn. But the disrespect is what I really couldn't take. And it's sad because it shows the sad state that our people are in. Because this is what the people see when they turn on that channel. I used to watch that channel too. I used to watch all the channels. Let me just say that. I used to entertain myself, but I thought I was seeking knowledge and trying to get the truth. But that really wasn't what I was doing, because again, I was entertaining myself with the ignorance, with the foolishness, and I was fooling myself. I was lying to myself every day. And it really, I was talking to a hot tea the other day, and I was telling them how upset I got. And it was just that we have so much work to do as people. We have so much to do. But like Saba say, it starts with us. It starts with you. So I'm gonna end it like this, the same way I end it always. What do you see when you look in the mirror? What do you value, the truth or the lie? What are you teaching your children, the truth or the lie? It's up to you. You decide. Unki and Maat, Un-NS, Nintet or Set in Maat. That's what I represent. Shout out to you. Shout out to the best teacher on the internet. Shout out to the best teacher, period. Shout out to Hail, Saba Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. Hail, Ani Pata Aten Tehuti. Hail, Minku Ari Mary Maat. Hail, Ahati Maat. Hail to all of you in the chat. See, this is what we do. We celebrate each other and we big each other up. We don't tear each other down. And let me tell y'all something else too before I go. I just want to say this real quick. We've had some disagreements, these brothers up here on the chat. I hope I hope you guys don't mind me sharing this with everybody, but we've had some disagreements, and the way that they were handled was better than any pod class that Saba has ever given. To me, it was absolutely excellent to see conflict resolution at its highest level. I'm just gonna say it like that. It was absolutely beautiful. I mean, so just to comment on what you said, primordial thought. Yeah, Saba the truth, brother. He actually is the absolute truth. He is an absolute excellent representation of Ma'at that we have now. And if there's a better representation of somebody, a teacher or somebody giving us information or trying to share something with us, then put the link in the chat. Hotep Ma'at. I'm gonna let you brothers go. That's right. He the undisputed champ.
Peace, good brother Ahati.
Peace, peace.
Man, cool, peace.
Hotep brothers, peace and love, prosperity to all of you.
Absolutely. Fire breakdown. Ahati Ma'at, I want to hear from you, Ahati.
Oh,
Ahati got the kids in the background. That's what we do it for the
kids. You got
kids.
the big steppers.
Yeah, that's a big stepper.
I got Tut. I'm representing Tut tonight. Santal Kamoon. Hail to you. Hail to you, Tut al Kamoon. Hail Ma'at. And hail Saba Tehuti. Yeah, I'm gonna say it like this. That guy, Maat, forever, you're a bitch. Straight up. I live in Los Angeles. If you get in your feelings, I can purchase a ticket to Paris or wherever the hell you're from, and we could go meet up at McCarter's Park. That's downtown LA. I don't, you don't build anything as let's just put the netters aside. You can't build anything as men in a business. In the matrix world of business, you can't build anything with men if you're acting like that. But see, I knew all this coming into this world, this environment, because there's a self-hate program that's deep within all of us, and nobody trusts our leadership right now. That's honest. You think this is a game. You think we can just continue to do this forever and ever and ever and ever. I don't like being a child of the Matrix. I don't like being the Tom Hanks child. I can admit that. I'm a child. I can't call myself a man in a system I didn't build. That's just me, though. I don't care if I have children. I don't care if I have a woman that's sitting right next to me and she's calling me, "Yo, you're the greatest man or the greatest netter." You can't stop those people coming into your door tonight. You can't stop them. So to me, you're not a man. This is why people don't like me. Because I represent Ma'at, whether I'm alone or whether I'm alive, it doesn't matter to me. I'm gonna stay representing Ma'at for eternity, because that's what we're in. We're in eternity. This vibration that's going through our communities is a very wicked and evil one, and a lot of you witnessed that a couple of days ago on Son Netter. Matter of fact, all those guys are bitches. I'll say it straight up. Any of you catch feelings, I'll give you my address. You can come meet me. I'm ready. I'm ready. And I'm not saying this for just, I want anybody to pat me on the back or don't even say anything in the chat. Don't say nothing in the chat. I'm at wit's end with how these people treat us, and especially Saba. I'm just done, man. So any of you catch feelings, you talk a big game on camera, you come see me. I'm not afraid of you. I will send you my address. And any of you bitches that follow them, they're in here now, secretly watching, you can go run and tell them, because I know you will. I'm serious. When I signed up for this, I made a vow to my Saba that I will protect you in life or death. And matter of fact, I believe I'm the only one other than the brothers on the panel that speak like this too. So this is what it takes to build a real nation. It's not just entertainment. Entertainment's great. I love movies still. I'm not saying you got to give up your basketball or whatever you do. I'm not saying that. But when it comes to knowledge and truth, and comes to raising our children, we have to give them something other than just this unstable behavior. It's not Ma'at. It's not Maat. I understand the Hebrews are doing it. I understand if any other religious people are doing it. I get that. Fine. I make exception for you. But if you claim to be somebody from Kemet and you're blatantly lying, and I don't like talking about these people's names because the way I grew up, we don't speak on it. We either, hey, if we're going to get down, we get down, and that's what it is. But I have to say this so you know who it is. This guy, Jabari, personally, if I met Jabari and I didn't know anything about him, I would like him. But the more I get to know this guy, he's just a liar. He's Isfet. And to speak on what the great brother Tef said, listen, I broke down and cried in front of these gentlemen on a panel because I had to own up to something I did wrong. And I'm the guy that's leading the movement here. And I cried in front of the people that are supposed to be, remember the ranking system? Because we have a ranking system. And I cried in front of the people that are below a rank in me, with no feelings attached to it, because I want this so bad. You don't understand how much I want a nation for the children. That is my life's mission. That is my goal. And I am not going to see that in my lifetime. And that crushes me every day. And the only way I wake up is because of my aunt. Because I'd rather lay in bed and be depressed and be frustrated because year after year, it's the same drama class. None of these guys are talking about building real nations. You can't build a nation if you don't have a ranking system. Here's one jewel. You want to succeed at anything? Just focus on what you want to succeed on, even if your feelings are pricked. Even if it hurts. Even if you hate the person that's in front of you. I don't agree with Ani all the time. Me and Ani go at it a lot. I don't agree with him. But if Ani said, hey, Ahate, I need you to stand next to me fist to fist, I'm there. Just because Ani's representing Ma'at. Me and Saba don't have a lot in common, but we have Ma'at in common. You don't have to be friends with people to build anything, man. And this is why the Tamu succeeds. Because the Tamu's nature is to kill, steal, and destroy everything. And he understands that. So when Billy meets with Brad, and Billy says, hey, Brad, I messed with your wife last night. Billy doesn't care. He even pays Brad, hey, keep doing it because you do an excellent job at the business and we need it to grow. So here's some money, keep doing it. That's how they operate. But see, us, we would kill Billy. We would kill Brad, even though Brad is significant to the movement or to the business or to whatever. And the Tamahu, whether you want to agree with me or not, at this stage is more advanced than us. Yeah, I said it. I am not, listen, Ma'at is, look up Ma'at. Ma'at means truth. If you're about truth, you speak it even if it hurts. And it hurts, believe me. But the Tamahu is in power because they know how to be more honest with themselves than we do with each other. And I'm done.
Yo, that's facts, though. That's absolute facts. There's no discipline. It's only arguing. It's all destroying. They not building nothing. You can't build nothing. They look like clowns. We look like clowns when the enemy see us on them channels behaving like that. We look like clowns. This is the representation.
I just want to throw this in. I apologize. I'll pass it right back.
Go, brother.
Yes, listen to what Atef said. Every one of us knows that feeling when we're walking down the street and the Tamahu looks at you and they're laughing at you, man. You think you're so intelligent and smart, you're using their technology, man. Without their computer, you couldn't even have a Sonnetter. Without their computer, you couldn't have Ma'at forever. You couldn't even speak. You're speaking their language.
Hey,
you're speaking their language. You think the Tamu cares? That's why they laugh at us, because we could talk all this big stuff, and all Bill Gates has to do is go to the U.S. military and say, hey, I want you bomb the entire city. Don't even just bomb their neighborhood. Just bomb the entire city. And then they get away with it because where's your military? Where's your Pepe the First?
That's a fact, man. That is a fact. We are literally walking, hustling backwards. That's actually the whole definition of hustling backwards right there. just steady destroying. It's fed chaos, but they're not offering nothing. They're not offering us nothing. No solution is being offered. Just the destruction of our people. Just the ISFET, just the chaos. That's what we're entertaining ourselves with. Just the chaos. That's it. And it's a shame because I agree with you, brother. I agree with you, Ahati. It's a shame. It's nothing we could do about it. And look, right now it's like 90, how many people is in? There's 97 people in here right now, right? Bro, it was 152 people waiting. He was starting late. It was 152 people waiting for the drama. They wasn't waiting to learn nothing. 152 people were waiting, and then the time kept getting pushed back and back. And you know who was waiting? My goddess. You know what my goddess said to me? She said, because we started watching some other stuff, she said, what is going on? When it finally started, she was like, she said, you used to watch this? She was like, how did you learn anything? How did you even get to where you at right now watching that? I said, yeah, that was my journey right through there, just like so many of us. Peace. We didn't even let you two brothers speak. Shout out to you, Minku. Shout out to you, Ani. Peace, Saba.
Yeah,
I'm
peace.
with you. I'm with you, Ahati. I'm right there by your side, brother.
Hey, this man
I'm
up
a
here,
defender of my eye.
This man up here, everybody, I owe my life to him. This is not me. Don't believe what you see ever. This is created by him. I didn't come out the womb like this. I came out confused like those guys, arguing, angry, my feelings getting hurt. And then one day, and for me, it took a lot longer, of course. We joke about that. But one day, I text him and I say, hey, man, you know what? The hekau, it is working. It is. And it is, because people will see it when you're really living the life. But these other guys, listen, give them your money, give them your time, but give this man more. Give Saba more.
That's what I agree with you, IT, because that's what I was mad. My blood was boiling, and I was like watching Saba, and I'm like trying to learn something different. Because listen, my go buttons stay mashed, if y'all know what that means. My go buttons.
Real quick, I just want to answer Conscious Conqueror, Saba, and then I'll pass the mic.
Yes,
I agree with that, Saba. I agree with that. At least we're getting their attention. No attention is not good, in my opinion. At least we're getting negative attention, and then I could see in the future that switches to positive. So he's right about that. At least people get angry when the truth arrives. So yes.
Yes. Wonderful, brothers. Wonderful. That was I heard a little bit of it. Thank you all for your passion. Thank you all. I don't think I heard Scribe, but yeah, Scribe, you spoke first, didn't you?
No, the good brother Ahati, I passed it to him and for a good purpose. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, because I was talking to you first, and then I stepped away. Okay, good. Okay, gentlemen, we're gonna go ahead and give the some shout outs, and then I'm gonna go ahead and respond to the Jabari situation. But here we go. We're gonna get into some of the donations here, because we always want to send respect to the donators. So here we go. Brother Raphael Gary sends $21, says, whooping Jabari ass again. Shout out to Raphael Gary. Oh man. Okay. Thank you, Raphael Gary. Appreciate the support. Appreciate the awesome support. You're wonderful. And we got we got Shakira again. Shakira is going.
Sharika.
Keep saying Shakira. Sorry. Sharika again. Is that on the screen?
Yes, it's showing.
Yes, give her some noise. She says $33 sent from Sharika. Question: please clarify, do all individuals on earth have souls? That'll be a good one. Mm-hmm. Thank you. You like that one side? Wow.
Yeah, that's a great one.
That's a good one,
Yeah.
right?
Beautiful.
Okay, good. Who we got? We got Sharika again. Let me see if I can. And she also sent another one that she wanted to just give as a donation. It says, Sharika, question. The ancestors do nothing by accident. Why on the temple and tomb walls are faces of the netters predominantly side profiled? And what significance do Bess and Head Heru carry? Because they are the ones I know who are full profile we see. That question sound familiar, Scribe?
It sounds very familiar.
Oh, that's great. Great
I love
minds
the way
think
this sister thinks. Yes.
Yes. Great question, Sharika. We'll get into it. I might as well I'll I'll do the best one again. Well, I may redirect it to the best one or do the best one and add a little bit more to it. Wow. Sharika is going beautiful with the donations from May 5th. 4. Thank you, Sharika, again. Sharika's doing lovely with the donations. Is anything shown on the screen right now, brothers, or nothing?
It's still showing hers.
Okay, good. Let's see who else is here. Who is this? Sharika again? Sharika again, who gave another $54. $54.45. Sharika, offerings for previous podcast. For offering for previous podcast, Nehesi breakdown. She sent me a personal message and said,
Better step it up, sisters. Better step it up.
Well, what I think is really beautiful is she's straight back from Kemet, and she's bringing that energy into our energy, and I think that's really telling and really powerful and really beautiful. So to you, sister, peace, power, and prosperity to you.
Sharika is awesome. She's not playing around. She told me actually to take. She told me to take that that question. Where is it? Where are you guys? She told me to take that question as a donation because she said that in the MEDU class, one of the MEDU classes, she said I broke down the Nehesi so much that she doesn't want to know more right now. She has to digest what she just told me to do. So she said that $54, she should just keep that. Keep that as a donation for just whatever I said in one of those MEDU classes. You know, I don't even remember. When it's a MEDU class, I go on a roll because nothing's in front of me. So I don't know what I teach. My goddesses say, "What did you teach?" I'm like, I can't remember. I don't know. You guys say so the last MEDU class, Scribe was turning red. Scribe was like, his face was something. I don't know what I was teaching, but Scribe was like, Sharika was dancing. Did you all see?
Yes.
Sharika was dancing while I was teaching. Scribe's face turned some darker color. I don't know what was going on, but something I was doing. Something was happening. I don't remember. I don't know what happened. I think something Menkura asked about wheat. Something about bread. I'm not sure, but some had people dancing. Menkura asked about emerald wheat. You guys come to the MEDU class. Let me go ahead and put that. Email me and find out how to come to MEDU class. If you miss a class, you can get the class. I had people get that class about the emerald wheat and Kura. They were like, wow. People got that class that couldn't make it, and they're texting me like, what's going on here?
That class was amazing.
How can you ask somebody about wheat and get an answer like that? So
every week too. Every week we get that, guys. Every single week, every Friday, every Monday, and every Sunday. We get it.
Oh my gosh. We got one here from Andrea Wasson. It looks like it's coming from the website. I was gonna ask her about that. How I haven't seen many book sales or shirt sales in a long time, and then all of a sudden, boom, all this started showing up. It looks like it's from the website. But Andrea Wasson, I know she's one of the people in the pod class. Maybe she did she buy a book? I'm not sure. But shout out to Andrea Wasson, who actually donated. Last time she donated was like $100. So shout out to Andrea Wasson, $25. That could be for maybe 2 books. I'm not sure, but it looks like it's from the website. Shout out to you, beautiful sister. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. You are awesome. And let's do a couple more. Then we're gonna get to the next answer. The next answer. Oh, my next question. Emmanuel Rodriguez. This brother keeps on donating. He donates like 4 times a pod class. We're coming up to your question. He asked that question. I'm gonna answer it quick because it was $3 sent, but he asked about the Moldavite stone or something. But your question's coming up. It's on the list. Shout out to you. Do you see that in the room?
Nah, Sab, it's not showing. The other one didn't show neither. For the system.
Oh, Andrew Watson didn't show?
No.
Okay, well, let me thank you. Let me fix that here, everybody. So Windows. So shout out to Emmanuel Rodriguez for $4.44. Shout out to you. Who says 444? He reminds me of a harass free culture. He sends these messages with 444 in it. 444.44 and 444 Maat 444. He's from the tribe of harassed free culture. All right. Shout out to you, and then Andrea Watson, who is over here. Who is over wow, so many from I can't escape Sharika. I can't even find Andrea Watson anymore. Is this her? Sharika again. So Sharika. So where's Andrea Watson? Must be this? Sharika again. What? Wait. How many Sharika give? Andrea Watson. Okay, I'll just go like this. I'll go to the I'll go to this. Here we go. I'll go to this. What's showing on the screen now, fellas?
Still Emmanuel.
Okay. So I'm going to do a stop share. I'm going to do a share. Share screen. And is this Watson here? There it is. Andrea Watson, shout out to you. Give her some noise, gentlemen. $25. That's from the website, isn't it, Scribe?
I'm not sure.
Okay,
I'm not sure
anytime
if that's from the website or not.
Okay. Okay, interesting. But shout out to Andrea Watson. Whenever I get some from the website, it's formatted like this. Maybe she sent it in a different kind of way. Shout out to Andrea Watson. Appreciate you. I'll do 2 more, then we'll get into the next question for the Tehuti pod class. Who is this? Sharika. Sarah Jean with the 555. This is funny. I don't know if there was a comment to respond to the Ankh West thing. It says, Sata walkout. Plastic snakes cannot walk. Let's see. Put this in the room here. Shout out to the dedicated Sarah Jean with 555. Sata walkout. Plastic snakes cannot walk out. I wonder if one of them said my snake was plastic too. I know one of them, they said that snake is dead, but I wonder if people think my snakes are fake. I never even thought about that. I wonder if they think they're remote control. But okay, here we go. Shout out to you and the great, the awesome Amun Maat Ra. I'll do this donation, then we'll get into the next question. I want everybody to know I see everybody's donations. If I haven't gotten to you, it's because there's a list of them. I'm doing them step by step. And he says, enduring the ISFET. There we go. Enduring the ISFET with class well met. So he must have saw the situation on Sonetta 2 and saw the chaos and confusion. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Give him some noise. And we got I see all of you here. I see oh, Primordial Thought again. Wait. Primordial Thought. Oh. The brother whose question I just answered, who sent $30, he saw the answer. And he sent this. You all see that on the screen yet?
Yes. Check email.
Give him some noise. Yes, check email. Wow, Primordial Thought 9. Thank you, my good brother. Thank you. My good brother, appreciate that. I'm gonna go ahead and put this in the file and then check the email, see what he's referring to. 9, no, from May 5th, and he said check the email. I'm gonna check the email. Just answered. Oh, here's the question for that. There's a question. Primordial Thought. He sent $10 gratitude. Can you all see that on the screen?
Yes, we can see it, Saba.
Okay, see that on the screen. It says gratitude for aiding me towards the path of Ma'at. $10 tip for the question that he already gave 30 for, just answered, and 30 for the question below. Gratitude, Saba, respect. How do we break from the spell of being ruled by the stomach? Gratitude, Saba. Health and prosperity to you and your family. Okay, I'm gonna put there 11 from May 5th. Primordial. Okay, good. All right, everybody. Shout out to everybody who asked a question. I'm gonna read more as I go after this. Somebody sent me a message saying, do I see MMB's question or donation? I do not. If it's Facebook, I can't see it till I click it. But if it's sent Cash App, I do not see. I think MMB is Derek. I do not see a Cash App from a Derek yet. I don't see it here. So shout out to all the donators. If he sent it Facebook, I can't see it until I click on them when I get to them. So if he sent it Cash App, I don't see it. If he sent it PayPal, I'll see it when I get to it. Okay, everybody, here we go. We're gonna get to the next question, everybody. From the Tehuti Pod class, shout out to the donators. Everybody who's seeing this information, if you appreciate what you see, then support. You can either send a question support, or you can just send in support to Cash App TT Amun and PayPal Rocky SV. The next question coming in from the Tehuti Pod class is from this brother right here, who's actually on the panel. Who this was something that I was gonna break down to him from long time, from a little while. Yes. Hold on, the shooting. Okay, so so this brother here got his name ATEF, and I told him that I was gonna break this down to him, the ATEF, the father aspect, because I've been I've been telling. Hold on. I've been telling him for a long time that I look up. I respect his father attributes, and I'm going to break down the Kemetic father, and then end up giving. I gave him the name Atef, which is father. So this next question is actually sent in from this brother here, which was actually going to be a part of his naming ceremony. There wasn't time for it, and this is actually a whole class answer. So, brother Atef, this is for you, my good brother. The question in from brother Atef is, let me see if it's is 1 second here. Oh, here is this it? No, I don't see the. It was PayPal or Cash App you sent.
I think it was PayPal. Saba, hold on.
PayPal. I may have clicked on it already, and so it's showing up that I read it already. So go ahead and email that to me, or go ahead and screen share what you the PayPal, because I can't. I think
no, it was a Cash App. It was a Cash App, Saba. It was sent Wednesday, 10:45 Wednesday.
Okay. Do you have it? Can you email that screen? I can't seem to see it. It's Cash App, right? Okay. Wednesday. I don't know.
I just emailed it to you, Saba.
Email it to me. Okay, good. Let me refresh and see. They're shooting. I did not receive it. Maybe my email is slow. Maybe sometime there it is. Okay, good. Here it is, everybody. I got it. And here is the question in from the brother. This was a question that was sent recently, but it was actually a question that was going to be answered from a while ago. So we're just getting to this. And here it is, everybody. Screen share. Boom. Window. There it is. Give this man some noise. And so the ATEF, wonderful. The ATEF breakdown. The ATEF breakdown. His name is ATEF. Why is ATEF? Why is the letter F at the end of male words in the MEDU netter? Hold on. These people must have bad aim. How can you shoot so much?
Are they shooting out of the ice cream truck?
I don't know, but it's like, did you hit the target, or is this a fire?
Word?
Who said word? Who said that? Who said that? Who said that?
You gonna pay me my money?
Yeah, it's fireworks then. These ones are fireworks. They mix them in. These ones are fireworks. Yeah, these are fireworks. Okay. Shout out to ATEF for $27.72. Shout out to the guy shooting fireworks for no reason. And here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. We're about to get into this answer. Oh, I'm sorry.
Jabari.
I do. Yeah, I was supposed to respond to the Jabari thing. That's right. Hold on. Do I have Zelly? Yes, I do have Zelly. I do have Zelly. Okay, that has to be gunshots. Okay. Yes, I do have Zelly. And moderator, can you send me the? Email me the Zelly information. I'll see if I want to use it or not. I don't know if I want to use Zelly, but thank you for asking, good brother. Thank you for asking. I don't know if I want to use Zelly for the pod class though, but I'll see if it's usable. Okay, everybody. So here it is. My response to the Jabari situation. I forgot. So let me go ahead and play the response to the. the Jabari situation. It's only a few minutes, and so the question is, what in the world? It sounds like the noises you all do for the question. Okay, it sounds like Red October. I don't know what's going on. There's a war outside. Nobody's safe from. I don't know what's happening. Okay, what? Is it a holiday today?
Cinco de Mayo.
Oh yes, of course. Those are Spanish brothers.
Corona.
That's right. Corona Day. Yes. Corona Day. That's right. How can I forget? Yes. Get the skulls and crossbones and whatever you got to put. Okay. All right, everybody. So here it is, everybody. My answer to the situation, because it seems to be a discrepancy now, where me and Jabari had a debate. Who won the debate? What was it announced? I'm gonna go ahead and put it on the screen. Let me see if it plays with you guys on it. If not, we'll have to put you off, and then you can come back afterwards. Oh, the question was from a week ago. If you're Derek, I answered a question from. If MMB's Derek, I answered a question from a Derek. Are you Are you Derek? I answered a question. I don't know. I'll check again, but I answered a question that was from a Derek. I don't know if that's MMB though. I'm not sure. But if it's in there, then it is on the list. Okay, you're not Derek. Okay. Did you send a question and then send another $5 for the question again? But at any rate, they're all on the list, so it'll be answered. They'll all be answered in the order in which they came. But I do remember an MMB question. Yes. So if the question is, did a Cash App come in from MMB? Yes, it did. Yes, it did, and it is in file. Okay, good. That is you. No problem. You are on deck. You are on file. Ladies and gentlemen, I get so many questions that even if you send a question for today's pod class, there may be 4 or 5 questions sent before you sent it. And so because the questions are so long, sometimes it may go to another pod class. So yes, I did receive MBB. Thank you for inquiring. Absolutely, that's on record. You are received. All right, everybody, here we are. And this is for the Jabari situation. Let me go ahead and play it. I'm going to take off. And then we'll get into the ATEF question. So go ahead and take off this music here. Might as well go ahead and play it for everybody. The Tehuti debate, Jabari, and if he did, who won the debate? Where's the confusion coming from? Was it announced on Sonetter? Let's see. And here's how I answer questions. Here we go. Let me get this from the bottom of the screen.
I'll get it for you, Saba.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Here we go, everybody. Here we are. The Tehuti debate, Jabari. What's the conflict? Who won the debate? Did it ever happen? Let's see. What does Tehuti say about that? Tehuti says, pull this up. What do I say about the situation? Let me pull this closer. Tehuti says absolutely nothing.
To be very clear, I have never had an official beat with Tehuti. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people. on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know, he took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion,
Stop talking about it. Stop bringing up the topic. Please just stop. Okay? I'm just here to teach. Leave it alone. I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kamil.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
All right, and that is my response. Okay, that is my response to the situation. I have no other words other than that. So my response is actually Sonetter's response. So whatever people take from that, did I officially debate Jabari? It appears so if they were asking for a rematch. And they said this time, Jabari's not going to take him lightly. This time of what? This time of a conversation? We're going to have a conversation rematch of conversation, because I beat him in a conversation by a couple jabs. So the rematch date is Wednesday, and I refused the rematch. I'm actually the one that refused it, because I said once I beat somebody and debate them, I don't turn into a saga. There's no part one, part two. There's just I beat you and we go on to the next person. There's no rematch part one. Well, he beat him the first time, but see, the second time, Loaded Lux beat Mook, and this time, for the eighth time, I think the eighth time with the fifth time. And next thing you know, you have so many debates and rematches that you don't know who won the topic. I take one win. It was official. There was a rematch. There was an announcement, 5 different announcements of the winner on the platform, and that's the end of that conversation. Everything other than that is just people looking for argument for the purpose of arguing. Go argue with Sonetter, go argue with the videos. I have nothing more to say. Jabari is trying to change the narrative that he never actually had an official, and I'll let everybody know this. If you go back 2 years ago, over 2 years, 4 years ago, that's how the debates actually were. Go back to the old debates. There were conversations. They weren't as organized and structured like today. Now it's like, get your tickets and it's $25 and it goes to $35 and tickets are sold out and there's the moderator. It wasn't like that. It was a conversation, and then a conversation, we said, let's talk about it here. We're going to have time periods, time schedules, and that was a debate. And it has verses. Whenever there's a debate, there's verses. Conversations don't have verses, and they don't have rematches, and they don't have winners, and they don't have I love you, Jabari, but even Floyd Mayweather has to take. So you take a loss, you don't talk like that in a conversation. So it's not a conversation just, but it was a conversation, because in order to debate, you have to converse. So we did set up a conversation to debate, because we had 2 opposing sides and there was a winner declared at the end, and the disgruntled person or group or whoever wanted a rematch. And I, Tehuti, said, I don't want to rematch. But the loser, or whoever was on that side, requested a rematch. In order for there to be a rematch, there had to have been a debate, unless there's a whole nother, to say, it was kind of like, not really a TKO. How can you have a TKO and it's not a debate? A TKO in a conversation. So at any rate, that is the end of that. And that is all I will say about that. Everything other than that is just trying to make me invisible. All right, brothers, we're going to go on to the next, the question from ATEF. So that is my answer, brothers, and that will be one of the new intros that will get played. So anybody who wants to see it, especially like, isn't that him see it be Jabari, boy? This is the type of foolishness. Yes. Yes. This is the type of foolishness we allow by declaring a winner to a debate. That's the type of foolishness you does allow here, boy. Yes. Absolutely. I agree. So here we go. All right. All right, we're going to get into the next question here, everybody. Let's get into it, fellas. There's the answer. That will be on the Tehuti intro from now on. That'll be one of the intro replacements. Okay, so there it is. There it is, bye. All right, here we go. All right, gentlemen, we're going to, you guys, you guys can go into the thing. We'll get you back on here for the next question. Beautiful. Here we go. So the next question is, what is the ATEF, the father symbol? Why is the letter F at the end of words? Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Let me go ahead and get this off the screen. Let me move this off the screen. Move this off the screen. Let me go doom. We're gonna put this. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. And let me see if I can open this. Open. Let's see if we go in slide mode. This is 2. Okay, here we go. All right, everybody, here we go. So the brother's name is ATEF, and you'll find an F sound at the end of words making things a male. Why is that? And why is it actually a serpent? The female symbol is an actual serpent that is raising up, and the male symbol is actually a serpent on its stomach. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. Where did it go? Where is it? Here it is. Boom. Everybody see the screen? Press a 9 if you can hear me, and if you can see the screen. Here we go. Everybody can see and hear me? Let me check the room. Let me check the room. Press a 9 if you can see and hear me. Welcome to the pod class. And after this is going to be the next question. It's going to be great. And we're going to eventually get to the next question, which I see is They Live from Big Vapes, if he's still in the room. Press a 9 if you can see and hear me. Wonderful. Let's get into it, everybody. Boom. Here it is. So Tef is a word, an image for father. The image is the desert viper, the Kemetic viper. So when you look at the word for father, it's one of the fastest jumping, striking, and deadliest snakes. So when you see the word ATEF, ATEF is actually Tef because you can put the vowel before a word. And so when you look at Tef, you see these symbols right here. And it is father, father of the gods. You can put a T on my mother, father, but it is the word for father. And without the T, it is masculine, and is this symbol right here. This is the horned viper hieroglyphic phonetic F in the 19 in the Gardener's list sign from the Senuseret Whitechapel of what they call Karnak at the Open Air Museum. So this is actually the symbol for father. This is the symbol that I put on the brother's name, the ATEF, and it is father. And it is my mouse is over it. This is the reed, which is the A. This is the loaf of bread, which is the T. This is the F, and this is the man. And this is ATEF, which is father. Here is the horned viper, and the horned viper symbol. They took the symbol for father, and they actually turned it into the devil symbol. Here's the devil symbol of the snake with the horns, became the evil symbol. And so if a Christian was to look at this and see this reddish snake with slits in its eyes and horns, they'll say that is the devil by. But in actuality, it is the symbol for fatherhood, and it is called the ATEF. This leads us into the crown of Asar, and this is the ATEF crown. It is the father crown symbol, and it is called the ATEF, why he wears this symbol with two plumes at the side. We're going to get into it, and here it is again. The Lackstone head of Osiris Asar, British Museum of Fine Arts in Boston. And here it is again, ETEF or ATEF, which is the father symbol, which is the viper symbol. Why is it the viper symbol? And why is the letter F? Oh, hold on a second. One momentum. Okay, let's see if I can actually, hopefully can play this. So here it is. I don't know why this is going so slow. Very slow. Let me go back here. Let me go like this. That's so small. I'm not sure why it's doing that. Okay, no problem. I'm gonna see if I can even play this. Let me see what type of what this is here. This is the ATEF, and let's go ahead and open it here. And this is the fast sleep striking viper. So over here we can see they go out. They're in the desert area. They find the viper, and here it is right here. And there it is right there. This is the desert viper. Very, very dangerous, very poisonous, and it's known as one of the fastest leaping snakes. And it does. See how fast that is right there? Watch how fast the strike is. That's how it got its name. See how fast that is? Split second striking. You don't even know that you're bit until you feel the pain. See how fast that is? That is the desert viper, and it's named so for, there it is. See how fast the strike is? It's named so for that fast strike. That is why the Kemetians called it Tef, and why it is associated with Tef and fatherhood is for that strike, and I'm going to get into it right there. We'll show it one more time. And this is where the Kemetians would see this horned viper, and the strike was extremely fast. There was no escape from it. It's actually less than a second strike. It's one of the fastest. There it is right there again. And he comes up to it and close. There it is right there. Look how fast that is. There it is right there. Boom. So it's called so because of its fast strike. And then over here, this is the sound. The desert viper makes this sound.
Sidewinding to get a grip on the loose.
And it actually makes this sound by the movement. And that's what the desert viper does. I'm going to play a little bit of this. It tricks lizards with his tail, but it actually makes this sound by moving through the sand. Right there.
Millions of years have taught them the necessary tricks.
So that is the desert viper right there. And it makes that sound right there. And it is the fastest striking snake. How did the Kemetians see this? Why is this of relevance? When you look at the letter F is actually the sound of the horned viper moving across and burrowing in the sand. So it makes this sound that sounds like, it actually literally makes that sound, and it became associated with the letter F in the MEDU netter because that's the sound that it actually makes. And now we're going to get into why the fast strike. So there's the letter F. So the ATEF is the symbol itself of the viper, and it's also just the letter F itself, which is actually a sound that the snake is actually making that is not coming from itself. It's actually coming from the very unique way that it moves and burrows and hides within the sand. And you can hear it doing so even if you don't see it doing it. You can actually hear it. It's actually very loud. Okay. So here it is now. How does this tie into the fatherhood? So when we go to the temple of what they call Karnak, we see the Netert Min ejaculating. But if we look closer, we see this image, we see something that's truly amazing. What we see defies history as we know it, being that modern day science claims that microscopes were not invented until Giovanni Faber, a fellow of the Accademia di Lincia, coined the word microscope to describe the instrument in 1625. The compound microscopes of the Italian Eustachio Divini and Gastepi Campani testified to the significant improvements made by the instrument in the second half of the century, while in England, Robert Hooke reached new levels of excellence. Other innovations were introduced in the 18th century. So according to modern day understanding, the microscope wasn't developed until around 1625. So thus, when you look at the image of Min over here in the temple, what do we see? We see ejaculation. We see ejaculation, but we see something very, very interesting also beside the ejaculation. It's a symbol that has many meanings, but when you look at it, what is beside, what do we see here? We see the ejaculating penis, and then we see this right here, which looks exactly like the sperm. Crisscrossing right over where the sperm is being shot out, we see a magnified sperm. It's also a word that is Eve, and it's also a word that is purity, but it looks exactly like a sperm, and it's literally over where the ejaculation of the sperm is. What does this actually mean? So, people say, well, that can't be a sperm. The Cometians couldn't have seen this. They wouldn't have known that. That has nothing to do with the sperm shooting out until we look at the actual metanetter of Tef, which is fatherhood, which is the viper. And right beside the viper, we see the same type of symbol here with a head, different things with heads and a little wiggly tail. And it means to spit out or eject something from the body, to spit out or eject something from the body. What spits out or ejects from the body that makes you a father? Sperm. And we see that same wiggly symbol there with the head, and that is the word for Tef also. So we see the viper, a Tef, and we also see these wiggly symbols here that also symbolize Tef, and it says something spitting out, but it's from the body though, something ejecting from the body, or to pour out, which is Tef, which is father. So the thing that pours out from the body that makes you a Tef, of course, is a sperm. And that's why they have that symbol there, because it's spitting out actually from the body. And that is the Tef. So the breakdown of Tef and the understanding of Tef, the Cometians, oh, here it is again. Here it is, I'll show it again. So I'll show it so you can see all of it. There it is, so you can see all of it. So we see the Tef is something with a tail that is overlapping with a sperm that should not be able to be seen, but yet the word itself means to spit out or ejecting. That's where the word ejaculation comes from. It means to eject something from the body, and this is the ejecting god Min, who is also always shown as a god ejaculating. That's actually where the word ejaculating comes from. Ejaculating comes from the word eject, and it is the Tef symbol, which is the actual sperm or something ejaculating out of the body, which represents the letter F, which is from the sound that the actual serpent makes while it is burrowing in the sand, setting up to protect itself and also to provide itself food, because it burrows its complete body under the sand and then wiggles its little tail to actually trick lizards, and then it can eat it. And then we find something very interesting associated with the Tef, which is doubling Tef, which is this right here. This is called a hubble, and it is actually a harness put at the feet of donkeys and horses that actually control them. It is actually a farmer's tool that is used for a sign of a control, and it is two ropes or a chain with two circles that is put on the bottom of an animal's foot, and it shows a sign of control, which is a sign of fatherhood as well. So all these symbols, the Cometians were out in the wilderness looking at these symbols, understanding what a sperm looks like, understanding what ejaculates out of the body, understanding its association with its speed to jump out, which is the speed of the ejaculation. So they associated the ejection of the sperm as fast as the ejection of how fast the actual Tef serpent moves, and it is ejecting itself to inject something into you, which is to defend itself and kill its enemy, which is exactly what a father does when when a father's in control of his family, which is the control symbol right here. So that is the viper symbol, and that is the Tef symbol. So it represents fatherhood, it represents recreation, procreation, and the ability of men to create while having the camouflage ability to protect yourself, protect your family, while having the great fast speed defense of the great fastest, most poisonous viper snake. And this is why they called, and just for a bonus for you, good brother, for a bonus for you, this is the reason why the cat was also called the Tef, and where the word Tefnut came from, because when the brother got his name, he said he wished in his mind, he didn't tell me, that Sekhmet would be added to his name. And that's why I added this to his name, because Tef is where you get the word Tefnut from, because she was the fast cat striker, ejaculating, moving out, being sent out on a journey. So she was symbolic of something shooting out or going out fast to defend Ra. So Tef was inside of her name, so she was Tefnut. So to have Tef inside your name is also to have Tefnut inside your name, which is also Sekhmet, which is the image that is behind you. That is my answer to that question, my good brother. That is the Tef, that is the serpent, and that's what makes you a powerful symbol of fatherhood, and why the Kemetians were so respectful for snakes that could kill them, where they could even name the father procreator and protector of the family the name of a serpent that actually was out killing Kemetic people. They even saw something as dangerous as a symbol of fatherhood. So thus they found the good within the apparent evil. The creature with the devil face supposedly and the two horns was the symbol of fatherhood, and they gave that to Osiris, the great father of Heru. Boom, that's the answer to that question, my good brother. Hope you appreciated it. You can come back to the room real quick and speak on it, and then I will get to the next question. But I wanted to break that down to you. The other part of it, with the hat, I'm going to break down to you in private. But let me go ahead and put the link in the room, and if you heard that, you can jump back in, tell us what you thought of the answer, and then we're going to get on to the next beautiful question, which is the they live. All right, there it is. There is the answer to the question. That is the Tef. And that's why Sekhmet was also called Tefnut. She was the Tefin. Tefin means to ejaculate, to spring forth, like the great cat. And the T at the end makes it feminine, so it's actually Tefenti. And they pronounce it Tefnut as if it's N-U-T, but it's actually Tefenti, Tefenti, like that. So go ahead, brother. There is the answer to the question. And boom, that is what I have for you right there. Thank you for sending that question in. If you are still in the room, you can jump in, give your comments on it, and then we can get to the next question of the Tehuti Pod class, which is the Matrix Zero. No, that was just a quick one. I don't know if he's in the room. Rigo says, wow. I don't know if the brother Atef is listening. There he is. And that question. You are Atef. Still in the room. You can jump in, give your comments on it. Take the YouTube off. The next question of the Tehuti Pod. Okay. And Atef, are you there, my brother?
Yeah, I'm here. Stop. I had to
good,
turn
good,
down
good.
my other. I be screen recording on my laptop, so it be playing. Yeah, that's an excellent breakdown. I was looking forward to that. I've been waiting all day. I've been waiting all day for that. Yeah, I appreciate that, Sab. I appreciate your wisdom and that breakdown. I've been doing some reading as well, and just trying to understand the deeper meanings behind that. Just trying to examine, trying to teach our people. That's what we have to do. We have to examine and be appreciative of our leaders and celebrate the truth. So off for that amazing breakdown, Saba. Definitely looking forward to this Matrix breakdown. Definitely always looking forward to everything that you bring forth. So off for that, Saba.
Wonderful. Nini Ook. And also I will I believe I'm having a talk with you tomorrow or Sunday or something. one of these days I'm gonna have a talk with you, and I will give you all of that. I'll actually send that whole class to you as a file. You can have that to print out and put up on your walls for your fatherhood.
Tua.
Nini Uk. There you go. All right, everybody. Tef the warrior. Okay. All right, everybody. We're gonna get into the next question of the Tehuti pod class. I will get to all questions. We'll see how long this one takes. If not, everybody who sent in questions, best believe all of your questions will be answered. If you send them in from last week, they'll either be answered today or they'll be answered for the next Tehuti pod class. They are all in a row, but some of these answers are so long, and tonight I have to end my pod class at a particular time because I have things to do in the morning, so I can't be up till regular 2 o'clock pod class answers. So there we go. All right, my good brother ATEF, the Viper. We're gonna push you. Now you got to get a Viper. Now you got to get the deadly snake. Is your lady gonna get you get a Viper now? You see that fat strike?
Something.
I won't even get that. I wouldn't even get that thing, man. That thing is crazy. I could get one too. I refuse.
It's my name, Saba. It's my frequency.
Oh my God! I'm gonna have to get you. I'm gonna have to get you something in the family that's not like that. That thing. That's the father killer. This thing's crazy. But okay. Okay. All right, everybody. We're gonna get into the next question of the Tehuti pod class. And the next question is, and ATEF, actually, you can stay on for the sound effects.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Put the music back on. Here's the next question, everybody. This is actually a double question. This is actually two questions. It's a bonus one. I'm gonna it's a bonus question for the brother Rigo. Is Big Vapes in the room still? Big Vapes, are you in the room? Let me go ahead and put the flowing music on. Big Vapes, are you in the room? Let me see if he's in the room. Big Vapes. And for Rigo, my good brother Rigo, because Rigo been asking questions about the Matrix, and everybody wants to know more about the Matrix breakdown. And so what I did is I actually went into the original Matrix movie that I've always actually wanted to speak about, but nobody sent the question. And then Big Vape sends the question, and then Rigo sends the Matrix thing. So I'm going to give a little bit of the Matrix. You're going to see how it meshes in. And I'm going to introduce you to Matrix Zero, the very first Matrix that was not called the Matrix. Matrix Part 0. And then next week we'll get into Matrix 4. And then next week, MB, if I can't get into it, I'll get into your question, MBB. And everybody else who sent questions, I see them. Everybody send your support to the Tehuti podcast. Let me go ahead and save this though. Unless I already did. Did I save it as a TEF? I put a TEP. A TEF. A TEF. There we go. Good. Okay, here we go. So the next question from the Tehuti pod class coming in from Big Vapes. If you're there, Big Vapes, I don't know if you're there. This was sent a little while ago. Maybe the last week or the week before. I'm not sure. I'm just getting to it though. And here it is, Big Vapes. Wait, this isn't it. Oh, MBB. Here it is. Here's the MBB one. I see the MBB one. You have helped me. Oh, this one. Was able to sustain, procreate. Okay, MBB, if you're there, my good brother, I'm going to make something very easy for you. So when I answer the question, your question about Saturn and the effect of women and all of that, I'm actually going to explain to you I'm not going to explain the answer to that question because in reality, I'm just going to give a breakdown of the falsehood of the misteachings of the astrology and planets affecting this planet and the people on this planet. There actually is no answer to the Saturn thing because I'm going to have to tell you about astrology and who made and where it came from and the planets not having an effect on the people on Earth. I'm going to have to break that down. I will get to that. I see it now, MBB. I see it now. Thank you. I see it though. I have to give you an astrology class and the origins and the falsehoods of it. And then from there, you'll be able to know the answer to that question based on the false premise that the information of Saturn is even based on. Okay, here we go, everybody. The next question is, let me go back. And it is, here it is. Is Big Vapes in the house? Big Vapes, are you there, my good brother? Is Big Vapes in the house?
I don't see him.
Does anybody see Big Vape? Nobody see Big Vapes?
I don't see him, Saba, but it's 95 people in the chat.
Okay, good. We're going to get into it then. Big Vapes, you have to watch this on the replay. Let me see if I find Big Vapes donation and one second, everyone. I can't find Big Vapes donation. I think it was like $25 or something, 20 some dollars. I don't see it. Let me go ahead and try to pull it up one other way. And Rigo sent 111 for the Matrix 4. I'm not going to break down the Matrix 4, but I'm going to give a shout out to Rigo. Last podcast was April 28th. Let me see if I can pull something up. It may have been stuck in April file. Hold on a second. Big Vapes asked the question. Is April 28th. Oh, I even named the April 28th MBB. I haven't put MBB in a little special file. Got you, MBB. Got you. So, Big Vapes. Here it is. That's for third Meta-Netter class. Big Vapes. He did send $20. Questions to be answered. 1 second. For some reason it's not showing up here. Strangers question. Oh, here it is. Got you. I got you. Let me put in the right file, everybody. Bear with me a moment. I do have to do all this manually. It's interesting how I have to do all this. Okay, here we go. Big Vapes, is this you? Big Vapes. And let me go now to okay, Primordial, Big Vapes, and okay, They Live. And shout out to Rigo for sending $200 for the Matrix 4. Shout out to Rigo for that. I don't see it here, but that's okay because I'm not going to even answer that. But Rigo gave $200 for the Matrix 4. So because of that, I wanted to give Rigo a little jewel on the Matrix 0 and break down this incredible movie called They Live, but it's only incredible after this class. So let me go ahead and put Big Vapes on here. Oh, we got my cousin here. I was gonna say something else. Dome Daily. Hotep Netzer Wagwan. It's your cousin Knowledge Barn. All right, shout out to you. Shout out to Carbon Light Being. Beautiful name. Shout out to you. Rigo screaming for Big Vapes. Big Vapes, where are you? Okay, no problem. We're gonna get into it regardless. So let me go ahead and put this on the screen here. Here it is. They Live. And there's Big Vapes. Here it is right here. So Big Vapes with a $20. And here it is on the screen right here. Boom, boom. Hey, brother Atef, do you have anybody other than you watching this in the background right now?
She knocked out. My God is knocked out on a.
Okay. Okay. Okay, here we go, everybody, for the next question. Sent in from the Tehuti Pod class, $20. And brother Rigo sent in 111. I'm going to make one more attempt to find that. It's not in today's because I wasn't going to answer it today. But it's somewhere in here. Rigo for the Matrix 4. There's Raphael Gary, Primordial, Stranger. Rigo somewhere in the mix. You're somewhere in the mix, Rigo. But shout out to you, Rigo. He did send in a lot of money, and I'm going to answer that next week. I don't have time tonight at all. But shout out to this good brother here who sent in a question about They Live movie breakdown. Everybody press 9 if you've seen the movie They Live. Before I even start to break this movie down to you, press 9 if you've seen the movie They Live. T.O.M. Daily said, who created the Anunnaki? But of course, questions are sent in to the podcast through Cash App and PayPal, and I have a list of them to get to. And that's why I give everybody their dedicated quality answer. So here we go. So the next question in file is, so who's seen They Live? We got Owner saw They Live. Nania said Oh, Rigo. Very interesting, Rigo. Rigo saw They Live. I'm impressed. Okay, Rigo. I thought Rigo was too wouldn't be into that. It's too young or something. But okay. Never seen it. This is hilarious. Somebody put, I watch it at least 20 times a year. Yeah. That's hilarious. Who's this? Owner. You watch They Live 20 times a year. Now that is a ritual. That's dedication. Who watched it last week? MBB. Shout out to MBB. If you haven't seen it, you got to go. MBB said, I watched it last week. Very good, MBB. That's right. Roddy Piper starred in it. Okay. We got T.O.M. Daily saw it, or know that he's seen in it. It's an old movie. Yes, it's a movie in 88, which we're gonna explain all that. One of your favorite movies, Rigo. You're an old soul. You're advanced. A lot of people your age would look at that movie and say, "What kind of B movie is this? What type of cheap?" That is exactly right. Oh, you remember, Ahati? I came to chew bubble gum and kick ass. Okay. People have seen it. Very good. Now that all of you have seen the movie, those who've said they've seen it, press a 9 if you've ever seen anybody break it down before. Where has there ever been a thorough breakdown of this movie here? Anybody who's ever seen a thorough breakdown? We all saw the movie, but who's ever saw a breakdown? This will be the first time a thorough breakdown. Jody saw it. Go ahead and, where'd you see a thorough breakdown of the movie, Jody? I want to go look at it too. Type in the room, where did you see a thorough breakdown of the movie They Live? Because I was looking around, I've not seen a thorough breakdown. You saw one breakdown on YouTube? Okay, good. I want to know where the thorough breakdown, because I scan and look and I see like a couple obvious things, but okay, you know what I'm going to do? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to answer this question. After I answer this question, then I'm going to ask if anybody's ever seen a thorough breakdown. I am going to give, for what I believe is the first thorough breakdown of the movie They Live, and you all will tell me if you've ever seen anything like this. Let's get into it, everybody, because I did look around. I saw a couple things like the creatures represent alien takeovers and the politician. Pretty good stuff, okay stuff, but you'll see what thorough is in a moment. Here we go. Are you ready? Let's go, everybody. Let's go. Here we go. All right, ATEF, I'm going to put you back in the chat. Thank you, Jody. Thank you, Rigo, and thank you. Someone else said they saw a breakdown, so that's good. That's good. So I have other breakdowns to look at after I give this one. I've been able to find any thorough ones, but here we go. Everybody ready? Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Here we go with the Tehuti breakdown of the Matrix Zero, which is They Live. Here we go. Everybody see the screen? Why is Bruce Lipton on the screen? We're starting off with Bruce Lipton. Here we go. Before I get into the topic of the next answer, I want to introduce you to Bruce Lipton. Why is Bruce Lipton on the screen for They Live breakdown? This is Bruce Lipton, PhD. Let's look at Bruce Lipton's credentials, everybody. Bruce Lipton, born October 21st, 1944, is an American development biologist noted for his views on epigenetics. In his book, Biology of Belief, he says that the belief controls human biology rather than DNA and inheritance. Lipton's continuous claims have not been received attention from mainstream science. Lipton received a BA in biology from W.C. Post Campus, Long Island University in 1966, and a PhD in development biology from the University of Virginia in 1971. From 1973 to 1982, he taught anatomy at the University of Wisconsin Schools of Media before joining St. University School of Media as a professor of anatomy for 3 years. Lipton has said that sometime in the 1980s, he rejected atheism and came to the belief that the way cells function demonstrate the existence of God. From 1987 to 1992, Lipton was involved in the research Pennsylvania State University and Stanford University Medical Center since 1993. He's been teaching in non-tenured positions at primarily alternative chiropractic colleges and schools. Lipton has said when he first started back in the 70s and my research was coming out, it was the golden age of genes. My research irritated a lot of people, and then he goes on. But that is Lipton's credentials. That is this person right here, Bruce Lipton. Okay, author of Biology of Belief, understanding that the psychology and the mental plane and mental thought is actually what's in control of your biology, as opposed to just teaching DNA is. Okay, with that being understood now, I'm going to go ahead and play something from Lipton. And here we go. Let me see if I can get to it. I'll take it off the screen share. We'll play this from Lipton before we get into the They Live breakdown. There we go. Okay, we're going back. They Live. And I'm going to go ahead and put it in here to play. And let's see if we can do this smoothly. Smooth operator. Okay, here we go. James Lipton talking about the movie The Matrix right as soon as it starts. Here we go, everybody. Let me go ahead and put a screen share. Boom, boom. Chrome tab. Here it is. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Can everybody see the screen? I hope. I put it on the screen. I hope everybody can see this. Okay, good. Here we go, everybody. You ready? Here we go. James Lipton. Oh, bedroom poetry has the book. Professor in St. George University in Grenada. Okay, good. Here we go. Gotta go. Spoiler alert. Okay, here we go. Everybody ready? Here we are. Boom.
The movie The Matrix is not science fiction. It's a documentary. Every human, and this is a fact, every human first 7 years is download hypnosis. The brain of a child under 7 is in a lower vibrational frequency. When you put wires on a person's head, you read electroencephalograph, reading brain activity. A child below 7 has a lower vibration than consciousness. It's called theta. Theta is imagination. Oh, that's how kids play a tea party with mud pies, but to them it's a real thing. A kid rides a broom, it's a horse. That's theta, imagination. Theta is also hypnosis. And the idea is this: before you can become conscious, if you don't have any programs, what are you going to be conscious of? It's sort of like I buy a new iPod and I take it out of the box and I push play and nothing happens, and you think, oh my God, I spent all the money and the damn thing isn't working. And then some little 7-year-old kid comes up and says, well, mister, you didn't download any music. How are you going to play something? And I go, that's the same thing. It's like the brain is like the iPod. Consciousness is the screen where I can create. But if I don't have anything in the hard drive, I can't create. So nature makes the first 7 years. What kind of programs are required to live on this planet? I say, how do you get them? Theta is hypnosis. You just watch. You watch your parents, you watch your siblings and your community, because you have to learn how many 100,000 rules. Think about it. Just to be a functional member of a family and a functional member of a community, there are rules. Teach an infant these rules. I say, oh, you don't have to. First 7 years, they observe it and just download it. And then I say, well, why is it relevant? Because this is the unfortunate fact. 95% of our life, this is a fact, comes from those programs in the subconscious. Every day, only about 5% of their life are you using conscious, which is creative. And the Jesuits, for 400 years, they were boasting. People didn't understand. They say, give me a child until it's 7 and I will show you the man.
Boom. And begins off by saying The Matrix was a documentary. And when you understand what he really says, you will comprehend why The Matrix was a documentary. Okay? Okay, here we go. Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. I hope you all really digested what was just said, because we're about to follow up with that right here. Here we go. Boom. All right, so there is Bruce Lipton right there, who states The Matrix is a documentary. All right, let's get into The Matrix green letters. Okay, we are back. Yes, Bruce and even Keanu Reeves is reportedly quoted saying The Matrix was a documentary because its realistic symbolisms actually express what is going on today. But was this the first action movie to be called a documentary by the actual star of the movie? What was the first Matrix movie? This was They Live. This was Matrix Zero. This was the very first actual Matrix concept movie, which is called They Live. An awesome movie, if you understand what's really going on. And it makes it pretty clear what's going on, but even in that, there are messages that are not even made clear in the actual movie. Here we go. Yes, They Live. They Live is a 1988 American science fiction action horror film written and directed by John Carpenter, starring the wrestler Rowdy Piper. But what is truly being conveyed in this movie? And that is why you are here at the Tehuti podcast. This is also for the brother Rigo as a bonus treat, who keeps sending tremendous donations for the Matrix breakdowns for part 1, part 2, part 3, and a typo, part 4. And recently part 4, all Rigo. Every donation Rigo sent is 100, 100, 100, 111, all $100 for each breakdown of the Matrix. I'm letting him know about the Matrix Zero, the origin. So Big Vapes and Rego, enjoy this answer. And I'm still coming with the crazy, mind-blowing Matrix 4 breakdown next week. I'm still coming with that because this has nothing. This is not the Matrix 4 breakdown, nor does it supplement it at all. But this is the Matrix 0, so you can see the base of what I'm going to be breaking down in the Matrix 4. Here we go, or why the Matrix movies exist. Now remember, Bruce Lipton says the Matrix is a documentary, quote unquote, and they say Keanu Reeves says that as well. Now I'll put up a tweet. Here's a tweet right here. They Live is a documentary. You see that, everybody? So we have people saying, the actors of the movie and also Bruce Lipton, biologist, saying the Matrix is a documentary. But why is the only other one, They Live, is a documentary? But who says this? Who said this over a decade earlier? Who was in the movie over a decade earlier? Who said this? Roddy Piper. Roddy Piper is the one that sent out the tweet and said, and he's the star of the movie, he said, They Live is a documentary. Boom, Roddy Piper, the star of the movie. Here he is right here, ladies and gentlemen. He actually starts off as a homeless man in Los Angeles. Here he is right here. Roddy Piper. One moment, everyone. One moment, please. Let me do something really, really quick. Hold on a second. Let me put you down. I'll be 1 second. Okay, I am back, everybody. Press a 9 if you can hear me and see the screen share. Press a 9 if you can see me and hear the screen share. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Yes, it does sound familiar. Okay, here we go. Press a 9 if you can see me and hear me. Oh, you remember now, Abdul? You remember this movie? Here we go. Good. Everybody can see and hear me? Here we go. So Roddy Piper, we call him Roddy. It's Roddy Piper and Rowdy Piper. So you'll see me spell it two different ways because actually his name and then the fact that he's rowdy. So it's Rowdy Piper, Rowdy Piper. We actually, when I was much younger, the only reason we saw this movie was because he was in it. That's why all of us went to see it, because like, yo, one of our favorite wrestlers is in a movie. Let's go see it. Not even knowing anything about any kind of deeper Matrix movie, but this was the first Matrix movie that I had seen. This is actually the base of it. So it's a story of a homeless man, traveler, named Nada, who finds a church that was really an underground rebel group fighting the powers that be, who was raided. The underground group was raided by the powers that be because they discovered a truth on subliminal mind control. Nada finds a box of glasses while he looks through this church. Here's a box of glasses, and there are a box of shades that are in the church. He's wondering, why does this church have a box of shades? After he puts the shades on, he begins to see the world for what it really is. Let me go ahead and play a section of that. So this is what Nada now. He's in a church, and he finds several things in the church which we're going to actually go through. A lot of the subliminal messages and things that are actually in the church scene. But the first thing that takes his interest is he actually finds a box with a bunch of shades in it. And he's wondering, why do they have these shades? So he takes the shades and he actually throws one on. So I'm going to go ahead and play a clip of that for you all to see. and we'll see the base of what this movie is actually about. Here we go. Welcome to the podcast. Here we go. It's movie night, Tehuti movie night. This is what it's like to watch a movie. You can ask my goddesses, my family. It takes like 4 days to watch a movie with me. That's why I don't watch movies. We don't get past the first 5 minutes without me teaching a class on it. So here we are. This is what it's like to watch a movie with Tehuti. Here it is. Movie night. Here we go. Wonderful. So we see the movie starts off with him finding these glasses in a church. And the reason why he's even in the church is because the church was raided by the powers that be, police system, FBI, because they were starting to discover that the public was being subliminally controlled by sound frequencies from a group of people that actually were in disguise as people, and they were taken. Roddy Piper finds the church, goes in and finds the glasses, looks around, and those glasses represent that he's able to see what the reality is. Nani, turn this off, the heat. And he was able to see reality through these shades. This is the obvious breakdown of the movie, because the movie is actually showing you what the movie is about. It's actually very, very clear. But of course, you know, the Tutti Pa class, we're going to go a little deeper. And a little deeper. And a little deeper than that. Welcome to Movie Night with Tehuti. Here we go. You ready? Boom. Let's break it down. Okay, so he finds the glasses. He's able to look through them. And when he looks through them, he sees another world behind the world that he thought was actually real. What does he see? One of the first symbols in the movie, the first thing he sees a brother as he walks down the street. He sees a brother staring at a television set. Then he notices a bunch of people actually glued to the TV, just staring at it. And then it shows a lot of clips of random people just staring at the TV. Then the screen would randomly switch to a warning saying, quote unquote, our impulses are being redirected. As the people are watching the screen, whenever that scene would come, whenever the screen would change from their hypnotic show that they're watching to a truth teller, they would get angry at the truth teller, try to change the channel, and then their head would hurt. They would say, oh, those hackers are hacking in. They're not listening to the message. They're actually trying to change the channel. So they don't want to hear the truth. They want, it actually is hurting their head to hear the truth. Okay, let me go ahead and show that little clip. I'm going to go ahead and show that one. Here we go. Boom, boom, and here we go. One in control. Okay, here it is right here. We'll show that. I want to show this, especially for the people who've never seen the movie. I'm actually going to show little clips so you can see what the breakdown is actually going to be. So here it is right here. So they're watching, everywhere he goes, he sees people watching these mindless, aimless, apparently aimless, agendaless TV shows, and they're hooked to it.
Natural looking, easy to apply nails, pre-colored in 7 luscious hues. Just
our impulses are being redirected. We are living in an artificially induced state of consciousness that resembles sleep.
Oh, goddamn hacker, that second damn night that asshole was cut in.
The movement was begun 8 months ago by a small group of scientists who discovered, quite by accident, these signals being sent through.
He's giving me a headache. Yeah, tell me about it. It took the hackers months to figure out how to do this.
Okay, good. So you see it's hurting their head to hear this information. They're trying to change the channel. They do not want to hear the information. This is the basic understanding of the movie. Basic understanding. Of course, you know what's going to happen here at the pod class. Giving you the basic warm-up. Okay, so here we go, everybody. Here we go. So now I will introduce now I'll introduce you to a form of mind control called predictive programming. If anybody's ever heard of this, it's called predictive programming. This is when a movie, commercial, video, etc., has or is about or has imagery of what is to happen in a society in the future. So by the time it happens, you are pacified to it and or don't take it seriously, because through visual slash neurolinguistic programming, you have quote unquote normalized it, and it's actually what this movie is. Remember, we just watched the screen randomly switch to a warning saying, quote unquote, our impulses are being redirected. What's being redirected, everybody? Our impulses through the TV screen. Okay? Is this predictive programming? Talking about anything that's going to happen for today? Now, you remember, if you were in, I think, last week or the week before's class, I taught you about patent number 6506148B2. Anybody remember that patent? Patent number 6506148. Anybody remember that from last week when I taught about that? So in the movie, someone comes on the screen and talks about your impulses are being directed. Well, patent number 6506142 that I broke down last week, right over here, U.S. patent, right over here, 6506142, is electric field pulse. The controlling of electric field pulse from the screen. If you all remember, for the new people, you're learning this for the first time. So this is actually a patent of an electric field at a distance from a TV screen or TV computer monitor screen that gives off pulses. And what do those pulses do? So it's a monitor. Yes, a monitor screen pulse. And guess what it's designed to affect? So what does it affect? United States patent from Henriquez Luce. It affects the nervous system. It's nervous system manipulation by electromagnetic fields from TV monitors, from the inventor Henriquez G. Luce from Laguna Beach. Okay. And here it is right here, the U.S. patent number. I broke this down last week. So it's watching the television, being glued to the TV or your TV monitor or your computer monitor, and they send out electric pulses that affect the nervous system, manipulation of the nervous system, because it says the psychological effects have been observed in human subjects in response to the stimulation of the skin with weak electromagnetic fields that are pulsed with certain frequencies near 0.5 hertz and 2.4 hertz, such as to excite the sensory resonance. Many computer monitors and TV tubes, when displaying pulsed images, emit pulsed electric magnetic fields. And who do they aim for? Of course, the children. On the patent diagram, they show the children. Why? Because what did Dr. Lepton just explain? That ages 0 to 7, that is when the children are in the theta range of imagination, and that's when you can create what they are. So of course the electromagnetic pulses coming from the TV screen are going to be directed towards the children, and boom, your nervous system redirects your impulses. So electromagnetic pulses from the TV screen controlling your nervous system and redirect your impulses through the TV, which is exactly what the man who was in the TV in the video, They Live, was actually warning the people about. When he was in the TV screen, he said, our impulses are being redirected, because that is exactly what's happening through this patent number, and of course the experimentations that are being done that I can't even show you here because I'll get kicked off of YouTube. But I have experimentations from the CIA that I can't even show here. So there it is right there, predictive programming, showing you this. This is all the way from 1988. 1988. This patent is in 2003. Showing you what's going to happen in the future, because the people that make these movies know what's going to happen in these movies are actually warnings. So now we see all the way back in 88. What did we see in 88? We see Roddy Piper going to look at the magazines. And when he goes and looks at the magazines, he puts his shades on. And when he looks at it, one of the first things it says is watch TV. You see that? Obey and watch TV. So the programming is to keep you on television, which actually lowers your IQ. I don't have enough time to play that video, but it lowers your IQ, and that's why the people that work in Silicon Valley that actually create these monitors, when the schools that they send their children to are not allowed to have. Let me come in the screen and tell you. The video is actually too long for me to play, but the people that make this technology at Silicon Valley, they send their children to schools that are only allowed pencil and paper. They're not allowed to have the computer screens and the iPads that they actually make. They're not allowed. That's not where they send their children to school. They send their children to pen and paper school, while they make the computer screen that's actually manipulating your nervous system through electromagnetic pulses, controlling and redirecting your pulses and your your urge to survive. We'll just call it that. We'll call it that for now. Your urge to survive. Okay, here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tutti Pod class. Here we go. Let's break down this movie They Live and get more into it. So we see one of the first things, biological imperative was the word I was looking for, which I say every week. It destroys your impulses, redirects your impulses outside of your biological imperative. So here we go, everybody. Welcome to pod class. So as soon as he goes, he sees watch TV. When he looks into the screen, in this magazine right here, the first one, Golf, I can't expand on it anymore. I can't blow it up anymore. But the one that's right beside his head, it says Golf to watch TV right here in this one right here. And he's holding a TV in his hand right here. When he goes and takes the magazine and looks in it, the messages are watch TV, have no imagination. Why? Because as Bruce Lipton was breaking down, 0 to 7 is the age of imagination when you become what you are. So of course, if you can steal and distort the imagination from those ages, from those young ages, by the time they become a man or a woman, they're in the state of sleep. The real state of sleep, like Bruce Lipton was breaking down, the theta wavelength is the wavelength of hypnosis. The theta wavelength is also the wavelength you are in, theta and delta, when you're in a deep sleep state. But if they can put you in that sleep state while you're actually walking around, then they can control you through the television or through the monitor. And that's why they have watch TV, no imagination, stay asleep, obey. That's all that he sees. So boom, that's called predictive programming. Okay. There's also all over the city traffic lights with communicative satellite devices used to send subliminal message through a connective remote network in 1988. So there are traffic lights with devices, communicative networks, satellites on top of the traffic lights used to send subliminal messages through a connective network. Here it is right here. So in the movie They Live, boom, there's a traffic light. And when you look on top of the traffic light, there's a satellite that is communicating from network to network all over the city, placed on top of the traffic light, and it's actually communicating messages to your mind. And the ones that are the elite in the movie are actually using these to communicate with. They're communicating through this, and it's a network system placed on top of stoplights. Is this predictive programming? Well, as of last year, something was announced in the Tech Radar Pro about the most powerful, controversial communicative network system. What is the most powerful, controversial communicative network system of today? It's called 5G. And what does it say in the Tech Radar Pro? What is the announcement? As of last year, 5G masts may soon be strapped to lampposts and traffic lights. So they'll be on top of traffic lights, which is the communicative network system. Here it is in the movie They Live, the communicative network system that actually is sending out and dumbing down the mind. I cannot explain to you in this pod class anything in detail that I know about 5G, because it will be the last Tehuti pod class. When you come back to the Tehuti pod class, you'll see a gray screen with a line through it. I've seen all of my peers on that topic go down and go down and go down. So all I can say right now is it's very interesting that in '88, before this technology actually existed, they had this technology on top of stoplights, traffic lights. And last year, it was announced in Tech Radar that the 5G will be strapped on top of traffic lights. Oh, here it is right here. Boom. There it is. What's that? Is this the movie They Live? Because there it is. There's the traffic light, and there is the communicative network on top of the traffic light. What is this, though? What is this? It's a PK for 5G field test in the port of Hamburg, 06 November 2018. Hamburg traffic light controlled by the new 5G technology is located next to the headquarters of the Hamburg Port Authority, HPA. CEO Meyer, together with the representatives of Nokia and Telecom, gave a press conference on the interim conclusion of the ongoing 5G field test in the portal of Hamburg. And there it is right there. There it is already in 2018. But here it is in 2022, being announced that this may soon happen. And here it is in 1988. I cannot tell you how this symbol of subliminal sounds coming from the top of traffic lights ties into this thing on top of the traffic lights in this pod class today. That breakdown is for personal classes that can't get shut down, but that is predictive programming. So by the time you see it, you say, oh, we've seen that in the movies. Oh, yeah, we've seen that in the movie. That was in They Live. It's inside of you already, and you're like, no big deal. That's predictive programming. Okay, so boom. By the way, 5G wasn't even created for the public deployment until 2019. 2019 is when it was for cellular phone companies for public deployment. That's when the 5G was for the public. Okay. Boom. But there it is in 1988. I can't tell you exactly how that is, what exactly is going on there, because I'm limited to the YouTube rules and regulations. All right. When Nada looks through the shades, he realizes that some people in control are not actually people. They don't seem to look like regular people, but they look like reptilian surveyors. Here it is. And one of the first people they show that he notices when he goes into this it's a bar area, he notices a politician. There's a politician, and doesn't look quite like a person. He has like reptilian eyes. He has this thin type of skin. He's not really a person. He looks like death under a person. And they portray them as so-called aliens or reptilian surveyors. That these are the people actually watching everybody seeing if they obey or not. Well, they depict them as some sort of draconian race. Has anybody heard of the draconian race? Or some type of draconians? A type of draconian creature observing your every move. Through predictive programming, through your TV computer monitor, they portray this exact same thing today openly, tell you about this so-called draconian TV programming in the form of desensitization openly in the Hulu commercials. Who's ever seen the strange Hulu commercials? Let me press a 9 if you've seen these strange Hulu commercials that are supposed to be they're supposed to be funny. Anybody ever seen a Hulu commercial? Anybody ever seen one? They're very, very interesting. But the Hulu commercials, more than one of them, it's a theme of Hulu commercials, and the theme of the Hulu commercial is that the people that are controlling the television networks are actually something else underneath the people, some type of draconian reptilian thing underneath the people. Let me see if this will play at all. Okay, let me take that off there. Anybody ever seen that? For some strange reason, the Hulu commercials are all based on reptilians doing mind control. Anybody ever seen that? Okay, good. Let me go ahead and play that for you. Let me go ahead and show that for you. Here's the Hulu. Remember, we have Netflix and we have Hulu. These are things that we rent every month, pay our membership for. But why are the commercials portraying what's in the They Live movie? Are they portraying it, or is Tehuti looking too deep into things? Let's see. Let's take a look, everybody. Let me see if it's let me go ahead and see if I can play this. This is from a let me go ahead and go up here. May 5th. Hopefully this will play. Here it is. Here's the Hulu commercial, something that everybody's renting. Oh, it's stopping it. Hold on. It's stopping it. Let me see if it says it has a special code in the video that's stopping me from showing you all. It says it's coded. Let me see if I can just oh gosh. What's happening? If I can play it like this, maybe? Let's see if I can play it like this. Who knows? Who knows what'll happen? Let's see how long this show will stay up. Who knows? Okay, here we go. And I'm doing this for you all, so let's just see how it goes. Here it is. You all see that screen? Here we go.
Hello, Earth. I'm Alec Baldwin, TV star. You know, they say TV will rot your brain. That's absurd. TV only softens the brain like a ripe banana. To take it all the way, we've created Hulu. Hulu beams TV directly to your portable computing devices, giving you more of the cerebral gelatinizing shows you want anytime, anywhere, for free. Mushy mush. And the best part is there's nothing you could do to stop it. I mean, what are you going to do, turn off your TV and your computer? Once your brain's reduced to a cottage cheese-like mush, we'll scoop them out of the melon bowl and gobble it right on up. Oops. I think I'm drooling a little. Because we're aliens. And that's how we roll. Hulu, an evil plot to destroy the world. Enjoy.
I don't know how much that played. Did you all get to see that? Showing the brain turn into mush while you're watching TV, and then showing Hulu the evil plot to destroy the world, and showing him as a reptilian. Let me move all that off, see if I can come to the screen. Can you all see me on the screen? So there's the Hulu commercial. That's predictive. That they're just showing you right out. So by the time somebody talks about it, they say, "Oh, you got that from the Hulu. You got that from the that's just Alec Baldwin playing around." And they're like, and that's what they do. They show you they show you, and that's just one of them. I have multiple ones. I don't even know if I'm allowed to play them, but I have multiple ones. It's a theme of Hulu commercials. They even showed it at a Super Bowl. They showed it at a Super Bowl on big screen, and everybody's laughing. A plot to destroy the world, reptilian draconians. Yeah, and everybody's laughing about it to desensitize you. Okay, here we go. Okay, so I don't even know if I can play that again. I'm not going to play that. I don't know how much that can play. So they have some type of draconian race of creatures that observe you in this movie, right? Okay, so now boom, we're back. Predictive programming right in front of you since '88. Thus, when Nada, Rowdy Piper, looks at the observers surveyors without the third eye or without those glasses, he sees regular people. But looks again through the third eye and he sees a draconian agenda. So when he looks at the person without the glasses, they look like a regular person. It looks like this. And then when he looks at the same person again, he sees this type of reptile-looking creature. Okay, which is actually exactly what they showed you with the Alec Baldwin commercial. He's standing like a regular man, saying, "We have Hulu that's gonna mush. This is your brain on mush. What are you gonna do?" He said, "Wait, are you gonna stop watching TV?" Haha. He's laughing at you. He shows your brain turning into mush, and then he shows him with this reptilian type draconian thing coming out of his jacket, and he says, "Because we're aliens here to take over the world." And it's supposed to be some type of comedy, but it's predictive programming. So people will say, "Draconian Tehuti? Are you bringing in these quote unquote conspiracy theorist pseudo terms?" That's not a term that's associated with government control. You added that, Tehuti. They Live movie isn't predicting or showing a draconian overseeing of the public. You're pseudo Tehuti. Only you and your followers would use terms like draconian pertaining to any type of government plan or agenda. Wonderful, Mr. Atheist Skeptic. Wonderful. Let me go in the room and ask everybody a question. Has anybody ever heard, let me stop the screen. Has anybody ever heard of the term draconian before? Draconian. Anybody ever heard of that word, draconian? What is draconian? It's from Dracos and from dragon and draconian. But every time you usually hear about that terminology, it's usually from the ancient alien movie shows or the so-called conspiracy aliens talking about the draconian lizard type people. You've heard of the term draconian, right? Is draconian a term used by, who uses that term? Is that a term used by school teachers? Is it used by scientists? Is it used by government politicians, or is it a term from conspiracy theorists, or where do we hear that term? Who do we hear that from? Do we ever hear it used by so-called professional people? The biologists use the term draconian, a draconian agenda. So when I use that term, the people will make videos about me or say, "Tehuti, you're using that term. You made that up, or you're not. You made that up, but you're with the reptilian agenda, conspiracy theorists, and we don't believe in that mess. That term draconian. Nobody was going to use that term. There's no such thing as a Dracos people, draconian, some type of dragon people or nothing like that. There's nothing like that, Tehuti. What are you talking about? Nobody uses that term." Yeah, David Icke says it a lot, right? You heard from David Icke. You may hear historians and mysticists say it. But every time you hear it, it seems to be so-called fringe theorists saying it. You don't really hear a historian from, like, in your history school talk about draconian creatures. But do politicians use the term draconian?
cases, the media has tried to scare the American people. I think there's been a deficit in reporting about the cost of staying shut down, for instance, when you have the fact that the American Cancer Society saying that during the pandemic, we saw an 80% drop in cancer cases being identified. There are real costs to a draconian extended shutdown. And
she must be a follower of Tehuti. She got that from the pseudos. That's from the pseudos. Well, you just heard the politicians say it. You just heard the politicians talk about the draconian agenda. All right, everybody, let's go. Welcome to Tehuti Pod Class. Boom. Did you hear that? Or did I? That's one of two. She comes to the pod class. She watches Ancient Aliens. She's a follower of she's pseudo. You're pseudo. McKenna's pseudo. You follow that Tehuti guy. You listen to Billy Carson too much. You pseudo. Somebody run up to McKenna. Let me go ahead and do that again. That's fun. That was fun.
I think in many cases, the media has tried to scare the American people. I think there's been a deficit in reporting about the cost of staying shut down, for instance, when you have the fact that the American Cancer Society saying that during the pandemic, we saw an 80% drop in cancer cases being identified. There are real costs to a draconian extended shutdown. And
not the draconian shutdown. Who's shutting it? The draconian pandemic shutdown? Draconian shutting things down? Okay, so now we see, is there McKenna? We see the spokesman, the politician spokesman. We see them talking about associating the word draconian with the pandemic. Draconian and shutdown, draconian and pandemic. What? I wonder how those two things tie in. Rigo's like, oh my God. Welcome, Rigo, to the Matrix Part 0. The world you live in. So the draconian shutdown. So now the draconian has something to do with the shutdown in the pandemic. In the movie, it's a set of reptilian creatures that in modern day and time are being called draconians, that are the overseers, and they're watching your every move. They want you to obey. They control things. They can shut things down. They can reopen things up, but they're reptilians. But here we have McKenna talking about the pandemic draconian shutdown. Welcome to the podcast, everybody. I hope you all appreciate this. If you all like what you are seeing so far, support the Tehuti podcast. This may be my last answer of the night. Please send in your supports now. This is what keeps things going here. If you all see this type of teaching and this type of breakdown of the movie They Live anywhere else, then just take this as a normal day. If you all think this is something unique and you've never seen this before in this type of tie-in, please support at Cash App, TT Moon, Rocky, PayPal at Rocky SV. Let us continue with the They Live Matrix Zero breakdown. Here we go. Boom. So the draconian shutdown. All right, wonderful, Mr. Atheist Skeptic Provocateur. Let me play something else for you and my students, which is that video that I just played. So you can run to Biden, and you can run to the White House and McKenna, and run in there and call them pseudos because we're talking about draconian. When I talk about draconian, I'm pseudo. Okay, here we go. All right. So what is the message? The surveyors. The things that look reptilian, those are the surveyors constantly watching people and observing people through the television, controlling people through the television. The message, what's the message here? The message in this part of the movie was that you are being controlled and surveyed literally through your addiction to survey and watch your own TV while you are being observed and surveyed by a draconian elite. Speaking of psyops, of draconians being used in the corona pandemic situation, answer, you just heard from the elite, because they just spoke about it. They mentioned it. This is the government talking about them draconian shutdown being used in the pandemic. You just heard it from the elite themselves. Let me take you to another way you are being surveyed in this day and time during the pandemic. Does anyone know what this is? Guess what this surveyor is called? This is a surveyor, everybody. Can you all see this? Does anybody know what this is? Anybody have an idea what this is? The particular surveyor, it's an observer. Anybody know what it is? I'll shrink it down a little bit more. Does anybody know what particularly this is? Anybody at all? It's in the form of a red shield. Does anybody know what this red shield thing is? It is an observer during the time of the pandemic. Remember they talk about the draconian shutdown and the observers, and now we're associating the draconian with the so-called shutdown. But what is this thing here? Anybody know? Let me go in the chat room and see. I want to interact with everybody. What is this thing here in the form of a red shield flying around? What is it though? Anybody know? Anybody know? Somebody put drone. Oh, Babaloon Dunn says, I just subscribed to your channel. Thank you for the subscription. You will be a participator soon in sending in questions, I promise. Okay, thank you. You're about to be in a different world. Here we go. Welcome. Okay, what are they? They're drones, right? These are drones? Okay, pretty good. They're drones, right? Pretty good. Drones. People are putting Rothschild. Okay, good. Drone. Okay. Rothschild, Red Shield, Dragon. Okay. What is that thing flying around? Somebody put a horse. It's hilarious. A horse. Okay, good. And Abdul put not sure, Tehuti. What is this thing observing us? What is predictive programming? So the movie They Live is about a draconian race, a reptilian draconian race of observers controlling you through what you observe, which was verified in 2003 by the patent of Henriquez Luz of the electromagnetic pulses controlling your impulses that was warned about in the They Live movie. Oh, sorry, man. Come over here, Seto. You're so good. You stay there on the couch the whole time. Wow. And they're observing you through the things you observe through media. Then McKenna talks about the draconian shutdown. Well, during this shutdown, there was a drone observing people. What kind of drone is this? I wonder. What kind of drone is this? Well, you will now know what this is in the Tehuti Pod class. It's called the DPD, the Dragon Pandemic Drone. Hey, Dragon, what's up? The Dragon Pandemic Drone. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to the Dragon Observer that watches you through the pandemic during the draconian shutdown. It's called the Dragon Pandemic Drone, the DPD. Let me go back to the chat. See what you all think. Huh? You didn't know about the Dragon? You know about the Dragon drone? No? Didn't tell you about that? Hey, man. The comedic teacher didn't tell you about the Dragon Observer watching you during the pandemic with the draconian shutdown? And the drone is called Dragon? Hey, man. It's a crazy world we live in. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Again, if you've seen any breakdown of the movie They Live like this, go ahead and put the link in the chat, please. There's the Dragon. Yeah, there it is. The DPD, the Dragon Pandemic Drone. What does the Dragon do? What does this observer do? Boom, yes, Dragon Pandemic Observer. There it is, everybody. Boom, there it is. What does it do? What's going on here? What is this? Oh, here we are. We're just doing some shopping. What is this? What are these green circles around people? Why are there lines going up and down from people's head to toe? Why are there yellow lines going down? Well, whose side is this? Who's watching things like this? Oh, this is the dragon. This is how the dragon sees things, with green circles and yellow lines up and down people's back as they're looking down on their cell phones. They're not looking up. Nope. They're looking down. Oh man. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast, everybody. I hope you all are supporting and appreciating this. This is the dragon site. This is Dragon's Eye View. While those people are looking down on their you see them looking down on their cell phones? They're looking down while they're being looked up. As they're observing and surveying their monitor, they're being monitored and surveyed by the dragon. What is this doing though? It's surveying each individual's heart rate. Heart rate. The red and green circles track the distance in which each of you are apart from each other. But they never tell you what the yellow lines are that's measuring your height. But these green circles means everything's okay. They're 6 feet from each other. But over here now, as they get close to each other, the circles turn red. You see that? But that's okay. They don't notice. They're looking down on their cell phones. They don't see the dragon watching. They don't see it. No, they don't. Whether you are with your family shopping or the dragon is watching you, whether you're with your family or whether you're with your children and family playing in the park, the dragon is watching. And it has the green line, the green circles and the red ones, and the height of each person. The yellow thing going up your spine, which they never explain what that does. There's a yellow thing going up everybody's spine right there in the dragon's view, as it watches you. The dragons can survey your temperature and even the amount of times you cough and your whereabouts. The dragons will know. They're called the dragons, and they also call them the dragonflies because, of course, they're dragons that are flying. But look what else they do. What is this? Here's the dragon vision right here. Look at this. It puts your boxes in little squares. It has little color codes that it looks at you, and it measures your temperature, and it counts the amount of times you cough per day. That's what the dragons do. Whether you're in your garage, whether you're at home, they're looking at you. Whether you're playing sports with your children and friends, they're the dragons looking at you. Or you could be shopping at Trader Joe's. They're looking down on your phone. The dragons are looking at you. This right here. The Red Shield Dragon is looking down at you. The DPD, the Dragon Pandemic Drone, also called Dragonfly in some cases. Well, in this 1988 movie, the draconian dragons, lizard people, in the movie They Live, you will notice the precise way in which the people were being observed. So in the movie They Live, the people were being observed at a very interesting angle. Here it is. Here's Roddy Piper. He's being observed, and he looks up and notices something's observing him. He has a shotgun ready for the people that are walking around, but he notices the observers are actually looking down. Are they looking down from a camera? How are they looking down? Well, it looks like nada is being monitored from the sky. Guess what the dragon race of elites are using to monitor human behavior in the movie They Live? Oh my goodness. What's that, everybody? This is an 88. Do you know there was no circular small drones? Circular small objects with cameras flying observing you in 1988 was logged science fiction. That's what it's logged as. These little circular things flying around. The original drones were army jets. They were army planes. They had nothing to do with this saucer-looking thing that you have today that children are playing with and people are observing nature with, and, you know, these circular objects. This did not exist in 1988, and they definitely weren't flying around in 88 observing people, but the dragons were observing people in 88 in the movie They Live, looking down on you, monitoring all your behavior, surveying you, and watching you. Boom. Does it look familiar? It could look familiar. Oh, yeah. It looks very familiar because here it is today. Predictive programming. Here it is today, but yet it's in 88. But in 88, if I showed somebody this, pseudo, there's no thing that flies around at the pseudo. There's nothing flies around and with a camera sticking out. Tehuti, what are you talking about? There's nothing like that. You're watching the movies. Well, today you live in the movies, and here it is, the dragon. And of course, that's what it's called, the dragon. When I bring this information and show them the codes, especially black people, I get retaliation in fights. We get more fights than unity when you try to bring the truth to your people. Well, in the predictive programming, Nada attempts to bring the truth of the Matrix to one of his black friends, one of his Afro-American friends. Here it is. Hey, there he is. Look at him. He's bringing the glasses to him. The brother is backing up. The Afro-American or the black brother is backing up. He doesn't want to hear it. He tries to bring it to him and gets punched in the face when he tries to bring this quote-unquote Afro-American man. That was a popular term back then. Afro-American man. His friend Frank. Hey, Frank. Is this image coded? Is there anything coded in here? Because here's what you'll only get at the Tehuti pod class. He punches him in the face. Frank punches him in the face, and it starts one of the longest fights ever in any movie history. It was like the WWF fights. He punches him in the face. So because Frank would rather choose death, he'd rather choose death. That's why the movie was called They Live. They live, you die. Death equals the number 11, which I broke down to you in many pod classes. 83, which is 8 plus 3, which is the number of death, which is 11. I've broken down on many pod classes. So he'd rather choose 11. He'd rather choose death, which equals 11. Here's now where the coding in the movie gets broken down here at the Tehuti pod class that you're never going to hear anywhere. Well, you haven't heard this anywhere else, I don't think. I don't think you've heard about the draconian tied into this agenda and the dragon overseers, but now you're going to see the coding in the actual movie. Here it is. So he rather choose death. But why did they give him the name Frank? Why Frank? Is that a coincidence that his name is Frank? That he's an Afro-American, the only black guy in the movie actually rebelling in the movie, the only actual friend of the star of the movie who discovers the truth is a black man named Frank, who's an Afro-American man who fought for death. Anybody have any idea? Why Frank? This other band's name is Nada. Anybody have any friends named Nada? Hey, Nada. Press a 13 if you have a friend named Nada. A male friend named Nada. I'm going over to my boy Nada's house. Hey, Nada. So they have Nada, some strange name that nobody's ever heard of before on a European man. And then Frank, this black man named Frank, who punches them in fights because Nada says to Frank, I want your family to live. I want to bring I'm bringing the truth to you. I want you to live. They live, you die. As long as they live, you're in a state of mental state of sleep. You're in a state of death. They live, you die. The black man is fighting him in the longest fight scene because he wants to be in the Matrix. He wants to die. So he's fighting for death, which is the number 11 and 83 and 38, which I've broken down in many times. Okay? So nobody here has a male friend, any male. Hey, man, where you going? I'm going to my friend, my white friend, Nada. My white friend, Roddy Piper, Nada. And hey, the black man's name is Frank, who's fighting for death, which is encoded with 11. Here's where I break the matrix for you. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class, and I'm going to show you something here. You're not going to see because I'm the decoder for you. Here it is. So he's fighting for the death, 11. Why? Well, why the name Frank? Because when you put Frank in the gematria, what happens? Frank turns into 60, 80, 1, 40, 10, F-R-A-N-K, which is what? 7, 8, 9, 10, and 1, 11. 137, which is the coded number for 11, which is why they give him the name Frank, which is 137, which is 11. He's the black man that actually started fighting for death. He's the only one in the movie who, when presented with the glasses, actually fought to the bloodiness of almost about to die, where he had to be choked out and forced to put the glasses on. And his name is Frank, which equals 11, which is the number of death, because he's the only African American in the movie. Well, it gets a little deeper than that. Yes, 137, 11, and the psyops making what is the psyops making the only distinction from an American and a black man? It's the word Afro. American is so every regular person is just an American. If a white man is an American, but a black man is called Afro-American. Even if his hair is bald, he's called an Afro-American. I don't know where this place Afro is. Bald people are Afro-Americans. People with straight hair who don't have afros are Afro-American. Why do they say Afro? Well, it's from Africa. No, that's Afri, not Afro. Why the O sound? Why Afro? Oh, that's your hairstyle. So is Afro the place that you're from, Africa, or is Afro what's on the top of your head? And if you have a perm, do you have an Afro? No. So Afro is a distinct thing because it's another coded word. So Frank is 680, 140, 140, 10. 680, 140, 10, which is 137, which is 11. And every person in the movie, every person in America is called an American, every European person. But what distinguishes a black person is they add the word Afro, not Afri from not Afri from Africa, Afro. It has an O sound. Why an O sound? Because it's a particular code. It's because it's Frank. Frank is 137, which is 11, which is death. And that is exactly why they made him the only African American, because Afro is 168050, which is 137, which is death again. Boom. Welcome to Tutti Podcast. Here is your first African American in the movie named Frank. They give him the number Frank 137, which is 11 because he's fighting for death. He's the only African American because he's Afro-American, which is 168050, which is 137, which is 11, which is death again. Boom. Welcome to the Tutti Podcast. Here is your breakdown of the movie They Live. Once again, I say if you see this anywhere else, put the link in the room. Of course, the last people to accept the truth is the black person who Nada literally had to beat into him. This fight was this is the longest fight in any movie I've ever seen. This is longer than Smith and Neil. It was like, I don't know if it was 16 minutes. It was 11 to 16 minute fight. He fought him to the bloody death. Let me go in the room right here and see what people are saying. So there is your Frank in the movie. So they have one guy with a completely illogical name, Nada, and then they give the other guy a regular name. But the other guy is an Afro-American, so they give him Frank because he's fighting for death. 137, because he's the Afro-American. He's not like the other guy who's just a regular American. He's the Afro, which is the exact same numerical gematria, 137. And they fought to the bloodiness. He was about to die. He couldn't even move. He had to be choked out and dragged and forced with the glasses. He never ever accepted the glasses. The glasses had to be forced on him, beat down where he was he couldn't even think. He was like this, choked out. Put these glasses on. He had to be forced to put the glasses on because he would rather choose death. That was Frank. Let's get back into it, everybody. 137. Okay, here we go. Welcome to Tutti Pod Class. Ready? Boom. So they fought almost to the death, and they forced the shades on. They finally forced him on. He had to drag him. Look, he's dragging him, forcing the shades on. Do you see this scene? Does anything look strange in this scene, anybody? Anything looks strange? Anything looks strange? So right when He finally gets the glasses on. He's choked out. He finally gets the glasses forced on him. It moves to a part of the scene which looks very interesting. Well, what's the word in the background? Did you notice it, everybody? Remember, this scene was forcing the black man to see that they live, because if they live, then you are mentally dead. So the image in the movie is a dead zombie looking poster. See it? Here's the they live, and it's a dead zombie looking poster. This was actually the poster that was in the church. The words are covered in the back. It looks like Mary and rejoice, but here is they live, we sleep, because you're mentally dead. And it shows a zombie looking person. But what is this word in the background? Anybody notice this word? Dacasian. Let me go in the chat room. Everybody here, tell me what's a Dacasian. Does anybody have one of those at home? A Dacasian? What is that? Is that a piece of furniture? What's a Dacasian? Everybody know what that is? Dacasian? Does anybody have? Is that a musical instrument? Is that the name of a car? What's a Dacasian? Because they're fighting, and in the background, finally, when he chooses to see that they live, after he was choosing death at first, all of a sudden he gets choked out by a scene, and there's one random word written, Dacasian. Anybody ever used that in a sentence before? Today I feel very Dacasian. Oh man, it's a did you Dacasian today at the club? I was Dacasian all over the. Anybody ever? What a strange word, a random word to be placed in the middle of a fight scene, and it shows it right when he puts the glasses on. Anybody know? Dacasian? Anybody know? Nope. Here we go. And that's why you're here at the Tehuti pod class. So here he is. He finally gets the glasses put on him, and he gets to see who's killing them. Who is it that's observing and destroying them? Who is it where if they live, you die, and if you wake up, then you can kill them, which is exactly what the movie was about and happened. And then all of a sudden they have Dacasian. What in the world is that in the background? Here's the death symbol. They live, we sleep. And what have I taught you is the number of murder, death, that they portrayed in the movie Murder by Numbers, where they actually portrayed, and I've showed this many times, where they showed the murder, 3 is the E, and 8 is the B. And they have here 8 and 3 together, 8 and E together as 83. And the movie is called Murder by Numbers. And why is that? Because the word murder is actually a code for 83. 83 is actually a code for murder. Murder is 14-6, 9-23, 22-9. And reverse gematria, which is 83. They know that. They're showing you they know that through the movies. So they're literally showing you that they're going to put it right in front of your face, a movie called Murder by Numbers, and make the 3 and E a 3, and make the B an 8, and put the 3 and the 8 right beside each other, because 83 is the word murder itself. And that's why it's Murder by Numbers, because murder is actually a number. It's a secret code number, which is 83. And there it is right there. There's a reverse gematria if you ever want to go look it up. That's in their coding. They live by this. Now let me break the matrix code for you, everybody. Here it is. Here's the scene, and they're fighting here, and there's Dacasian. What is that? Oh, 4-1-11-5-1919-9-114. 83, ladies and gentlemen. That is Dacasian. That's not any kind of word which you use in a sentence. That's the same code for death, which is 83. And because 1 second is a Am I back on? Everybody, did I come on? When did I come off? When did they boot me off? I looked and I see I wasn't even on the screen. What was the last thing you all saw? When did I freeze? What was I talking about as I froze? Oh, interesting. Abdul Noor says, you are the truth, Tehuti. Thank you, and so are you. And that's why you can absorb it. No, it couldn't be our impulse redirected. No way. That's the beginning of the class. Okay, there we go. Okay, 83. There we go. Dakasian. There we go. There we go. Dakasian, right? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Here we go. Boom. We're back, everybody. They're not going to stop this. They're not going to stop this. I have to talk about this and teach this in a code because Dakasian. Okay, good. Here we go. Welcome to the pod class, everybody. And let me go ahead and present again. Wow. You all that enjoy this information and believe that this is something special, all I ask is you send your support. Send your waiter a tip for this information because this is literally, I live off of answering questions. The second that I can't do this anymore, I'll be back calling up David Blaine's teachers, and I'll be in Vegas. I'll be performing somewhere, or I'll be called off to an island somewhere. But here we go. All right, so here we go, everybody. So boom, we're on Dakasian, right? So there it is, Dakasian. Dakasian, which is 83, right? Matrix decoded. Why 83? Like I broke down in many classes, of course, because 83 is actually the number for murder, whether it's 83 or 38. It doesn't matter which one. So that's why when we look at murder, even if we go to reverse reduction, it is 38. The number of murder and that weird word Dakasian. Okay? So Tehuti, no way, all this numerical code in the They Live movie, even to some word on the wall equaling death, 83, 38, 11, Frank, Afro. Well, let me take you even deeper. Remember I said, if they live, you die? Why do you think they named the movie They Live? That's a strange word. They called the movie They Live. Was there any code in that? And the image on the poster of They Live is a dead face. Sometimes they look like reptiles, sometimes they look like a decayed person, but it's a dead face. And the concept of the movie is they live, you mentally die. They live, you die. The concept of one of you have to die. Either them, the observers, the draconians, the dragon, or you. And that's what that fight was about. And it's the black man who fights the most against the truth. Because the black man who originally brought the truth to the earth. So get it out of his or her mind and you control the earth. So that fight was like 16 minutes. What is the movie They Live though? How deep is this numerology? Why do they call it They Live? Why do they call it They Live? Welcome to the pod class. This is the first time you'll see this, I believe, in your life. There's a They Live death symbol. Because if you take They Live, it's 742695, and They Live is the number 38. Boom! Boom! Where else are you? Where are you getting this? Put the link in the room. Put the link in the room, please. They Live is 38. That is 38. Dakasian is 83. That is 11. That is Frank. That is Afro. It is 38. There it is right there. They Live, 38. Murder by numbers. Murder, 38. Because if they live, you die. So in order for you to live, they would have to die. Boom. Remember the name of the main character? His name is Nada, right? Did any of you know of any man named Nada? Is that some type of name you know of? What a random name, or is it? When was the first Matrix concept movie, They Live? When was it made? You all remember the date, the Matrix, the They Live movie? When was that movie made? Type it in the room, everybody. When was the movie They Live made? Anybody know? When was They Live made? Anybody know? Sinister People. That's right. When was They Live made? You got it right. 88. 88. 88. 1988. They Live. 88. Frank and Nada. Frank is normal. It's just a weird Nada name. What a strange name for an ex-wrestler or whatever. For an Irish man, right? For whatever he is. What a strange name for this random European guy. Nada. Interesting. So the movie was made in 88, right? Wonderful. How deep did they get into the numerology in making this movie? The same way as the Matrix movie. Because They Live was made in 1988, right? 1 hour and 33 minutes. 88. Why this name Nada? It doesn't sound like the name of any regular man, because it isn't. It is not. It's not a name. It's a code. Nada. Nada is 13, 26, 23, 26. Nada is the code for 88. Nada is the code for the date of the predictive programming when the movie would be released. 1988. That is Nada. That is your Nada. It's 88. The first Matrix movie. But how many years earlier than the Matrix was this movie made? When was the Matrix movie come out? When did that come out? How many years earlier was this first prelude to the Matrix made? When did the Matrix movie come out? Anybody know? Does anybody know when the Matrix movie came out? When did it come out, everybody? Nada is 88. When did the Matrix come out? When I tell you that these people are serious about their magic and they live in it and they're not breaking away from it, they are. They have to work off of this numerical code of magic. So one movie was made in 88, the prelude, to a movie that was made in 99. Welcome to the pod class, man. The Matrix, 1999. How many years difference is that again? Don't tell me it's 11. Don't tell me Nada in reverse reduction is 5141, which is 11. Because there's four different gematrias. There's Hebrew, there's English, reverse reduction, and Nada is 11. Because the prelude to the Matrix movie was made in 1988 by the first, to demonstrate the first Neo, whose name is 88. And then the Matrix movie that we could relate to, the more advanced, was made 11 years later, of course, because Nada is 5141, who is also 11. So Nada's name is 88 and it's 11. 1988, 1999, 11 years. Boom, 11 years. Do you remember the first time Nada sees money? The first time Nada sees, let me take a drink of water. Let me actually check the Cash Apps. I know there's some people that donated while this was going on. I know for sure. Let me go check the Cash Apps, people. I appreciate all those who are supporting. I'm going to definitely answer after this question, announce the supporters that have been donating. I see a couple of donators that have donated since I've been teaching this, because if you appreciate this teaching, then you support it. Just like we support the waiter or anything else, a pack of bubble gum or anything else that hopefully is not as important as this. So I do see 3 more donations. 3 more donations, I believe I see since I started teaching this on the They Live. Thank you very much for those 3 more supporters, and hopefully there'll be more that appreciate this. That's like when you see the breakdancers dancing and the original person that donated to get them to start dancing, may throw them $5 and they start dancing, then they develop a big crowd. As the crowd sees it and dances with their children and they enjoy it, they didn't see the beginning of the show, but they also tipped 5 and 10 because they appreciated the entertainment. But I hope you appreciate what I'm giving you here more than a breakdancing show. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast, because after this, I am pooped. Here we go. Let's go. This takes... You would not imagine what this takes for me to get all this to me. You don't ever have to imagine. That's the good thing about it. You never have to know. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. Boom. So there it is. So now what happens is, of course, the controlling factor of bricks and everything that I've broken down is money. So the first matrix that he sees, he sees money. He looks at money and the money changes. Okay? So remember, Nada is 11. The Matrix movie came out 11 years. 83 is 11. 137 is 11. 137 Afro is 11. 137 Frank is 11. Murder is 11. 38 is 11. Nada is 11. And then he sees money with the glasses on. When he sees it with the glasses on, it says, "This is your God." Right? What happens when he takes the glasses off? What's the illusion? Oh, it's just money. Let me blow that up a little bit. And it's a black man holding money. I only see certain bills, though. Only certain bills are being exposed here. Oh, man. Only certain bills are exposed. You see that? Only certain numbers on the bills are being exposed. I can't blow it up anymore. But that's the first aspect of the matrix of money he sees. And when he sees it normal, there's only certain bills that are showing. Do you all see that? Oh, man. Only certain bills that are showing. Just two $5 bills and a 1. I don't know. Just 2 $5 bills and a 1. It's a regular day at the Tehuti Pod class. It's just 2 $5 bills and a 1, you know. You know how it goes. Tehuti, you're making this up. You wrote the movie They Live. It's pseudo. You directed it. You did. It's all your fault. It's all your fault, Tehuti. You did this. You made this movie. That's the only way, right? You put this all together. Oh boy, welcome to the Matrix. I'm just the decoder. So he's holding money, and it's a bunch of money, but the only bills you can see by number are a 5, and a 1. That's what Nada sees. 2 5s and a 1 are showing. Very nice. $11 is showing. Even though there's more money, what you can see in numbers is 11. Welcome to the pod class. If you've seen a breakdown of They Live like this, put the link in the room, please. Here it is. Here is the drone, the dragon, the draconian drone, observing everybody. They Live. The observation tracking drone, 1988. Here's the dragon or the dragonfly pandemic tracking drone, watching everybody. But wait a minute, something's weird here. Do you see anything weird with that dragon word? Anything? What? Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Dragon isn't spelled like that, is it? Is that how you spell dragon? No. Here's dragon. The yellow-winged darter. D-R-A-G-O-N. Wait. The one that's watching you is called dragon. So it sounds like dragon, but it's spelled D-R-A-G-A-N. What's going on here, people? It's a dragon. You hear the word, you hear dragon, but it's spelled a little different. Well, why though? Why? Why, Seta? Why are they doing that, man? You're supposed to be dead, man. You don't know anything. You're supposed to be dead. You died. You went into the afterlife. That's what Unc West said. You're dead, right? You're dead. I know. Do you know why they spell dragon like that, Seta? Why? I can't answer you, man. I died last week. Okay. I died on Wednesday on Sonetter Show. Okay, here we go. Dragon, but it's spelled weird, right? Well, that's what Tehuti is here for, to decode it for you. Why? Because I was also raised around magicians, so I know what's going. I know what's happening. I see things for many different reasons. But let's go and see the dragon, because it's really spelled strange. Spelled different, right? Somebody put it in the room. That's right. Somebody saw it. It's spelled different, right? Conscious Conqueror. It's spelled different. It's an A inside of an O, right? There's McNair. It's an A inside of an O. Stephen E's like, what's Tehuti? He shows. What's Tehuti about to show us? What is this? What's going on? My eyes are open. What did Tehuti see now? What's going on? Here we go. The dragon, right? But it's not spelled like dragon, is it? But it's the dragon. They want you to hear the word dragon, the draconian, or dragon, watching you. Right? The dragon that's flying. But they don't spell it like that. Well, that's why I'm here, everybody, because it's dragon, but this is dragon. Why are they spelling it that way? It doesn't have anything to do with the tracking drone introduced for the first time in the 1988 movie, right? Tehuti, you're reaching. No, I just know the code. I just know the code, that's all. Don't worry about it. Because, of course, Dragonfly equals 88. There it is, everybody. There it is. Dragonfly is 418 171 14 6 12 25. They call it the Dragonfly because if they spelt it the actual Dragonfly with the O-N, the O is 15. It's not A. It wouldn't make the number 88. You see the O down here? O is 15. So it's an A because it has to equal 88. Because the first time they show the Dragonfly observing you was in the They Live movie. That was a movie that equals nada, which is 88. Which had to be 88 because 11 years later in 99, they made The Matrix. So it's 88. Right? Dragonfly. Spelled exactly like that because Dragonfly spelled only like that equals 88. Keeping loyalty to the murder magic of the 38 Gematria, in 1988 plus 38, what would you get? 2026. Remember the predictive programming of the imagery of the 5G that I showed you? I like doing it in the suspense. Remember I showed you earlier the 5G that was in the They Live movie with the 5G on the top, the communicator on the top sending out the messages, and it's made in 88, but it wasn't out until 2019. Well, if you take 38, the death number, and add it to the 88, the Dragonfly, you get 2026. Remember the predictive programming? Well, the predictive programming didn't end there, everybody, because remember in Tech Radar, 5G masts may soon strap lampposts to traffic lights. And I showed you in the 88 movie that was already happening. Well, Tech Radar, remember this? Remember this? And They Live in 88? Well, in the same Tech Radar, the very same magazine, guess when 5G will hit? The greatest financial high. When will 5G, come on, tell me, when will 5G hit the greatest financial high? Tech Radar, can you tell me, please? Oh, of course, in 2026, yeah. Of course. Of course. 5G connections to top 3 billion in 2026. Of course, Tech Radar. I know that. It had to be. It had to be 88 plus 38. It had to be in 2026, right? Tehuti, you made that up. You wrote tech. You photoshopped that. There's no way it could be that perfect. No, you made that up. If I go to Tech Radar, it says 2023. It says 2039. No way. Yes, it's 2026 because it's 88 plus the death number 38. 2026. Boom. Yes, 38 afters. They live. I'm done. Hotep. Matrix broken. That is my one section of the They Live movie. What's that from?
It's a billboard that's circling out now. I saw it the other day, so I just wanted to Google it right now.
Oh, this is the billboard.
I sent it to you in your email.
Oh, that's around us. Just showed up.
Look at the number.
It's a picture.
And the number says 83, the truth.
83 for truth. You see that? My goddess just took a picture of that. That's what's around us right now.
The billboard.
It's a billboard. Obey. You can call them because the number is 83. Welcome to the Matrix. That's the new billboard just went up. Obey. 83. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Let me put the link in the room for the brothers. That's a picture. My God, it took that picture. It's outside. Obey. 83 for the truth. If you all think this is a game, if you all think Tehuti's pseudo, then just leave me alone. Let me be pseudo. I'll be pseudo here in the world. I put that billboard up too. Me and my goddess put that up last week. We put that up for this class to be seen today. Dial 83 for truth. Obey. Tehuti made it up. I made it all up. I made it up, Sata. No, that's just my personal gift to decode the truth and to show you that it's right outside right now. I'm gonna put the link in the room for the team to jump in. Let me check the chat to see what y'all thought of the They Live breakdown. Have you all ever seen a They Live breakdown like that before? If so, give the link to the moderators and we'll put it in the room so we can spread this truth. That is the They Live breakdown from Tehuti. Matrix Zero, a little gift for you, Rigo, and that is for you, Big Vapes. They live. Hey, Sata. You can't make this up. Right. Well, according to the people who say I'm pseudo, I made it all. Me and Rowdy Piper did this in '88 for this class. Yeah. I told 5G 2026. We did it. I did it. I made it up. I said, you better name him Nada, Frank. You better. No, I'm just a decoder. Everybody has their particular gifts. I'm just a Saba. In order to be that, I have to have the examination eye to decode. I have to decode the matrix, just like Morpheus did. That is what I do. And someone else coming into the community to join this, they may have another special field that makes them the netter of that. I'm the netter of breaking codes. So if I had a netter mask on, it would be green with numbers coming down. That'd be my Kemetic mask. I would have a green thing with numbers coming down it. I'd be the green mask deity. I remember they told me back in '97, there was a conscious community too. They said, for Halloween, I have to go out as a book. And they said, yo, Amenhotep, you go out for Halloween dressed up as a book. Okay. So, okay, team, jump in, my brothers and sisters, jump in, and we're gonna go ahead and give these shout outs. Matrix broken. Let me see what the chat thinks of that answer. We got Rigo saying, holy shoot. We got Conscious Conqueror saying, oh my God, bye. We got Jason Kirkland saying, that's wild. Darius McNair guessed 2026, of course, right? 2026. Good. Let me see what everybody thought of the answer, though. Darius McNair says, Tehuti got the flyest hat on the internet. Okay, thanks. Woo. Jason Kirkland liked the answer. He said, never breakdown Saba, Nectar Tehuti, the Saba. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. I try my best. It's just my gift. That's all. Oh, man. Rigo said that was incredible. That's the prelude to your Matrix 4 breakdown coming up. Tehuti is protected. I actually am. The vibrations of what I'm doing is actually what's protecting me. I'm not supposed to be here, but I'm not supposed to be here. I am supposed to be here, but I shouldn't be here. If I was switched out for anyone else, I would actually not be here. I'm actually not even here. I remember when the police grabbed me and looked at my suitcase. Do you have grenades? They thought I was going to take out the government. Do you have grenades in your suitcase? Are you carrying bazookas? I'm like, wait a minute. Usually when the cops pull you over, they ask you if you're carrying a gun. They grabbed me and asked me if I have bazookas. Do you have bazookas, sir? Do you have grenades? No. There's snakes in the bag. What's your name? Let me look you up. They say you're not in our system. You don't exist. And when the police caught me, they said you don't exist. You're not in here. They look up my social. You're not here, sir. I said, I know. Let me go and check the chat and see what's going on.
Did they look at the snake?
Yeah, they looked at the snakes. One was playing with a rabbit. Just awesome. What you and your goddesses did at the end was truly amazing. Thank you. I know. We painted that. But that's crazy. That wasn't even a part of this class. I had no idea my goddess was going to show me that. She took that picture. When did you take that? When did you see that?
I saw it driving like a week or 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago?
Yeah, but it was actually a different one but I have to end up looking for it right now on online.
She thought that 2 weeks ago. That wasn't even a part of this. She didn't even know I was doing this. 2 weeks ago. This question was this question even in 2 weeks ago? No. This was last week. It was in 2 weeks. Nobody knew I was going to break down 88 and obey and all that. And there it is, 83.
There's one that really looks like it. Like background, black letters. That's what I'm looking for.
Angela Gates says, I just had a weird vibration in my right ear when you mentioned my post that you are protected. Okay. All right. I guess the team is sleeping, so I'm going to give shout outs to I'm going to look at the support and the donation that was given for this Tehuti pod class. Thank you, everybody. Let's see what was given. I'm going to shout out everybody. Payment received. Who is this now? Oh, here's another one. Stephen O'Bannon. Okay. Interesting. Shout out to Stephen O'Bannon. I never even seen this one. Stephen O'Bannon, shout out to you. I don't know if this is a book purchase or it looks like it's coming from the website. Maybe it's a book purchase. We do have a website, ladies and gentlemen. And let me go ahead and show it. Here we go. Shout out to Stephen O'Bannon. I never even seen this one. There's Anipata. Let me let Anipata in first. Hold on. All right, Anipata. There's the movie They Live, my brother. Pseudo.
Pseudoism 101. Yeah, that was phenomenal. And to that was crazy, especially with you said Nani took that picture. Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Obey 83.
We're not needing the glasses anymore.
It's right there. Right. They can just put it out now. Everybody can see it says Obey now. Oh boy.
It's like how they do the warning symbols on the medications now, how they say it real slow. They used to say it real fast.
Yeah.
Now they just say it real slow talking to you.
Okay. There it is. Let's give this man some noise right here. $25. We're in the stadium.
There you go.
Shout out to you, Stephen O'Bannon. I didn't even see this. I have to scroll down. I didn't even see that one. Oh, now okay, because that's where ATEF's breakdown is, way down there. I see it now. Okay, ATEF, I found your original Cash App donation. Okay, let's go to the next one. We're gonna give this man I'm gonna give him some horns. We got Hika Kepara. Hika Kepara. Give this man some noise. And like I said, everybody who's watching the Tehuti podcast, there's Sandra Shepard. There's Sandra Shepard. There you are, Sandra Shepard. Peace and love to you. Well, there's 3. Peace and love to 3. Everybody who's watching this, who appreciates the breakdown that I gave, again, support. If you got anything from any of the answers that you got today, support the Tehuti podcast. Support what it is that I do. This is all that I do. And I cannot even explain where these answers are coming from or how many hours of my time I actually have to give up to go where I have to go to get these answers. These are not from, what book do you read, Tehuti? Where am I getting these answers from, Scribe? Where is this coming from? Why is my mate taking a picture 2 weeks ago of 83 Obey? Why are all these things matching up? Am I reading somebody's book or something?
Yeah, whatever book that was written that created this existence that we're living out. That book.
Did the director of They Live teach this to me? It must be, right? Because where did this information come from? How would I know this about this movie?
You wrote it.
You all have no idea. So please support what it is that I do, because some of it is life risking. Some of it is time and brain risking and risky. It's risky business, as they say. For me to even discuss this and not get shut down, I have to discuss it in a code. There's nobody breaking down. Nobody's talking. You get shut down, and it's never this deep. Shout out to those who support. Somebody else just jumped in. Who's that?
Tef. Okay.
Atef, my brother.
That was a beautiful breakdown.
His voice got deep. His voice got deeper.
Oh man, that's crazy. Oh my goodness. Y'all see what's going on here? Y'all thought I was asleep? No, I wasn't asleep. I was watching. I wasn't asleep last week neither. No, sir, I was not.
That's the mystery, Atef. That's the mystery. Where am I getting the answers from? Who told me that nada is? Who told me? Where is this coming from? Why does this all match? Who told me that it spiked in 2026? Who told me nada is that number? Who told me Frank is that number? Who told me Frank and Afro is the same gematria? Who talked to me about the dragonfly? The answers to these questions, ladies and gentlemen, are extremely difficult to come by, and they're just made pretty for you on the screen, so it seems like I'm just smoothly going through it, but it is extremely difficult, and that is why you do not see this anywhere else, because I literally have to give up the life that you think is life to go extract this. Okay, here we go, everybody. Let's get into it. Next donator, of course, the good brother Owen Hythe. Owen Hythe, who is in the room as a Scary, sends this donation $21.72. Give him some noise, gentlemen.
It's not showing, Saba.
Oh, you know what? I didn't give my noise from. Hold on, let me rewind. Hold on. Let me give my special noise to this brother right here. Let me give my special noise to this brother right here. Because this brother here says, Higa Kepara for support and appreciation. I want to give my special noise to this brother because he's donating $75. Thank you, my dear. It's so late. I've given up life. I'm supposed to be eating 2 hours ago. Oh my goodness. Okay. Higa Kepara. Right here. Thank you, my good brother. Is that shown on the screen now, gentlemen?
Yes.
Okay, let me give him my noises. Thank you, Higa Kempera. This is a brother that truly appreciates what it is that I do. Thank you so much. Is that tiger sneezing? Yeah, it's so strange. That's the thing with pythons. Let me turn this volume up. This is the support that I get for all the haters, all the atheists, everybody that's trying to come after this. I want to give you a fair warning because you will never get this. And that is really where the hate is coming from. You will never see anything like this on any of your channels. This is support I get for the information that I give out. It is called reciprocity. You get what you give out. And brothers respect me, and sisters respect the information to the point where they give high reciprocities. And that's what happens. Shout out to Higa Kepera. Shout out to you. Let's go to the next one here, which is actually the last one. Not the last donation, but the last one that I showed is Owen Hythe for this beautiful support right here. Right there. Give him some noise, gentlemen. Master Saba, hail. Hati and sisters and brothers. Thank you. Shout out to the one and only, the man who's been donating from the very, very beginning in sets of 9s. Always donating in sets of 9s. That is Nito Campbell. Give him some noise, gentlemen. Shout out Nito Campbell. He says, what was that, Doctor Who?
Strange.
What
Very strange alien invasion.
Okay. He says for Soup Raw City. Wow. Soup Raw Oh, wait. Is that reciprocity? Wait, man. People, I like everybody. Everybody's playing these word games on here. So Oh, how genius is this? Oh, look how genius is this, gentlemen. Is this still on the screen?
Yes.
Look how smart this brother is. So when you send a Cash App, it says 4, right? But the last word of 4 is R. Last letter is R. So it's, and you put soup, S-U-P, like super, raw, and then city. So 4 R for reciprocity. For reciprocity. Oh, that's genius. That is genius. Oh man, that is smart, man. That is smart. You need to go battle Rum Nitty. That is that's my favorite rapper in the world. No, Rum Nitty, my favorite battler in the. He's not even a human. Oh, that was Nito Campbell. For reciprocity. That is awesome. That is awesome. That is awesome. I like that. That is awesome. That's what reciprocity is. Key. Hail Sabbath Tehuti for that breakdown. Thank you. And Higa Kepara doesn't just give. Higa Kepara gives donations, and then every once in a while he'll give a tip for the answer that I gave that wasn't even his question. That's what kind of supporter that brother is right there. Thank you, my brother. Hold this on for me, my dear. I'm gonna drink some water. And don't worry about the snake, it's dead. It can't hurt you. All right, next person up on the menu. That was Nito Campbell. Next one is who's this? D-Ball. Hey, D-Ball. D-Ball, who is the Asiatic soldier. He sends a $5. I haven't seen you in a while. He's one of the originals, I believe, from Kill the Priest. He says, salute, peace, and blessings, good brother. Shout out to you, D-Ball. Sharika said I have to make a special file for her. That's how many questions she's gonna send in. That she has to have her own file. She has so many questions, and oh my goodness, oh my gosh. I don't know where Sharika came from out of nowhere, went to Kemet and came back in the Tiru. I don't know. Oh my goodness, man. Okay, we got Sal Vega, which is XA. He's the brother that I answered the question about what his name means. And so here he is with another monster donation. Thank you, Sal Vega. Sal Vega says, what was the question you asked Dr. York? And how would you answer? Well, that's easy. Sal Vega, you here in the room? I'm going to go ahead and just say it right now. It's actually pretty simple. What was the answer? Let me go ahead and save this. What was the question I asked Dr. York? What was the answer? You wouldn't even believe it. Let me go ahead and just tell everybody. You would never listen. Not only was I the main teacher, was I the martial arts instructor of jiu-jitsu up there, I was also the DJ. I was the DJ. Oh, I was the djembe drum player. I can't even imagine. I don't remember all the things I did. I was the drum player. I was one of the head leaders of Nisi Feed, the sorority. I was the proofreader. I can't remember all I've done, man. I don't remember these things. They're crazy, but I remember that I was the DJ. I was the DJ. So Malachi was breaking down the negative vibrational tones that are in today's music. And he said it's interwoven into the music. And he showed us this one time. He showed us and he explained to us the negative vibrations that's inside of music. So I was made the DJ. So I asked Malachi was talking about the protection of me and others being the DJ, because the DJ booth was inside of the Aku, the pyramid, where these tones were coming out that were supposed to refute or rebut or they were supposed to combat the negative frequency from the music that we were playing, because we had to play regular songs because there was people coming up from all over the world, and we were like playing Wu-Tang. We were playing everything, regular music that's on the radio. So he said the tones will protect you. So I raised my hand just as a simple question. He said, go ahead, Amenhotep Ra, ask one of your questions. And I said, well, I care about my soul and I want to protect myself from this music. He said, that's right. That's why we have the tones. I said, but as a DJ, before I come here, don't we have to practice for the songs that we're going to play when we get here? He said, yes. I said, but I practice at home and I don't have the pyramid with me. Am I not being destroyed before I come and get the protection? He said, you're not the DJ anymore. You care too much about yourself. That was it. He said, see that question, everybody? That's the trap one. That was the question. He said, he put himself up in a crucifix and he said, he couldn't offer any protection for me because the tones were specifically coming from the angles of how the structure was built with the tones inside of it. And there was water running around. It was a whole system that he said was developed, and it gave off this ambiance of protection, but I couldn't take it home with me. So I said, well, as I practice the songs being a DJ, I'm actually destroying myself before I come and get the protection. And he said, you care about yourself too much. Let me get one of these other guys that care more about being a DJ than their soul. He said, you've advanced past what's happening. He said, I can't. He couldn't answer that question. It wasn't even a knowledge question. It was just a question about a contradiction of getting a protection after I said, I have to spend hours practicing, putting the songs together, having it in my ears, listening to it. Then when I come here, it has to be all set and ready to go. He said, you care about yourself too much and you've advanced and you're not the DJ anymore. That was the question. That was it. Boom. That was it. The question the knowledge that I gave that he asked me about that was beyond what he was teaching was about a Morphophilus plant in Indonesia. And the Morphophilus plant is a plant that lives about 10 years. It gets about a little over 5 feet tall, and it develops itself to give off a pungent smell that smells like dead carcass. It smells like a dead carcass, and it attracts flies to itself. So a woman that came to my class said that she was bringing her preacher to my class to debunk in whatever that is. And when he came to the class, I asked him if God created all the vegetables and vegetations in the Garden of Eden, and did he create all the plant life of today? He said yes. I explained the Morphophilus plant, that it's designed to attract flies because the pungent smell that it gives off smells like a carcass. He said okay, no. He said no problem. I said, but death came about after Adam and Eve sinned. He said yes. I said, but the plants were created before Adam and Eve sinned. So flies wouldn't have known the smell of death before Adam and Eve sinned, and this plant would have no reason to give off the scent of death to attract the flies because Adam and Eve hadn't sinned yet and nothing died long enough to decay. And that was a trap question. And Malachi said he liked it and he took that. And the pastor was baffled, and the woman that invited the pastor got down and proposed marriage to me after that. Okay, so let me go. Here we go. That's a little story from my experiences. That was the answer. Thank you, my brother. Let's get on to that. Yeah, she proposed to me. Oh my goodness, who is this? Malik. Where's Malki Wamangu? Every time I think of that name, I feel like an African tribeman. Where's Malkia Wamangu? I feel like who knows me. No. Yo. I think she's up there. She's up there, one of the highest donators. Here we go. I don't even know if I can fit this whole thing in the screen. Oh my goodness. Let me read it first and see what it says. Because it may be, let me see. This is, I would like to ask a question for class. It's a 3-part question. I would like to know who created us black woman, man, and all races of people have the same. Oh my goodness. How can I learn or refer to this? Was it ever written that our people would follow? This is like 5 questions. Wow. Let me put the wonderful Malkia Wamangu. I can't even fit this whole thing on the screen. Let me see if it. Oh, I can't fit it all. Hold on. I gotta squeeze it in. I gotta. Okay. I'm gonna go like this. Here we go. Look at this donation. Get ready to give bombs. Let me give my warning. Do you all see that on the screen yet? That on the screen.
Not yet.
Okay, watch this, everybody. Malkia Wamangu. Let me give my noise first. Let me give my let me yeah, give that trigger. Give that trigger. Here we go. $75. Let me turn the volume up. This is about 5 questions. I don't know. Is it playing? Am I still on?
Yeah, it's showing. It's showing. The music is not playing.
Okay, there's my horn. There's a Funk Master Flex bomb. All you haters, warning. Let me get this off the screen so I can read it to everybody. Warning, 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 warning. Warning, warning. That's right. Warning to all the haters. This is the support and love I get. I know this is where the dislike comes from. Because imagine. How do I get this off the screen? There it is. Thank you, my beautiful sister. Give her some hand claps now, gentlemen. Now you can. Holy smokes. Thank you. Wonderful, awesome sister. Thank you for the support. Appreciate it. Malkia Wamangu, thank you so much. This is a several questions, so this will be several pod classes because I'll put a couple and mix them in, but this is a lot of diverse stuff happening here. Shout out to you, beautiful sister, and I'm going to go ahead and read what it says here. She sends me beautiful hearts to start off. Hello, Tehuti. This is Malkia Wamangu. I would like to ask you a question for class. It's a 3-part question. I would like to know who created us, black men and women. All races of people have the same creator. Oh, so I got to put on the creation book. Everybody's forcing the creation book. Oh, here we go. Oh man, all races of people have the same creator, origin. How can I learn my true what my true purpose is? Was it ever written that our people would fall under the feet of barbaric nations who conquered us? And will we ever be a great nation again? In rulership, or forever under rule? That's about 6 questions, I think. Beautiful though. $75. Gentlemen, let me show you this. Everybody, this is the rule. Let me turn this music down a little bit. This is the root, gentlemen. So first of all, thank you. Okay, I gotta put this in this. I gotta save this as. This is 19 from May 5th. Malkia, 6 questions, I think it is. Oh my. This is where it's coming from. Imagine believing that Tehuti is the worst pseudo on the planet. Tehuti's pseudo. We don't like him. He's teaching lies. And you have to clip on the Tehuti podcast or hear about how beautiful sisters and strong brothers are sending back-to-back $75 donations to ask questions to this pseudo man, sending hearts to him, asking him what their purpose is. One brother sending $75 without even a question being asked. This is what develops the hatred. They've never seen this in Earth's history. This has never existed. There's been no Dr. Ben. There's been no Dr. Clark. There's been no Ashar. There's no such thing as a brother coming on and $75 is sent for a question. $111 is sent for a question, for a breakdown. This has never existed in human history. There's no conscious brother that is getting this, but I'm the #1 top pseudo, and this is actually where the hatred is developing. Because why are they giving Tehuti this type of money for these questions, and they're asking for $6 cash apps and getting booed? Because when the truth comes, money is not even relevant, because we've spent $300 on Nikes. We've spent $80 at the movies. This $75 that Milkia just sent, there's 8,000 black people right now, tonight, spending that. Is that 5 drinks at the club? Is that 5 drinks, ATEF? Is that 5? Is a shot $15? How many drinks is $75? 5? That's not even to get in the club, right? So they're spending that on the club anyways. And if Malkia and everybody didn't have knowledge, that's what we'd be spending on a regular night. And nobody would say, oh my gosh, $75 on 5 drinks? And you tip the bartender $20 because he threw the cup up and blew fire on it? So when it comes to this information, money's not relevant. And the people that see me hate this because they're like, why is Tehuti getting this? And I'm not. And I'm teaching the truth. And Tehuti's a pseudo. What is happening here? That's where the hatred comes from. So thank you 2 brothers on the panel and the team and Melkia and everybody for the great support, because it motivates me to give up my life. When this podcast shuts down, it doesn't shut down for me. When I shut down the computer and I wake up, I open it back up and go back to your questions. And it never ends. And I finish answering the last podcast question a few minutes before I press go live. From the time I shut this down, I open it back up and I'm looking at questions, deciphering it, surfing, getting information from means that you can't even imagine. And sometimes I'm answering the question, putting it together, and I press go live. That's when my podcast finishes, is when this one starts. And next week's podcast will start when this one finishes for me. There is no rest for me whatsoever. And I teach 3 separate classes here at the home. So I appreciate the appreciation of what it is that I do. And haters, if you did the same, you would get treated the same. Thank you, Melkia. Appreciate you very, very much. If you're even in the room, thank you, thank you, thank you. Of course they're jealous, because Tehuti has never asked for $5. I've never asked for anything. I just said reciprocity. Here's my Cash App. The crowd is what's designating the amount. I don't. That's how much they like it. They like it almost as much as we like Nikes. Almost. We're almost getting there. We're a few steps away from how much we like the Avengers. We'll almost be there. But almost as much as we like Nikes and all the designer brand shoes we bought, we're trying to get Black people to the point where they like it just as much or even more. And then I'll do these pod classes in person. Then people can fly out and we'll have a, what is it called? A retreat? I already have a goddess, a sister ready to set up the retreats. Ready to take us out of here in person and do this. Where you wake up in the morning with me and we start the pod class in the morning and we live a day in the life with Tehuti. That's already been set up, but that comes with much more support. But anyways, peace and love to all of you. This is a beautiful thing. Thank you, beautiful sister, for that. Thank you. Let's go on. Oh, here comes more hate. The hate is real. The love is real. And I don't know how it says the love is something changed too. Shout out to Stephen Escalar, $50.72. Here comes more love. And what does it do, Arcade? It brings more hate, right?
Absolutely.
So here's more love. So 75 to 50 back to back for peace and love, Sabbath Tehuti. Peace and love to you. Peace and love to you, my good brother. This is the brother who I'm helping with out-of-body experiences. He's actually making some pretty good progress. Thank you, Stephen E. I'm going to do like 3 more one-on-ones, and then I'm not doing one-on-ones anymore. I don't think. I got Scribe, Annie. I have someone else. I have a couple more people, and then there's no more. I can't do one-on-ones. I won't be able to. We'll have to find a way for me to be able to do that. Stephen E is one of the last brothers I'm giving one-on-ones to. It's really working for him. Thank you, my good brother. He actually had a visualization with me and you, Scribe, Annie. He actually had a dream with me and you in it, and he's sorting out some vibrational names that were revealed in that dream. Oh, there he is right there. He's still here. Tua, to you, the panel, and the great brother Ahati for bringing you out to the public. Tua, thank you. Harassed the stillest. You guys should be rappers, man. You guys are great. All right, here we go. We have more. We have David Reed. I've never even heard of David Reed before. Oh, David Reed is Abdul Noor. Huh? No, I gotta take a break to eat. I gotta take a break, everybody. I'm gonna do this one. I gotta take a break and then come back. That's why I'm fading away. I'm actually I'm in a little shock with this. I'm actually absorbing what I'm reading here from the good brother. Abdul Noor, are you in the room? Let me ask him first. Abdul Noor, are you in the room? This question you sent, is this I'm gonna read it out, okay? I read all the podcast questions out. I don't know. This is an interesting one, but I'm gonna read it out because it doesn't say keep anonymous or anything, so I'm gonna go ahead and read it out. And then I gotta talk to you to see what this actually means. What I guess you say you have to give me more detail. This is an interesting one, everybody, but I do help people with these type of things, so nothing is ridiculous, nothing is crazy. Everybody has their own experiences, but he says, Tehuti, 3 people in a room froze for me to escape where I was. I can't get into all the details, but it was a matter of life and death. Can you please explain why this happened to me? But of course, my good brother, Abdul Noor, to explain, like I told Stephen E and everybody, to explain anything, of course, I would need much more detail to explain. I need information to explain what it is that you're talking about, because I deal with factual information. From factual information can come other information to me, but if I'm left in vague, then I can't respond properly. Or I can respond, but the response will be vague because the information is vague. So I'm going to put you down. Maybe you can contact me outside of this, and just give me a little more detail, maybe privately more, where you can type in an email and give me more information on this question. So I would love to answer you, but I just don't know enough. Oh my goodness. Wow. Son of Kepara. You guys are really trying to keep me here. You don't want me to go. Wow. This is the son of Kepara. $50. Give him some. Is he on the screen? Give him some noise. Give him some noise. Oh my goodness. Just for support. It doesn't even have a message to it. Just for support. Thank you, my good brother. Thank you. Thank you. You are awesome. All right, gentlemen. I'm going to take a little bit of break before I do the rest of these donations. I got to step away for a little. Okay, Abdul Noor says thanks. Yes, you're welcome, brother. Thank you for. I'm not even familiar with your name, but thank you for coming in the podcast as a brand new person, and even trusting me to a point to ask me about a life or death situation with you. That's a high level of trust for you to ask me about something that happened with you, which is life or death. So of course, if it's something that's serious, then for sure we need to go into higher detail. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Shout out to Stephen. Appreciate that. I'm gonna step away, gentlemen. You guys go ahead and talk for a bit, and I'll be back to close it out with more donations that are given. I'll be back.
Hotep, peace and love to everybody in the chat, everybody that's still up, holding it down, that's enjoying this truth, this digesting this beautiful knowledge that Saba's dropping on us. No isfet allowed, even at 4 o'clock in the morning. Still a beautiful, beautiful vibration that's going on. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Ani, you got some words you want to share, brother? Me and Ahati been going in, brother.
No, I just want to show my appreciation for all the supporters who are supporting this information and supporting our Saba. And who appreciates this far more than the ISFET and the chaos. This goes so much further. This is actual information that you can apply to your everyday life, and advance, right? So I really appreciate everyone who's really supporting and showing out, because this is well deserved. This is necessary for this type of frequency to expand, right? We want to be able to keep this going, right? We want to be able to keep this rolling and in motion. We only can do it, only those of us who are here within this small family are going to be able to keep this flowing, and we're the first echoes, right? So yeah, I'm just heavily in gratitude to see people who appreciate this information, and because it takes a lot, it takes so much. There's so much that goes on behind the scenes. It's just like, creating a movie. You see the movie, it's all beautiful and done up, and you get to enjoy how sometimes it takes years to put together a film for people to enjoy that lasts an hour, right? And so when you really understand that, and as he explains, like this doesn't end, this is a continuous cycle of bringing forth and doing and living out what's necessary to bring this level of information, because this is our frequency and this cannot be faked. So Saba Tehuti deserves all of what he's getting, and he deserves more, you know. And I tell him that, you know, I'm glad that on these other platforms now, that it's being vocalized. Hey, this is what I've done, because sometimes people forget. Sometimes you have to remind people and tell them who you are and what you have done, because sometimes people tend to forget and act like you don't exist. And you know, as someone who doesn't look for that, doesn't look for any type of recognition, because those who really do this for real don't need that, don't look for that. You know, we don't look for any type of acknowledgement in that type of aspect, but sometimes it's necessary, because there are people out there, there's so much chaos, there's so much isfet that it gets lost. The truth can get lost within that, and sometimes we have to really extract it and put ourselves right back in the forefront to let you know who's real and who's not, you know, to bring forth the ones who really want the truth. You know, it's a very, very deep process. And yeah, this is why people are running around talking about, you know, pseudo this and pseudo that. It's really showing, you know, the level of consciousness of where a lot of our people are at. And you know, how is it that the same people who brought forth the ability for you to be able to calculate and have math, and the first healers and the first sciences, but then we discard the word that the whole entire teachings of spirituality and come from. So, you know, people want to pick and choose what they want to pick, but those of us who are really tuned into Ma'at and want Ma'at, we recognize the value of the things that are not so tangible, and it takes you so much further than what you can, you know, imagine. You know, once you start applying this information and you hear brothers having these wonderful experiences that cannot, you know, you're not necessarily going to be able to read that in a book that's written about today. You know, these are ancient writings and teachings that are doing things for us today that is considered pseudo. So it's just beautiful to see and hear brothers and sisters being affected on such a high level, to where you are reborn. You get to experience another aspect of reality that is forgotten because of all the programming that we go through, the language we speak, the tones, the foods we eat, the visuals that we see that's around us keep us in a state to where we're not able to wake up in our dreams. So we think it's not real. So to really see and to really see brothers and sisters going through these experiences now, it completely removes you and throws you into another reality of existence, and it's a rebirth. So hail to all of you who truly appreciate this and give your attention to this high level, high frequency information that is not given to you fast food, right? This is a slow process, and it has to be for it to give the effect that it is given. So I just want to say that. And there's always, it's good that there are haters, because that lets you know that you're doing something right. You know, there's with being great at anything, there's always going to be people who look at you with envy, and then there's going to be people who look at you with adoration, and that'll always outweigh the hatred that people tend to perpetuate, because they do live. They do live, and you can see it when this frequency and this type of tone comes to the front, and people start wilding out and going crazy. And you're like, hey, what happened to him? He wasn't himself. You're right. He wasn't, and yeah, I wrote some bars a while ago when I said, I do this for the truth. I don't do this for the masses. I do this for the ones who see they live without the glasses. Because that's who's important. That's who's important to me, at least. The ones who are here for this, right? Because it's plenty of the other stuff, the entertainment, what they call entertainment, how that's what's entertaining today. Just the chaos, and just in regular everyday programming, television programming. They put it right there in our faces for us to consume. We're consuming all this negativity and wondering why we're having a hard time achieving what we want to achieve. So yeah, just hail and Henu to all the great supporters who are here live and direct, and giving your reciprocity. So Tua.
Yes, thank you, Annie. Thank you. Okay. Beautiful words, beautiful rhyme. Did you write that rhyme with the movie They Live in your mind, or that's just having to match?
Yeah, that was specifically from that.
Okay.
I wrote that some a while ago.
Nice. Okay. Okay. ATEF is still up with us. ATEF.
I went to sleep one time. My laptop is behind me screen recording, just in case they take it down. This is how much I value the information. This is how much I value the truth.
You went to sleep one time, you mean during this class?
No, and they took the podcast down that time. It was the Tree of Life class. Yeah, I value the truth too much.
Yes. What time is it over there, my brother?
It is 4:30. 4:30 a.m. I just worked a 12-hour shift. Walk 36,000 steps.
What? What does that even mean?
I walk all day at my job. I do nothing but walk around the hospital. But them 36,000 steps is what I walk to the pod class. So if that's what it takes to get here, I'm here. And I'm going to stay up. And I'm going to support. And I'm going to hold you down.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, ATEF. You're great. Thank you. 36,000 steps. I don't even know what that is. Wow, that sounds like the walk to here.
Dude.
36,000 steps. Wow. Okay, here we go, everybody. We're going to do this donation here. We're going to finish off the donations. And here we go with the beautiful, again, Sarah Jean. And is Malkia still in the room? I don't know if Malkia is still in the room. I think I'll do 5 more one-on-ones and that's it. Unless so I'm gonna talk to you tomorrow, ATEF, and maybe Annie, maybe we can get something in this Sunday, I think. We'll maybe we can get our one-on-one in this. What's the date? This Sunday. Yeah. But ATEF, I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna have a talk with you tomorrow.
What time, Saba?
We'll do like 11:30 my time.
11:30 your time. Okay.
Yeah, I got to talk to you about some very important things.
2 p.m. my time.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, some very important things. We gotta help help you with, or just we got a lot of things to discuss. I know you have a lot to tell me. Okay, so shout out to Sarah Jean with the 1111 for Maat culture, one Maat. You all have created new languages. Thank you, my good sister Sarah Jean. Shout out to you. That's also harassed it for ye culture. Shout out to you. Thank you. Let's get through these here. Where's my brother Vortex Ninja? He has to be in here somewhere. Screenshot. We're gonna take the screenshot out. Must be a TEF. Oh yeah, that's a TEF donation. Okay, we're gonna erase that. Okay, and who's this here? Oh, a TEF again. How interesting. Shout out to a TEF. Is it on the screen, gentlemen?
Yes, it's showing, Saba.
Give this brother some noise. Thank you, Atef. Appreciate you, my good brethren. And this is
Danny Ook, brother.
Okay, good. I got MBB again. MBB, I'm gonna have to break down astrology to you. Yeah, I gotta. This astrology question is based on a false premise that I gotta break you out of that matrix. Okay, we got who's the person that wanted to do Zelly? Are they still here? Email me and I'll tell you how to do it. Okay, Cash App. All right, everything is CMOS. Hey, my good brother. This is probably the oldest student I have in the pod class. He said he's from, I think, 95 or 92, something. 93. Shout out to this brother right here. Your breakdown of compatibility. Oh yeah, this is a brother asked about compatibility, and I guess he watched it and he's giving an extra tip for the compatibility breakdown. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you. Thank you. Some people can't watch the pod. Oh, is it showing on the screen?
Yes, it's showing.
Okay. Shang, thank you. Everything is CMOS. Appreciate you. I appreciate the people that go back and watch the pod classes afterwards. Extra for compatibility. Who watch the pod class and then come and tip again for what they saw, because not everybody can make it live. Oh wow, we got oh wow. Let me see how I can do this. Shout out to Nana Amun. Is that on the screen?
Yes.
Shout out to Nana Amun with the $50 for Peace Saba for how can one apply the laws of Ma'at for their life. Beautiful breakdown. Here's an example of somebody giving a $50 tip donation on top of the brother who asked a question. Shout out to Primordial Thoughts. I knew that question was going to generate something like this because that question of Ma'at is dealing with your daily life and family structure and how to become disciplined. So you can always play that in the background to motivate you throughout the day. It's life lessons that I knew this would happen. So shout out, give this brother some big noise. Give him that opportunity. What? those extra for Maat answer. Nana Amun. Peace Saba for the answer. How can one apply laws of Ma'at to their life? Beautiful breakdown. Shout out to Primordial Thoughts for the question. I like that it's creating a beautiful family vibe where one podcast members are now shouting out other podcast members. Shannon put ATEF with the steps. I don't know what that means, but ATEF with the steps. Okay.
The 36,000 steps the brother walks.
That's right. Okay. Stephen E put a little comment here about, he said, I spoke to a dream reader randomly. She told me my teacher is powerful. If he appears in my dream, Henu Sabbath Tehuti. Henu to you. Yes, I've appeared in many of my students' dreams, and I've appeared in their homes. Okay. Who was that? That was Nana Amun. Shout out to you, and shout out to, oh my gosh, Nana Amun again. Oh, this is hilarious. Nana Amun with an extra 15. Give him some noise. Sonetter, I just gave Floyd Mayweather a Oh, hilarious. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother, Sabbath Tehuti. Sonetter, quote, I just gave Floyd Mayweather of Hawk his first loss to this brother, Sabbath Tehuti. Shout out to that. Thank you. What is Looney Tunes? What is that?
That's them pseudo dudes. They're trying to stretch the truth.
Oh my gosh. We got oh my goodness. Fellas, hold on. I have to get my noise ready. What is Nana Moon's going? What? Wait a minute. Let me get my noise ready. Let me give all the haters a warning. This is Nana Amun with, I think it was 50, then 15. Now, here we go. Wow. Shout out to Nana Amun with the $100 for MetaNetter classes and how to access them. Scribe, put my email up on the screen again, please. Okay. Nana Amun, email me there, and email me there. That is how you'll get the answer for the MetaNetter classes and how many you want and the dates, if you already have any. If you, I don't think you've been to any. Go ahead and email me there, my good brother. What a beautiful podcast this is. Wow. Let me go ahead and am I locked? Wait, what's going on here?
We still hear you. Your video's a little choppy.
Okay. I'm stuck on the screen. Okay, here we go. It's coming back. It's coming back. Am I moving okay?
Slightly. It's slowing down and catching up. It's trying to catch up to you.
Okay. Okay, you can take the mystical television off. I had to put on the Tehuti snake music for this. This man just gave this 3 in a row. Shout out to Nana Amun in the chat. 3 in a row. This is where the hatred comes from, and this is where the love comes from. Shout out to you, beautiful supportive brother, who actually donated for someone else's question and gave them a shout out. And then back to back with this MetaNetter class support donation. Shout out to all my beautiful supporters. I want people to know also, let me stop the screen. I want people to know also that a lot of you are in my morning affirmation ritual. When I wake up in the morning with my goddesses, some of you are mentioned even by name. There are some people here that give morning affirmations to me before I can wake up. Long writings. And I read them out to my goddesses in the morning. Jay Kirkland is one, Nema. I get long ones. And even those who are just supporters, you are all mentioned in my morning affirmation. That is how much I appreciate you, that I've actually added you all to my morning rituals and the praise to the goddesses. Shout out to everybody. We have a new person in the room, Lyrical Dream. Shout out to you. Hey, Obi. Shout out to Obi. Shout out to you, Obi. Okay, good. Shout out to you. Right, here we go. Who's the next? Oh, Rigo. This is all the monsters are here. I've been waiting for Black Alucard to jump in now. Rigo. Give this man some noise. Is it on the screen yet?
Not yet, Father.
Okay. Rigo with the monster. Monster support, monster donation again. Rigo is just... Give this man some noise. Shout out Rigo. Wow. Rigo. Rigo Monster. I don't know what in the world.
Keep making it spooky for him, Saba.
Yeah, that's what it is. Shout out to Rigo. Shout out to Rigo. Let me give you some my special noise. Shout out to Rigo. Appreciate you, my good brother.
Sounds like a Young Jeezy beat.
Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate you. That is incredible. Shout out to you, Rigo. We got Sarah Jean again. Sarah Jean says, for breaking matrices is better than breakdown. Do you all see that on the screen?
Yes.
Yes, we can see it.
Breaking matrices is better than breakdown. Well, we got awesome. It's just funny stuff and awesome stuff. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you, my good sister, Sarah, the supporter of supporters. Hey, we got Steven again. Oh, he gave an extra tip for the They Live breakdown. They Live breakdown. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you. Extra They Live. And we got Higa Kepra again for look at this, everybody. He gave an extra donation for the They Live, but look what he put. Oh, what's going on? We Live. Give him some noise for that. This is like his fourth donation, I think. We Live. Thank you, my good brother. Thank you so much. That's funny. We Live. That's right. We Live. That's right. Hey, here's Clyde Jones III. Oh, Clyde Jones is owner. Hey, peace, owner. I gotta get used to matching up these names. So many names. Clyde Jones, shout out to you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Extra $5 tip for They Live analysis. Owner in the chat. Thank you, owner. Yes, sir. Appreciate you. You are wonderful. Thank you again. Extra They Live owner. Thank you, owner. Appreciate that. Let me scroll up and see what's going on. We got well, I don't think we saw Vortex Ninja tonight. Hope he's okay. Hope everything is fine. Oh, Shannon. Where did this come from? Hey, this just popped up on my screen. I didn't see this. Shout out to Shannon for the Maat breakdown. Is that on the screen, gentlemen?
Yes.
Thank you, Shannon. 777 for the Maat breakdown. Yes. Applying Maat to the life is extremely important, and thank you for that. Thank you for that. Shannon. Thank you, good sister. Thank you. And I think that's, one more. Two more. Annie. Any for Tua. Thank you, Annie. Okay, let's put that on the screen. Give this man some noise. Thank you, Brother Annie.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your appreciation. When I read this, I was like, the first thought that came to mind was he's appreciated for so many answers, breakdowns, and so many things that Tua just covers it all. He's not even going to put for anything specific because it's too much. The Tua is just for whatever he's thankful for. Thank you, my brother. I feel you. I understand. I know what you. I sometimes I feel you back there. I visualize you when I'm answering a question, and I'm like, how is Scribe responding to all this knowledge? And I can feel the appreciation, even when I'm not on the screen. Thank you, my good brother. Thank you. Thank you. There's a good connection. Oh, welcome. Okay. Hey, Eric G. Last donation of the night, I believe. Unless somebody's going to come surprise me. Anybody who wants to give a last minute donation, it is not too late, but we have Eric G. That's it. $12. Eric G. That's it. Shout out to Eric G. Eric G's become a good, consistent donator and question asker. Oops. And that is it, everybody. Eric G, that's it. And that is it. That is it. Oh. Okay. Okay, is that everybody? Let me scroll down. I think that's everybody. Let me peace. I see. Okay. Oh, Raphael Gary. How old is a man according to Homo sapiens? Okay. Raphael Gary. One of his questions I had to change. Let me go ahead and save this. Raphael, new question, replace. Okay. All right. But that is it, everybody. Thank you all for coming to the Tehuti pod class. You all are wonderful. I appreciate you. Oh, Sandra Shepard. Things are popping up. 3. What did 3 send? What is this? Oh, I don't know what that is. 3 sent some. Oh, he sent an oh, that's it. An email for me to read later. Okay. I don't know what that is. Okay. All right. Oh, Sandra Shepard, right at the last minute. Shout out to Sandra Shepard. She says, tell me if this shows on the screen, brothers. Is that on the screen?
Yes.
Oh gosh, what happened? Oh. Let me fix that. Beautiful Sandra Shepard at the last minute pops up and shows her appreciation. Thank you. That's what it's all about. Honest appreciation. 772 for amazing teachings and breakdowns. Thank you, Sandra Shepard. Appreciate you. What a pod class tonight. These pod classes are these pod classes are just becoming very, very amazing. Thank you so much, everybody. Let me refresh it and see if that's it for the night. I think that's it for the night. Thank you, Sandra Shepard, if you're listening out there. Appreciate you. Much love going out to you and all the people that Eric G. That's it. Everybody who donated last minute. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. What a beautiful pod classic. It kept Roz awesome. Well, let me get this off the screen. Thank you, everybody, for your wonderful questions, the great supporters. This is actually the most have been in the pod class, especially to the end. I guess maybe people thought there was going to be drama. I'm not sure, but this is the most, there's a lot of people in, but that's good. Maybe those who came for the drama converted out and came for Maat. There's a lot of new people that came that said, now they say, oh, Tehuti, you're the truth. And there's a lot of new people I saw tonight. I didn't recognize their name. Shout out to you, whether you come for drama or not. But in the end, if you receive what it is that I'm teaching, that's what matters. Come for drama, leave with Maat. Peace and love, everybody. Thank you all. Thank you all for coming, Conscious Conqueror. Tupi, will you consider yourself a polymath? I'm not sure. I don't know what's that is. Polymath. I don't know what these Greek terms, I'm not sure what these things are, but shout out to Conscious Conqueror. Shout out to all the people. Shannon. Okay, good. Yes. Obi-Wan, shout out to you. Shout out to Higa Kepara. Lyrical Dream, maybe you're a lyricist. Shout out to you. Stephen E. Was that you earlier this week visiting me? Let's go. Shout out to all of you. Angela Gates, Abdul Noor. Shout out to 3. Shout out to Harassed It For You Culture. Shout out to everybody that stuck around to the end. I'm scrolling up. I'm seeing the same names. Sandra Shepard. They are teaching everyone that 11, our spiritual awakening. Oh my God. Yep. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Shout out to RPM. Shout out to everybody here. Shout out to the good brothers on the panel that stayed awake. Shout out to ATEF's 36 million steps and Scribe and everybody staying up. 36,000 steps all over the hospital. Man, I hope your feet are okay, my good brother. If you have to do that on a regular, I hope you got some soft. You got the Nikes on. You got the foam. What do they call that?
Got the Adidas. I got the Adidas with the boost, with the Ultra Boost.
You gotta have something to take 36,000 steps. That's some work right there. and the hospital floor is hard. So shout out to you. It's cold and hard. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to the new person, Cosmic Child, who came in. Haven't seen this name before. Shout out to you, Cosmic Child. Appreciate you. This is a beautiful thing. So I thank you all. We're going to shut the room. We're going to close up now. We're going to go ahead and do the affirmation to close out. I gotta pass out. We're going to close out. What a beautiful class. We got the big anacondas over there. He's just relaxing. I'm not going to bring him out. We got the living snake. We got Sata the Cobra here, closing out with us. What's up, Sata? They said that you're dead. Look up, this is the most well-behaved snake that I own. Who would ever think the most well-behaved snake would be a cobra? I put this cobra here, and it literally never moves from here. Right, Sata? Where are you? It never moves from there. Shout out to Sata. Shout out to, I don't know what. Oh, there she is. Shout out to Charlotte. Shout out to all the animals. We're going to do the affirmation and close this out, everybody. Here we go. Let's close it out.
Hey, Saba, can I say something real quick?
Sure, you can.
I just want to thank everyone for all your support, and to be sure to come out to support us this Sunday. Teachings of Maat YouTube channel. This week I'll be presenting, and of course I always bring some powerful tones for you all. So be sure you're in the building at a 7 p.m. That's Central Time. Teachings of Maat YouTube channel, and we're going to continue. I'm going to do the continuation of the 9 aspects of the soul. So look forward to seeing you all there. So peace and love.
Yes, right. I remember that one. The crowd wanted you to do the other rest of them. That was awesome. That was awesome. Harassed Free Culture says, "Walk out, Sata." Beautiful. Okay, everybody, we're going to do the affirmation. I know Atef likes to do the affirmation, so Atef, you can do the affirmation. And shout out to that. Annie, also in the breaks that you guys do, I know a lot of you now are talking. There's more people that come on the panel now, but definitely you can take some time. And I remember earlier you all used to put on, while I was gone for a couple of minutes, you would screen share the T.O.M website and the YouTube and stuff. You all can keep doing that so new people can know where to go to. Where is the teachings of Maat? Where is it? And definitely keep pushing that. And I see the numbers are building up. Even though there's certain people that are not there anymore, but the numbers are actually the same or a little more, which is a great thing. That is great. Everybody should go on every Sunday, type in Teachings of Maat every Sunday, and go there at 5 o'clock Pacific time. Go hear the new young brothers teach and the updates. I watch almost every class off and on in the background. So shout out to the new young brothers coming up teaching, and I'm very impressed from what I see. Okay, let me go ahead and put this up. Oh my god. Oh, Atef, you might as well just stay on. It's almost 11 o'clock. Stay on, Scrap. I got you right after. Let's do the whole night, all-nighter. I might as well just. Oh my goodness. Okay. I know, right? But Atef, I got you tomorrow, and Scribe, hit me up Sunday morning, and we'll see what we can do. I definitely want you this Sunday or next one, but this Sunday would be good. Early though, so you can have time to organize for your class.
Okay, I will do that.
Okay. All right, we'll start the affirmation, everybody, on the count of 3. Go ahead, Atef.
1, 2, 3. Unki Maat, NS, Nintet Aset Maat, Menhepapet Maat, Her Hukui, Her Ikut. I live for Maat. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Maat. Every day I advance towards Maat. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Wonderful. Okay, brothers. I'm gonna go ahead and go big screen. I will see you all. Atef, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Scribe, I'll probably talk to you tomorrow anyways, but I'll talk to you definitely on Sunday. You'll probably send me a text before then, but I will see you then. Let me go ahead and close it out. Big screen. Peace and love. I'll go get big screen. Shout out to both of you. Love both of you. Okay, everybody, peace and love. Thank you again for coming to another beautiful Tehuti pod class. I'm glad you all enjoy what it is that you see here, the Tehuti pod class. Come over here, Charlotte. It was a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful class. Beautiful questions. Right, Sata? It was absolutely awesome and wonderful. Glad things got to get cleared up. Beautiful questions about Ma'at, They Live, and everything you all sent to me. There would be no pod class without all of you asking questions. Your questions are actually what make me answer the way that I do. So thank you all. It's a two-way path. The teacher exists with the students, and the students exist with the teacher. If you're interested in the MeduNetter class or interested in MeduNetter Mondays, actually coming to it, participating, or getting the video of it, email me at that email address, and I will tell you how to do so. Walkia Mangu, that's the name right. Walkia Mangu, I think it's an N Mangu, but Malkia, go ahead and email me here. Some of those questions I'm gonna have to put into, maybe we'll do a one-on-one. I'm only gonna do about 5 more, and then I'm closing it up. But some of those questions you asked are pertaining to you personally. So go ahead and give a email there, and we'll organize something from there. Peace and love, everyone. Sata, how you doing? You're such a well-behaved snake. You are awesome. Let the crowd see you. My cobra from Kemet that Unc West thinks is dead. Peace and love, everyone. You all are beautiful. I will see you the next Friday, or I'll see you Sunday in the Teachings of Ma'at class. Anki and Ma'at on MS.